Man, oh man. Good day, everyone. Oh, Mm. It was crazy last night. Absolutely. But welcome to the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracy. And every single day, we rebel against remedial rhetoric. And today will be no different. It won't be no different. And just like always, we allow people to come up and speak their mind, have their own thoughts, be able to be heard. However, we don't want you just regurgitating information that you heard from somebody else. We want to challenge your own thoughts. And clearly, it is a problem with people having their own thoughts. It's kind of crazy. Last night, I got invited to a show. My man, DJ Witch Doctor. I don't know if I should call him my man, but hey, it is what it is. It's just the lingo. Things got heated. Things got wild. And I couldn't understand how. It's always mind-boggling to me. CBP, it's always mind-boggling. Good day to you. How we cannot be on accord on anything when it seems like it should be a clear and concise that we should be all aligned on this one thing. Somehow, some way, the Manosphere talker boys come and just twist the information around. And of course, Angry Man, he waited until I left to hit the panel. It is what it is. And I heard he's out there wilding. I couldn't believe Israel Mills. He was out there wilding. Clearly, he is blind. And we don't have to question, is he blind anymore? And clearly, him speaking his mind and being truthful, it ain't working for him. So therefore, he had to start lying through his fake teeth again. Yo, it was crazy. Like, we was doing good. Like, I get my point out, you get your point out, we disagree, and we can keep it there. You know what I'm saying, CBP? That's it. We can keep it there. We don't have to throw extra insults. You don't got to try to overtalk me. It's okay. You don't have to filibust. It's okay. It's wild. It's very weird to see it happen in real time, to be honest with you. It's very weird to see the straight up anger that they have towards me just because I'm speaking up and I'm speaking the truth. I do not know what it is about honest conversations that just hurt them when they hear and see a man. Clearly, Dr. Umar Johnson is not a good hill to stand on when we are talking about this particular conversation. Yeah, Byron, it was late night drama for sure. The wildest part about it is that it is no way I thought any father, black, white, Spanish, or alien, would be able to be on Dr. Umar Johnson's side, somehow flip the situation to say on Mother's Day that it is the mother's fault for this situation. The same men that will literally have an argument that black females deleting babies is the issue. And then this woman, she didn't delete the baby. She was with Dr. Umar before he was Dr. Umar. This is 22, 23 years ago. She was with Dr. Umar Johnson, so it wasn't like he was famous then. Huh. CB. Tiff and Tat, I promise you these men are crazy. What's up, Tiff Critiques? It's all good, Miss Jalen. Robin, it mind boggles me. This woman was with Dr. Umar Johnson 20 years ago, before he was this big panel celebrity, when he was still outside arguing with what's his name? Brother Kindness. What's his name? Brother Nice Man. What the hell is that man's name? He be in Harlem all the time. He in jail right now. Brother Nice. What? Damn. What's up, LA Project? What is that man name that Dr. Umar Johnson used to argue with on the streets in Harlem? He just got arrested. What is his name? It's like Brother Put Light, Robin M. Thank you so much. God damn it. I was having a break, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't clicking. So she was with Dr. Umar Johnson way back when he was arguing outside on the streets, before he became the King Kong of consciousness. This is 20 years ago. So this whole idea that this woman that was with Dr. Umar, that he laid down with, got on top of the huffing and puffing, fresh out of school probably. He wasn't this goddamn icon of the black, what do you call this? Pan-Africanism. He was just working in the schools possibly. And she decided not to get rid of that child. What's up, Sherry Berry? Yes, the scammer we're talking about, Tiff. So this whole manosphere idea of women trying to take advantage of successful men is BS, but they tried to switch it on this young lady last night. It was wild to see it. Even the Rim Prince, he tried to come up there and try to blame Dr. Umar Johnson's situation with his grown daughter. He tried to blame it on the mother. Even though we don't know if it's true or not, but the mama said she filed police reports. Dr. Umar put hands, and he put hands on her. We don't know what kind of situation it was, how they was arguing. Clearly, they from Philly, so it's a little rough. Regardless, after the situation, that man left, came back when she was 14, said hello, and left for milk, and never came back again. Where the hell? You mean to tell me they ain't have no milk over there in Uganda when you went there? You couldn't bring some milk over? Out of all the goddamn Pan-African diaspora, you couldn't find no damn milk? You see them once? From 14 to 22? And then now she have to go out there. She been trying to get in contact with you. What's up, MJ? She was trying to get out there, reach out and touch my daddy's hand. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate Miss Very Sexy Red TV. It is crazy. What's up, Haitian? Davey, good day. Thank you so much, Very Sexy Red. It was wild last night. I couldn't believe. But I guess when the truth starts, telling the truth is a very difficult thing, especially if you're a man, right? If you're a man talking truthful things about men, it gets very difficult. And I think what happened to Izzy Blind, he seen the light. He said, oh, man, I got to get back to being a lover of men. So therefore, Izzy broke. He got on his Dariet last night. And then guess what happened? As soon as he got on his Dariet last night, guess who came to protect him? after I left. Dun, 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 dun. And now they can get on one accord and talk ish about somebody. And we know who they love to talk ish about, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. That's what happened. It's crazy. I was just trying to have a conversation last night. That's all I was trying to do. But America, YouTube, the latest debate last night, where men who haven't seen their kids in years suddenly want to be victims instead of accountable fathers. Let me get on my Umar Johnson. When men who haven't seen their kids in years suddenly want to be victims instead of accountable fathers. Where men, you know you gotta say it 3 times when you're on your Umar Johnson. When men who haven't seen their kids in years suddenly want to be victims instead of accountable fathers. Had to get on my Umar Johnson and say it 3 times, Pink. Yes, Tiffatat, yeah. Tiffatat, is he blind? Is he broke? He had to get on his derriere last night because he haven't been getting male support lately. So he's like, God damn it. What can I do to get the angry man back in my good graces? So he said, you know what? I got to become a lover of men, even if it's detrimental to fatherhood. It's crazy. So yeah, he hopped on his derriere last night. I couldn't believe it. And it's very simple. We just talk about Dr. Umar Johnson, the man who built his brand on Black empowerment. But now he's caught up in a deadbeat dad scandal. His 22-year-old daughter, which we had a conversation with her last night, Anissa, she seems like a nice young lady. She's out here saying he's been an absent father her whole goddamn life. No birthdays, no graduations, no father-daughter moments. And what does Dr. Umar say? I pay child support, so deadbeat who? That's what he said. I pay child support, so deadbeat who? Child support is not parenting. I'm sorry, Dr. Umar Johnson. Child support is not parenting. I'm sorry, deadbeat Umar Johnson. Child support is not parenting. Got to give him my 3 times. That's like saying I sent my kid a postcard once, so I'm a great dad. Shit is crazy. I don't give a damn something happened new or not. Because guess what? There's a new Dr. Umar Johnson every goddamn day. Clearly. We let these other people come and say the same BS story every goddamn day. So why she can't? Shit. 2 grown-ass men being a clown for a goddamn man they don't even know. Shit is wild. Shit is crazy to me. But here's where it gets really right. The Manosphere is now, so what they was trying to do last night, they were trying to flip this into a parental alienation case. Like Umar was out there begging to see his kid. But the mother was blocking him every turn he went. That's not what happened. So that the fact that they was even trying to gaslight this whole situation into a parental alienation is wild to me. They will go to extreme lengths. They try to flip something when they shouldn't be. This shouldn't be flipped. Dr. Umar Johnson should not be flipped into a parental alienation situation. When literally the young lady said, hey, I try to reach out to him. I called the goddamn number that everybody else has, left a voicemail, say, hey, I'm your goddamn daughter. My mom is such and such. I just want to meet you and talk to you because I'm trying to build up my career, Dad. And I know you, my dad, because we took a DNA test. That's why you have to pay child support. So it is crazy to me. But like usual, you know, they like to just go and scream and yell. They don't want to actually have a conversation about the topic at hand. They want to turn Umar Johnson into some goddamn victim. It was wild to see the Rim Prince get up there and start talking to this young lady and try to blame that young lady's mother for their situation. I mean, he was screaming at the top of his lungs, sweating and everything. And that young lady, clearly she is intelligent enough to pick him apart and say, oh, you are dealing with something, James. She was able to say at 22, 23 years old, she was able to say, oh, you're not even talking about me. You're talking about your own personal information. Because this don't have nothing to do with me. What you're saying, my mama raised me. I still live with my mama to this day. So therefore, all this shit that you were saying about my mother, James, it's crazy. That man said, he said, hey, listen, that man is just doing what the goddamn, he said, hey, that man's just doing what the court told him. So clearly, James, he must be doing what the courts told him, right? So he must be being an alienation to his goddamn baby mothers. And shout out to, and you know what else was crazy? I think it was highly disrespectful last night as well, that they kept saying Happy Mother's Day to James. I thought that was wild and disrespectful as well. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. But I guarantee none of them will hit the link and have a conversation about it. Well, we'll see. I'll drop it. Because let's be real, right? Parental alienation is a real issue. And some fathers, they do get shut out of their kids' lives unfairly. We understand that. So let's just talk the facts though. 79, you might as well say 80%, 79.8%, I believe it was, right? 80% of fathers live with at least some of their children. And then we also have a 1 in 4 children in the US live without a father in the home. It's a problem. It's a problem. And that's not even breaking it down through race. That's just across America. Fathers who stay involved, right? They reduce their kids' chances of teen pregnancy, incarcerations, and dropping out of school by over 75%. So why are these men running away if they care so much about their children? And separated fathers, they struggle to maintain contact. We all know that, especially with their daughters. So yeah, some dads are fighting to reconnect. We are not trying to discredit those fathers, but let's not pretend every absent father is a victim. Some of them just don't show up. So don't give Dr. Umar Johnson or any other black man excuse. She kept my kid away from me. Okay, but did you fight for custody? Did you show up anyway? Or did you just send a check and call it a day? You lazy. So I would just be she poisoned my kids against me. We don't know what she's saying behind my back. Shut up. Maybe that's possible, right? But did you build a relationship before that happened? Or did you vanish for years and expect instant forgiveness? This is crazy to me. Ignorant TV, I don't understand what you say. I just pointed that out. That it is a small minority of men that deal with that, but that is not the majority. We got to stop giving all these absent fathers the excuse of the men that's actually being victimized. It's crazy. It's wild. Again, these BS excuses. She kept my kid away from me. She poisoned my kids against me. It's BS. That's not the majority of mothers. Listen, kids need their fathers, not just financially, but emotionally. They need guidance, they need presence, they need consistency. So if you're a father who has been absent, it's crazy. Here's the question. Are you really ready to do the work? That's the real question about all these goddamn absent fathers. Are you ready to do the work? Because reconnecting it ain't just about showing up once. It's about proving you're here to stay. Somebody cute a it's crazy. Absolutely. You know what? Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link for a world class, for the wrong class, because this is crazy to me. This is crazy to me. Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link for anybody that have a disagreement with what I said, which is crazy to me. I don't understand it for the life of me how you can. But the link is dropped. Make sure we're hitting that like button. Let's make sure we're hitting that share button. Let's see where we at. The likes is looking crazy. I don't know why, but it is insane to me. That's insane to me. And so here's the thing. Last night, I only could take disrespect for for a certain amount of time. The fact that they kept trying to get the young lady to call me Sharon, thought that was really weird. I don't know what that was about. It's just weird sometimes. And sometimes, so that's what happened, Mr. Seven. I can't deal with BS when they kept like everybody, all the men, these are men, all the men on the panel kept trying to get the young lady to call me out my name. I did not understand that. I don't understand that. And it's probably because I don't really pull rank a lot. I don't like, hey, look at my numbers compared to yours, look at me compared to you. I don't do that shit because I don't need to be fighting with nobody that way. So it's just weird to me sometimes when they try to make it like some kind of clown show when we trying to have a decent conversation. They the main ones being clowns. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that's why I didn't stay too long, Robin. I wanted to speak to the young lady, see what was what was her point of view, her perspective of the situation, because I think it is an important situation that we, Miss Sherry Barry, I was going to bring you up in a second. I think it's important for us to have the conversation and stop allowing the BS narratives to keep on being the same shit every single day. Akron Sim, maybe I should try to do that. So I didn't rage quit. I just got tired of dealing with nonsense and lying. We know that it's like Smitty's gonna know that Israel was lying. He was just gaslighting. So I guess so he could get back in good graces with all the men that whatever for whatever reason he wanted to get in good graces with these men. I don't know what's wrong with some of these men. I don't know why would they look at Dr. Umar Johnson in this situation as he did something okay and that he is the victim in this. How can you twist that man into being a victim? This shows where they are at mentally. They are in arrested development. These red pill incel, these Manosphere men, these no good suckers, it is wild to me. And I don't understand why they keep on trying to push the same BS, remedial rhetoric every single goddamn day. When are we going to start taking responsibility, be accountable fathers? If we weren't, we could run through the tape and we could see the bullshit that they were saying. But I believe most of y'all probably seen it already. Y'all see the nonsense Jay Prince tried to spew out there. He trying to say that it was the woman's fault and the mama's fault, and it doesn't matter how bad of a dad he is. This is the problem. They want women to do. They want women to take any bad thing that a man does. Anything. They do not want to take no responsibility. They don't want that at all. They want to just blame a woman. Well, she chose this. No, well, clearly, I don't think that Dr. Umar Johnson, I'm pretty sure he was presenting himself as a good dude. Hey, he went to college. He got a degree. He got his PhD. So that black woman that had that child with Dr. Umar, she probably thought she was with a decent man. So this whole idea that women choose wrong is crazy to me. Wrong class. You can hit the link. Don't worry. You be protected today. For you be protected. Don't worry. You get the link so you could show your case or what you're trying to talk about, because maybe I'm missing something. Don't worry. Wrong class. You can hit the link. You don't have to be scared. But to act as if this Umar Johnson situation is a parental alienation is blasphemous. When the young lady said, Ace, that she seen him one time between young baby to 14, and then from 14 to now, she'd never seen him. The Crown Prince, no, I don't know what the Crown Prince is talking about. Crown Prince Wilder. And I just do not understand if this whole idea, if she's a grown child, and so this is something that happens with grown children. They do. I don't know what you're talking about, wrong class. I said me and you can have a conversation, but if you want to try to act as if something's going to happen, you want to gaslight into something else, fine. It is what it is. I do not understand when the young lady, when she turned grown. So this is the thing that a lot of people don't understand too, right? A lot of people, when they get grown, they kind of want to seek out the person that made them, even if that person never been around. And maybe that's what she's going through, especially if you find out that the person is famous. So the fact that she's trying to look for her goddamn dad is not something strange to people that have not ever met or had a relationship with their goddamn parent, whether it's a male or female. Smitty's Corner, what did I need to stop about? And FBA, yes, Umar Johnson is a famous person. He's damn near a D-list celebrity, maybe even C-list. So Bubba just said it. Bubba was adopted. I found my birth mother when I was 32. And I never met my birth father. So even at the age of 32, he was still searching for his parents. Even though he was adopted, and those people probably did him justice. They did the best that they can do. And they loved him and everything. But still, that person want to find out, why did you give me up for that? What happened? What was going on in your life? Why you don't want to reconnect with your goddamn DNA? This is a real thing. So the fact that she's looking for her goddamn father, and people trying to say, like the angry man and whoever else, all these other people saying that she is clout chasing her own DNA is wild to me. Is Michael Jordan's son clout chasing his own father? Hey, that's my dad. So what? Is little Romeo clout chasing his dad? So what? Puffy little son King Combs, is he clout chasing his dad? We could keep going down the list. Bronny James, Steph Curry. I don't understand why we trying to act like because she's a black female that lives in Philadelphia, that why she's the one clout chasing. SG, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. No, just because somebody want to find a biological parent doesn't mean that the other parents that took care of them did something or they are missing something from the other person. No, that's not true. Not even close to true. They just be wanting to look for their goddamn degenerate ass parents because they feel like that is theirs. You my parent. What the fuck happened? They want to know. It ain't because they missing something. She ain't chasing no damn clout. Okay, SG. I got you. Because I really didn't understand that at all. That was crazy to me. So yeah, sometimes people just want to have they just want to have what happened. They want to speak to their original parent. That is it. It doesn't have anything to do with who parented that other person. Doesn't matter if her mother was a great parent. If she said something bad about Umar or not, she still want to find out what is wrong. But the fact that he wasn't in her life for 22 years, it says a lot about that man. The fact that he did it twice, he also doing it too. Now I believe she has a 16-year-old sister as well, which they are connected through DNA through this one man, different mothers. And if the same exact situation happened and these men was out there trying to argue alien parent, come on. Come on. Where was he? 18th birthday, nowhere to be found. 21st birthday, nowhere to be found. So what happens when child support is over? She at the age where child support should be done unless she's going to college. So what about now? Can he have a relationship with her somehow, some way? Or y'all going to try to make that excuse that the mother is still alienation? And clearly, if we are saying that the mother tainted this young lady, mindset of this man, what is stopping them now? Why would she, if her mind is tainted, why would she go out there and attempt to seek him out? She got to know, she know about Dr. Umar just as much as we do. So this whole idea that when she was trying to search out for him and he finally became a man and texted her back. We know that man is a professional gaslighter, and this is probably why a lot of men in these goddamn red pill incel, these manosphere spaces, was in agreement with the way how Dr. Umar Johnson was talking, is because they are gaslighters too. And so when we unpacked all this shit, so he said, hey, I want you and your mother to come and have a conversation because he wants that goddamn, hey, it's because your mom, is because this and because that. This shit, that don't mean nothing. This, her reconnecting with her dad has nothing to do with the relationship that the mother and the father had. It's about you building a new relationship with your goddamn daughter. What is the issue? She and a lot of parents, they try, a lot of fathers, it seems like this is just what it is. This is what they go through. They try to act as if because the mother don't want to play nice, that all of a sudden you can't be nice with your own goddamn child. That's your child. What up, next level? And we hear men use this excuse all the time. They try to act as if they want to go to that woman's house to pick up the kid. Like, hey, you don't have to be in that woman's house. You don't need to be in her business. You don't need to know what, you don't need to know none of those things. There you go. Genesis I am. She says, what a trigger. Even now, at a grown age, she still just want to know, hey, dad, what the fuck is the problem with you? This is crazy. I don't understand why men are trying to fight for Dr. Umar Johnson in this position. Why do you want to downgrade black women so bad that even in a clear-cut case where this black father, this male father, whatever you want to call it, is clearly in the wrong? This is crazy to me. It is what it is. Let me see where we at with the likes and the shares, goddamn it. Like button looking wild. Like button looking wild. Good day, Chaotic Truth. I heard you got some smoke for me too. Don't worry, I'm gonna be cooking your ass up soon. I got my eye on you. I heard you said some things. I got my eye on you. What up, man? I think it's crazy that these black manosphere, Chaotic Truth, they was trying to be on Dr. Umar Johnson's side, saying that, hey, because I was having a conversation with Dr. Umar Johnson's daughter last night, and she was just explaining her position, and she was asking for advice. Yeah, don't worry. Ears to the streets. Don't worry. Don't worry, I got you. Dr. Umar Johnson is a fraud, and this is why I find it interesting that a lot of these black manosphere was trying to protect Dr. Umar Johnson last night by saying that the mother that raised this 22-year-old girl that I was speaking to last night was trying to parental alienate Dr. Umar Johnson from this child. And if she was, it might have been for good reason, because clearly he has some issues behind closed doors. Clearly it's because he put hands on the goddamn mother. Clearly 20 years ago, before he became famous, right? She was dealing with, so this whole idea that black women are just deleting babies at this higher rate than anybody else is crazy to me. Because we all know that white women are deleting babies in private. So this is why Planned Parenthood is so big and the numbers are not real. What's good, Cash Kid? So this is why we know that those numbers, those statistics are not realistic. Again, Planned Parenthood is public, so therefore they put all the information out. But majority of white women that are getting these baby deletions, they go to their private doctor. Same thing with the goddamn STDs. So they use this goddamn fake ass public stat to go against and say, hey, black women delete the most children in America, where we know we cannot see the privatized version of baby deletions, which is going to be majority these white women. Yeah, I am number one. I got the authority over most of these men. It's so good, Chaotic Truth. I got authority over most of them. They cannot deal with real life conversations. They cannot deal with authority. They cannot deal with a male figure that's above them. That's why they be scared to have a conversation. It is what it is. Genesis, I am. Right, because the amount of men that is on goddamn OnlyFans, I think it's 82 million men is on OnlyFans. And 90% of them are married. That is crazy. So, a lot of these men, they act as if they're not a part of this whole baby deletion scheme in the first place. They are the ones, yes, 82 million men are on OnlyFans. It's crazy. And we know who the degenerates are that's on OnlyFans spending most of their money. It ain't black men. I tell you that because it said 90% of them are married. So so this whole idea that a whole bunch of men is just out there getting vagina, it ain't true. They out there pumping and dumping themselves. So again, this whole idea that these manosphere men, like goddamn the angry man, right? That calls himself, I guess he feel like he's the Godzilla of the manosphere. The problem with men like him, they keep trying to act as if that the baby deletion situation with black women is so far away from white women when it's not true. The difference is that those white women, they go to private doctors versus Planned Parenthood. But they don't want to admit that. They don't want to be truthful and honest. We see it day and day. We see who's coming out and being the most disrespectful woman in America. We see who it is. It ain't black women. We know that for a fact. But somehow they want to keep on going with this goddamn statue BS as well. Oh, the statue represent what it represent? It represent a natural black woman. What's the problem? Cash Kid, even majority of these white women, they have private doctors. They are not going to Planned Parenthood. This is why they STD rates, we don't see them. This is why we don't see their baby deletion rates. It is what it is. It is what it is. For some reason, we try to act like we don't know what's going on here in America. We try to put every goddamn thing on the black culture, on black women, when we know the men are the main degenerates. The amount of women that's on OnlyFans versus the amount of men that's on OnlyFans is ridiculous. 10% of the women in America are on OnlyFans, when 50% of the men are on OnlyFans. Because 82 million men is on OnlyFans. It's 300 million people in America. Half of that is men. You understand? And 82 million of them are on OnlyFans. So 50% of men in America are on OnlyFans, watching 10% of the women on OnlyFans. The conversations will evolve once men start being honest with themselves and men stop coddling themselves. When men start seeing themselves as who they are. When people stop lying. When people stop with their chaotic lies. Kendra and Legacy. I don't know what that is. That's crazy. That's probably a troll page. You neglected 2 black daughters as well. So how are you talking about Umar? You are not too different. This is crazy. I do not know where they get this idea from. They just be throwing ish onto the wall. It's crazy. Hey, I'm just telling the truth. If the shoe fits, you can put it on. If the shoe fits, you can put it on. I just don't understand for the life of me. When is it going to stop? When is this all this believing that somebody is better than you issues going to stop? When are we going to just start telling the truth about things? When are we going to start telling the truth that, hey, guess what? 77% of black men are committing violent crimes is not true. Actually, the FBI came out and it is 68% white men are committing violent crimes here in America. When are we going to start saying, hey, because of degenerate like Donald Trump, I made a mistake and voted for an idiot like Donald Trump. This is the reason why we are in the situation that we are in. These terrorist situations, he's a horrible leader. He's just firing people left and right. No reason, no rhyme or reason about it. Because Donald Trump is president saying this BS and he tried to say, we trying to make Canada the 51st state is the reason why the elections over there went the way how it went. It went from a conservative country to a liberal country. So it affected another country. As Jay Prince was saying, it was NCs. And then now in Australia, guess what? They went from a conservative party to now a liberal party as well. He affected two countries' elections just because how remedial Donald Trump is. When are y'all going to just admit that, hey, it's a lot of dumbass men out there and we follow behind dumbass men? I think so, Robin, because he be trying to get at me too. Like, I don't be understanding it. And the main problem is way too many people are dealing with degenerate behavior and they push out degeneracy at an all-time high. Let me see. While I'm talking real conversation and speaking truth, let's see how many likes we got right now. Let's see. We don't even have 50 fucking likes. We got over 150 people watching this show collectively. Because I'm streaming on another platform as well. We got over 150 people. I don't even have 50 likes. That's crazy. And you know why? It's because I'm not lying. When you promote and you push out chaotic lies, when you also push out goddamn degenerate behavior, when you the one that is just trying to beat down on the lowest common denominator, which technically is black folks in America, that's the only time when you get some goddamn power. This is why somebody like Myron Gaines is getting some kind of recognition because he talked ish about black folks and he had the skin complexion to talk about them. Just like Chaotic Truth, he had the skin complexion to talk about. So when he starts talking about them in a negative way, everybody want to come and join in. Let him start talking about other races. They run away. Regardless if they only gave us those two choices, clearly Trump was the wrong choice by now. By now, you can't see in his first 100 days twice he broke his own record for being the worst goddamn president in his first 100 days. Twice. I agree with you, fighter. You Dominican, and we all know what happens in the Dominican Republic. A lot of the young boys, they born females and then they grow up to be males. It just what it is out there. They grown with a coochie and then it falls out. You know how it is in Dominican Republic. That's why y'all be dancing with each other, swinging each other around like that. So good. It's wild. Absolutely, Brownie. You absolutely cannot clout chase your own goddamn father. Miss Jayla. Trump got Putin and Zelensky on the table. Sure they did. Trump got India and Pakistan to de-escalate. Sure he did. Trump got Hamas to release American hostages. Sure he did. Okay. So if you want to say all those things are great things, that is fine. Now let's talk about all the negative things that he did as well. This is crazy. And this is how we know a lot of people cannot have real conversations. They just want to get on their soapbox and just spill out and talk about nonsense and say lies on people and talk down on different demographics. This is why this is why comedy is going down in the direction that it is, because it's just not acceptable to just talk shit about a whole group of people anymore. Most of these male comics that are considered great, majority of their best material is talking down on women. Gotta tell a joke. We see what these men be talking about. They don't get no reaction unless they talking about what? Talking down on a woman. This is the problem. A lot of these men get on a goddamn diet and they DH balances off, and then now they have problems. This is why we have an issue so much. This is why so many men nowadays, they try to imitate women. We see all these new, what you want to call them, social media comedians. Majority of them, they pop up because they do feminine movements. And that's the truth of the matter. And we see it on the day-to-day, Pink. We see it on the day-to-day, Pink. That majority of these men, they think that they are funny. It's because they acting like a woman. Welcome to the show. Cash Kid Even. Good day, sir. How are you doing today? What's your thoughts?
Thank you for having me, Sharon. And I haven't got the full brief of it, but I just saw AM going in on you, and he was talking about your show, and then coincidentally, you just fired up alive. And
yeah,
what
hey,
you're
look,
talking
I'll tell
about,
you this: your man Angry would never hit this link and have a conversation with me. I promise you that, because he's scared. He's a scary ass man. He shouldn't be
nah,
angry man. He should be scared man. But go ahead.
yo, that's like the boogeyman. That's like Candyman. So don't say his name so much. It's
No,
gonna
he's
pop up and
no. Literally, he would not pull up over here. He knows the power. He know the power I have. He cannot have a conversation with a real man.
all right, let's keep him out of it. But what you're talking about and what the chat is talking about, like, it's crazy. I mean, let's get the fact.
You there? Maybe you got a phone call.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm saying he
Okay.
did pay child support in full. In full.
Okay.
So then the whole he abandoned. It's impossible for a man to abandon a kid in America without facing jail time.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole abandonment needs to be out of the equation completely,
Okay.
because it's actually impossible.
So that's what you're wrong. So you don't go to jail for child abandonment. You go to jail because you was appointed to pay a agreed amount of a percentage of your income. That's 17%. You was agreed to pay that on a monthly basis or a weekly basis, however that goes. And then when you do not pay that, you will go to jail. That's the only time when you could go to jail, is when you don't pay a court appointed document. It don't have nothing to do with anything else. Majority of black women do not even go to court.
Wait, what do you mean appointed to pay for what? Pay as
So the
child
only
support,
way
right?
a absent father goes to jail is because after he went to court and the court said you owe this amount of money out your paycheck, 17%. If that man does not pay that
Child support.
17%,
Why are you avoiding that word? Those two words, child support. Why are you avoiding that?
I'm not avoiding it.
It
So
is child
only when he's
support.
appointed child support, and if he doesn't pay the child support, is when he will go to jail. That is it.
So you can't say, that's what I'm saying. So it's impossible unless he wants to go to jail. It's impossible for a man to abandon his child in America.
So that's what you're wrong, because majority of men are not on child support, is what I'm saying. So a lot of men, they are not taking care of their children financially. They're not taking care of their child emotionally. They're not showing up at birthday parties, graduations, and all these things. So there is a bunch of men that are out there that are not in court at all, and they're not paying, or they're not physically there at all, and they're not going to jail.
And how does that happen? Like the woman doesn't, report him.
Correct.
How would that happen?
Right, because the
Then what?
so as long as the woman do not go to court, he all right.
And why wouldn't she?
Because she know he's a BS man, and she's taking accountability for the wrong man that she chose.
Then why doesn't she just, report him and take him to jail? Because that's what inevitably gonna happen. If he doesn't actually pay as the court orders him to, he's gonna be sent to jail. So why don't they do that, the women?
Right, because again, because a lot of especially black women, they do not go to court because they do not want that degenerate male to go to jail. So she's going to take the responsibility on herself and take care of that child best way she can, with his goddamn government assistance, Section 8, or she just got her own job and she doing her goddamn thing. No matter what, those women are taking full responsibility of their decision to have that child.
So you're saying these women are out here choosing guys that deadbeats, let's call them. They choose them, have kids with them, do not hold those fathers accountable. They don't even report these negligent, degenerate guys to the authorities so they can maybe clean up the community. They leave them free to roam and go to other women and do the same thing. So I'm seeing here women are the problem.
Right. So you don't think it is the man that put his peen inside of a woman, ejaculated inside a woman. He had all those decisions before all of that, but you see it's a woman's problem.
It's a woman because, again, let's go back to it. It's impossible unless he wants to stay out of jail. It's impossible, and unless the woman doesn't report him. If the woman reported him, either one, he would go to jail, which means one less degenerate in the community, or two, he would actually pay up. So he would actually have to get a job or something and square up. But the woman that doesn't even ask for that, as you said, they don't get money, they don't get emotional support, they don't get anything. But then they just leave it out there, and then and these women get multiple, baby
Okay, that's fine.
daddies.
So with that, with how you are framing it, you believe that women are they're the ones that is running the community. They run relationships, they run marriages, they run everything.
They run the access to sex.
So
Unless the R word, but in normal
right, but we're not
circumstances,
talking about that.
a
So
woman.
what you mean they run the access to sex? So a man cannot
I
refuse
mean,
sex
a guy
because
asks, and the woman
so
says yes or no.
hold on. So when you walking down the street, you see a woman, she's laying on the floor with her legs propped up. She said, "Come and jump inside of this." You just cannot refuse that.
I'm saying, I see a woman I like. I approach her. I say, hey, I want to get with you. Let's do
Okay.
something. And it's her option to say yes or no. Women, for
Okay.
the most part, don't approach. They don't
Okay. Perfect.
approach. So they don't have that initiative.
Okay.
They have the option to say yes or no. So they got
Okay.
the
So now stop there. Pause there. So that means the man convinces her somehow, some way. Correct?
somehow. Well, not really. I don't believe in like you can change her
Convince her.
mind.
Okay.
I
So well,
believe
he approaches her and he seduces her. Right. He tried to get her comfortable enough to
he
allow
presents
him to
himself.
be inside her
He
body. Correct?
presents himself.
Huh?
A man presents himself. A man presents himself to the woman in his best light possible. That's all he can do.
Okay, perfect. So now in that best light, now that woman believes that that's who that man is, not his best version of him, but that is just who he is, right? Because there's a difference between the
Exactly.
best hold on. There's a difference between the best version of yourself and then who you actually are. Do you agree with that?
I agree, but remember this.
Okay, so now
This
that
works
the
both
man,
sides.
okay, so
Both sides.
let's keep. So how's it both sides? If the man is projecting something
Because
that he is not on a day-to-day basis, so that man is lying
because
to that woman, correct?
because makeup. So
Huh?
makeup,
Mm-hmm.
makeup, right there. So right there. Even as I see her, she's already presenting something that is not really her. That's
Okay,
not her face.
so now let's make sure we get this clear. So you saying that makeup is equivalent to a man's what?
Is equivalent to a man's embellishments or whatever he uses to present himself in the best light. Like women use makeup to present themselves in the best light, right? I'm
Okay,
saying a
perfect.
man
So
uses
now
his
what about
power.
so the reason why it doesn't hold up, Cash Kid, because women that's going to the supermarket, they get hollered at by men. Women that's at the gym and they are sweaty and they feel like they are not their best looking, they get
Bro,
hollered at
come
by
on,
men. When they
come
go
on,
into the supermarket, majority of women do not have
bro.
full face makeup when they go to the supermarket. So this idea that
Sharon,
makeup,
I get it.
I got
Sharon,
you. So this idea that makeup is some kind of a lie is just not even close to true.
Sharon,
Yes.
you be on the social media, you be on the web like I am. You
Hmm.
see how many TikTok videos you've seen of women talking about like, I'm going to see if I can get a man at Target.
Hmm.
These women go in dolled up. A woman is not walking outside of her home without her makeup, without a plan, bro. It's not like dudes, you can just wake up, go out in your sweatpants and what. That's not how women work.
Okay, so now my question
Even
is
going
this:
to a grocery, she wants to be.
do you enjoy a woman that take care of herself by putting makeup, get her hair done, and wear nice clothes? Do you like any of those things?
I think there's a balance to it. Yeah,
Fine, but so you do
if
like
you
a
do
woman
that.
that wears some makeup. You know, we're not talking about full like she going to a wedding, but some makeup to enhance her beauty a little bit.
Yeah, man. But of
Okay,
course,
so
I
you
would
actually
rather she be.
okay. So don't say that that woman is a liar, right? So that's not
Well,
the same.
it is the same because the thing is, okay, let me say this. I do like a woman that can put on makeup, but I'd like a woman who fresh faced is what she looks like with makeup. You get what I'm saying?
No.
So
So
what he presents with the makeup, that's what I see is what I'd like to wake up next to. But unfortunately,
right. So you
that's
want
not the case.
so you want a woman that never wear makeup.
Bro, they're gonna do what they want to regardless.
I
It's
understand.
not, that's the
We understand.
that's
We
not the
understand people could
discussion
do
I'm
what they.
having.
We understand people could do what they want. I'm asking you, the majority of human beings that don't wear makeup on a day to day basis. You know what gender that is?
Okay, let me say this.
Hold on.
I'd rather
I
I'd
want you
rather
to answer. I want you to answer a question before you move it. The majority of human beings that do not wear makeup on a day to day basis. What gender is that?
you're trying to say guys. So what? Are you trying to imply that
I'm
I'm
not.
gay,
I'm asking
Sharon?
you. I'm
That's the
asking you
real
a
way you
question.
trying to
All
go.
you gotta do,
Are
Cash
you
Kid,
really
is
trying to go
answer
this
it.
way, Sharon?
All you,
Sharon, are you really trying to say this? Well, let me say this. I'd rather
look,
a
Cash
minimum makeup.
Kid, hold on,
I'd
Cash
rather
Kid,
minimum makeup,
hold
bro.
on. Don't worry
Just
about what I'm.
Vaseline. Put on
Cash
some
Kid,
Vaseline.
Cash
I'm
Kid,
good. Put on some Vaseline.
huh?
Yeah, yeah, I'm listening, bro.
All right. So
I'm
all I
saying
want you
just
to.
put on some Vaseline and some lipstick or something. I'm good with it. Not all
Okay.
this shit.
Okay, so fine. So right, we know the majority of the gender that don't wear makeup, right? So again, so using something that women use on a day-to-day basis, that shows that you might not like women, right? Because women go outside a certain way. They walk outside with possible, they wear certain kind of pants, they wear certain kind of shoes. So you're saying that women are lying when they wear high heels? Are you saying women are lying when they put on makeup? Are you saying women are lying when they put on a push-up bra? You cannot now say that everything that a woman does
Yes,
that.
I'm saying they're
Hold on,
lying. I'm saying
I
they're
got
presenting
you.
themselves in a way
Hold
they're
on.
not. I love the way they lie, but yeah,
So this is a problem. You keep saying that the things that women are doing is lying. That's the
it
issue that we're
is. It's
having.
an
Okay,
illusion.
but you cannot substantiate how they are lying when if you know that a woman wearing makeup that is not how she look when she takes it off, there's no lie. When you know when she
It
had
is a
heels
lie
on,
because
you know. Hold
listen,
on, let me finish saying what I'm
not
saying.
all.
So hold on, please. So this way, I want you to start. I need y'all men to get off this goddamn red pill BS. The problem is this: if you know she have heels on, you know she's not as tall as she is. So it's not a lie. If you know that when she have makeup on, she might look a slightly different when she take it off. That is not a lie. If she has a weave on that you know is a weave, then she is not lying. It's a lie when she has makeup on and then use the gun say you look beautiful. Do you have makeup on? And she says no, I don't have no makeup on. Then she'll be lying. If you to ask her how tall is she and she give you her height with her heels on, then you know she's lying. So all those things that you could clearly see that she has on cannot be considered a lie because you know about it.
Okay, let me just ask you one question, Sharon,
Do
before
you
we move on.
before you ask me that question, do you agree with that statement?
That just because I know she's lying, then she can't be lying, is
No,
essentially
because
what you're
you know,
asking.
no, because you know what she's doing, that you cannot consider that a lie.
Yeah, no, let me ask you, if you know somebody's lying, does that mean they're not lying?
So I no, you misunderstand it. So I will answer your question just so we could move forward. So you know that
Okay, not all girls wear
I'm not
makeup.
trying to get. So I want you to understand that I'm not trying to get a gotcha. Man. I'm trying to have a conversation about your logic, right? So again, if if I'm walking down the street and I have platform shoes on, am I lying about my height?
Yes, you go, you go, Quinn.
Right, I understand. So I want to get some understanding. If I have on platform boots on, what would you consider me lying about my height?
If I ask you and then you tell me that,
I
depends
understand
on
that
if I
part.
ask.
So I need you to answer a question, right? So this, I'm not trying to get, I'm trying to really have a conversation with you. If I have platform boots on, walking down the street,
Mm,
are you going to say me, Sharon Bracy, is lying about his height? Yes or no?
depends on your intentions then.
I'm
I can't
asking.
answer without more information.
Yes,
That
you
is a
can
gotcha
answer.
because
It's okay. So it's okay for you to answer. So this is what happens when cognitive dissonance starts to happen,
okay,
right?
yes,
So,
yes,
so you would say I am lying about my height,
yes.
and there go the problem right there.
I got a better response.
What
I
is the
got a better
problem?
response. Let me help Cash Kid out. Let me help him out. Okay. Good morning, Sharon, and
You
I'll
have
be
the
very
floor,
quick.
bro.
Sharon, you're being a bit. You're being purposely contrarian.
Wow.
Let's take away the heels and put lifts. When men put lifts in their shoes, that might be construed as lying because women have come forward and said that if a man were to put lifts in his shoes, that will be construed as lying. It's called make up. That's the end of the discussion. It's literally called make up or to
I
be
enjoy
made
watching him turn himself into a pretzel, bro.
or to be
He's
or to
bending,
be
pandering to his women.
I mean, I don't understand this issue where we see women and maybe rightfully so critiquing the lies of men. But it's always just one way here on this platform. And this has got to stop. Women have been demanding, and rightfully so, equal treatment, right? But what comes with equal treatment means equal critique. And when you say things about criticism means to some people says, why are you dumping on women? Why are you so critical of women? Last week, Sharon, when we talked about the statue in Times Square, You know, it's so funny. It's like once I take a breather from your show and then I go outside to other platforms, there were a whole bunch of women, a lot of women that were weighing in on that discussion exactly the way that I was. I said, okay, I know I'm not crazy. There were women that had a problem with that imagery. But there were women that came on your platform and told me and told us collectively, I'm tired of you men dumping on women. When we were being specific with laser surgery, laser accuracy about that specific statue being a problem, not women, just women. So when we go back to this issue of makeup, we see filters, we see wigs, we see all kinds of wizardry. And men are entitled, so you doing that mugging. So I know you know what I'm saying is accurate. Men are entitled to have preferences, just as women are entitled to have preferences. It's just not one way. It's not. So this whole notion, if a man is expecting a woman to look a certain way, if he meets a woman in a certain situation, and then as time goes on, or a week, 2 weeks later, and you start seeing all the facade literally being peeled back, a man has a right to say, hey, you're not exactly what I thought you were. You don't look anywhere close. Now, I love women that wear a little bit of makeup. I'm a man. I look at it as a part of grooming. But there's an area where if it goes extra style, where you look like a completely radical type of person, then there is tomfoolery. We know this to be true.
Okay, so I think if we are talking about the people that do the extreme contouring, which majority of women do not do, we can understand that. Majority of women do not have the time to do a whole hour of makeup, right? They mostly put on foundation, some blush, and then they keep it pushing. Majority of people of women are not doing that. Let me also shout out to the Cash App. It says, hit the like, share the stream, support the damn show. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, goddammit. Thank you for the Cash App. Absolutely. Hit the like, hit the share. Support the damn show. There's over 180 people in the goddamn building collectively. Hit the damn like and shares. We got to stop acting like I don't get that part. So extreme makeup is a whole different. Extreme makeup is more closer to maybe drag queens shit, right? We understand that, but majority of women are not putting on that full on beat faces, how I think they call it, or something of that nature, right? Majority of women are not doing that. So we cannot now say we enjoy women and say that putting on makeup is a lie when we know that we know is makeup on her face. She is not lying by putting some makeup on her face. She is not lying by putting high heels on. She is not lying by putting a push-up bra on. We got to stop it. Majority of these men, like I said earlier, 82 million men are on OnlyFans. So they support the goddamn fake ass, the fake titties. They love all these goddamn celebrities. So therefore, it got to be consistent. Which one is it? Do y'all want natural bodies and see natural women walking down the street like that statue? Because that statue represents the regular human being. And the regular human being is good enough to stand there 12 feet tall in all of her goddamn glory with her hands on her hip without being criticized of having a goddamn attitude.
Sharon, in response to what you just said, because you put a lot of sauce on that. It's overflowing off your table. All the sauce, you put a lot of mix, a lot of pancake mix in that. Now, I'm going to try to get through all that mess and clean it up for you to save you from yourself. Some of you Negroes need to be saved from yourselves. So let me say this.
Don't say me.
When you talk about, let's say this back to this fat statue again, right? Black people have been fighting that stereotype for centuries. So if the mammy and the heavyset black woman was a problem in 1930, but we're going to accept it in 2025, I don't think so. Because
I thought that we were supposed to be swallowing these goddamn red pills, sugar mama. We're supposed to be just honest and tell the truth. Why is it so difficult for people to recognize that, the natural black woman can be good enough for society. The natural black woman like
Yeah,
Queen Latifah, because she has the same
sure.
body type as Queen Latifah. She has the same body type as Whoopi Goldberg. Those are some iconic women. We can keep going down the list.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
Going
The
down
source.
the list of beautiful women that have that body type that is a staple in black communities. We all see what the goddamn church look like. This is natural what women are. They are a little bit of fluff. They are not supposed to be these hard body. They are not men.
The part that's confusing to me,
That,
Sharon, is that for many years, that body type was a stereotype in the black community that did not exist wholesale. Because
this is
actually,
only Sharon's
if you well,
perspective.
let me land the plane. What I'm saying is, so you have to tell me what is real. Because if you go for many years in the black community, there were a certain segment of the black female community that looked that way, but that did not tell the whole story. That was not everyone, because wholesale wise, Americans were not morbidly obese like that. Not just black people. Many, because I can tell you, I remember a time.
One question, may I, please? One question, please. Just one question to Sharon. Sharon, let me ask you this. That statue of that woman in New York, do you find her sexy? Would you hit that?
Do I find the statue sexy? No, I do not find the
Yeah.
statue sexy.
You don't find her sexy, right?
No.
Like the depiction, not the statue. I'm not saying you want to, sleep with a statue, but I'm saying the depiction. If that was a woman, would you find her sexy?
Yes, I could find a woman that's that shape very attractive. Yes. No problem.
All right. To each his own, I guess.
Well, look,
it's not to each his own. The majority of women that's being chosen on a day-to-day basis are a little overweight. It is okay, especially at
no, bro. That's just your opinion of black women. That's your low opinion. I think black women should be offended that you think that is the natural state of black women, bro. What are you talking about?
True. Okay, Cash Kid, let me say something. I said that in the beginning, that many black women do have a problem. Many black women do have a problem with that statue. So it's not really about men. See, I'm going to say something that's kind of woke, and I'm not really a woke guy, right? Your question might be considered a problem to say, well, in today's culture, why are you looking at that woman, like, why does she have to be sexy for you, right? What we need to be asking is it really accurate? See, in 1930, a heavyset black woman, 1930 now, when everybody mostly was not obese. Obesity was not an issue in 1930, let's say 1970, maybe even 1980. Obesity was not where it is today. So for the majority of black existence, right? That body style was not prototypical. It was not, right? So now all of a sudden you're going to make that real. When before, when they said, "What's what you people look like?" Because they had us like, hold on, bro, hold on. Hold on, I'm going to land it. So what I'm saying is, hold on, bro. What I'm telling you is, at one time they had us like cartoon characters in super black pigmentation and ruby red lips, and whites would tell you, well, that's what you look like. We knew that not to be true. So now, all this time that they told you your women were looking like that, now it's cool to say your women look like that. I'm not buying that.
Okay, welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess PH Diva.
Good day, sir.
What's your thoughts, beautiful? I got you, Hank, and I'm bring Hank in as well. What's your thoughts, Diva?
The average American woman is like a size 16. Everybody look like that. So I don't think it's some like racialized slight or whatever. Honestly, I just think it's ridiculous and indicative of low racial self-esteem in a lot of these people.
Which people exactly? The ones supporting the statue or the ones offended by the statue?
Oh, not you,
Which
baby.
ones have low self-esteem?
Right. I'm not talking about you. You have an accent, so this don't have nothing to do with you.
Really?
Really? Where you from?
Your mama house?
Oh, okay. Right. Now here we go with all the shame surrounding where we originated.
All right. So, and again, I don't understand why we have so I think the women that do have a problem with this statue is because they have a self-esteem issue. Any woman that have a problem, especially a black woman that have a problem with this statue, seeing themselves 12 foot tall, standing in Times Square in all her glory, you have a self-esteem issue. Because we could clearly say when we was having a conversation about it, hey, we all know somebody, grandma stand on a porch that look like that. We see them walking on a train. We see them going to work. When you see the goddamn nurses, the real nurses, not the goddamn Instagram
Sharon,
nurses,
let me ask
we
you this,
see is
please.
a lot of women that have this regular body shape. Majority of human beings in America cannot afford to shape their body to look like some goddamn Instagram model.
Statue of Liberty. Let's look at the Statue of Liberty, bro. I would kiss her. You know, if I was that giant, I would kiss her.
Mm-hmm.
She's beautiful. Okay,
Right, that's
you're talking
fine.
about somebody's
But
grandma.
the
Exactly
reason
how
why,
old is the woman supposed to be in the statue?
right? So the problem
Exactly
is that
how,
the problem is
how
this,
old
guys.
is the woman in the statue?
Especially where you from, we know that the women are bigger than the men. And I don't know why we trying to act like this is some kind of strange thing that
They
majority
don't
of
look like
women,
that, bro.
especially skinny men, they tend to be with a woman that is a little bit larger than them. We see it on a day-to-day basis, and now
And this
that
is
we have
coming
a
from me, and
realistic,
I'm
when we
saying,
have a
have you
realistic
seen
woman,
my?
when we have a realistic grown woman that possibly had a kid or two, standing tall in all her glory, no bra and all that, all of a sudden it's an issue. Now we want
Where are the kids, bro?
hold on. So now we want a fake image of a black woman. We want this Tiana Taylor version of her. I do not understand it for the life of me. It is okay. That is a beautiful statue. A woman can be absolutely a little bit overweight and be beautiful. I don't understand it. It's just that simple.
Where's the kids? What you're imagining kids, bro? What kids? I don't see any kids on the statue. And
Right,
again,
so
how old is she? Is
right,
she
so maybe
20s?
the problem is that you just didn't understand what the artist himself was trying to depict with the statue.
Explain, please.
And so maybe that's the issue. Maybe you have some kind of warped idea of what's going on in the world. It's probably because you are on that red pill BS that you keep hearing these nonsense men talk about. Majority of these men that you are listening to, they don't have the life that you think they have.
What, Sharon, are the female critics red pill too?
The female critics have low self-esteem. Yes, the ones that is talking, they know for a fact they talk bad about that statue. They're going to get the rise of the numbers hitting them up because all they got to do is lie. They know goddamn well. They go through their phone book. They will see natural size women there, and natural size women have a little bit of fluff. They are not LA Project size. They're not PhD Diva size. They're not Tiana Taylor size. They're not Holly Berry size. Majority of women are not that. It is okay that we have those iconic women that is represented in that way. That's beautiful. But majority of the women are not.
Yeah, she's not even that fat in that
And we know it to be true, right? Because we can just look at Rihanna, right?
Yeah.
And this is a woman that got plenty of money, and we see that she is not the way how she was. We see it.
Yeah.
The statue.
Sharon, you're talking about Africa. Please, let me just 1 second, then I'm gonna let you have it. You're talking about Africa. I need you to do one thing, bro, and Google the African Renaissance statue. It's in Senegal, and look at that thing.
Right,
because it's in Africa where we have
hold on. So I'm glad you brought that up. That's a beautiful statue, but it ain't reality. It's not. It's not even close to reality. Majority of men, even when you bring up that statue, majority of the men don't look like that man in that statue with his woman behind him.
Bro. Exactly. It's all art.
six-pack chest and all these things. And
Statues are not
that is not.
reality.
That is,
Sharon.
hold on.
It's
That is
art.
not the natural. That is not the natural look of human beings in the world. That is a fictional character, and it is okay.
It's art.
That is okay. That's fine, but that's a comic book. We talking about real life.
Sharon,
What? You're
So
talking about the statue in Senegal. You're talking about comic books.
Cash Kid, are you saying that you yourself, do you look like the man that was in that synagogue statue?
You want to see me with my shirt off, don't
I'd like to see you try it.
Man, it says bye tether. God damn. So it's $20 to bring back Cash Kid. Even you got 15 minutes in a box, Cash Kid. Just wait your time. You be all right. Go ahead after AR. I want to get AR in there. He's been very patient. Thank you, AR. Go ahead, AR. What's up?
Good morning, everybody. Why you let this dude on here with a Patreon in his name? That's crazy. That's crazy. Over here sponsoring himself or promoting himself or whatever. We knew Afro Nerd was going to be on here to talk about how women shouldn't be doing something. We knew he was going to be here to do it. The title is Father's Absence and the Manosphere. And he didn't get on here immediately, but he got on here as soon as y'all started talking about women and what they shouldn't be doing or how they're lying or how they're deceitful or something. That's predictable. I don't really have too much to say about what you guys were talking about. So,
well, let me respond to that. I don't have an issue with the topic because I'm prepared to talk about that. I just happened to come in when you were talking about makeup, and you were insisted that makeup isn't a form of misdirection, and the fact that it's literally called makeup. You know, you just weren't being honest about it. And I said, wait a minute. Well, I've seen quite a few women critique men. Like if a woman finds out you're wearing lifts, they're gonna tell you, they're gonna say you're lying. So you know, the criticism is only one way.
So are you comparing lifts to high heels? Because in lifts, you can't actually see that the person has lifts.
Well, high heels are visible.
Okay, so therefore,
right?
That's what he just said.
So therefore, lifts are deceitful, and high heels is in the open.
Well, lifts are intended to give the impression of height.
But if you can't see them, then it would be okay to call that a lie or deceitful because you don't notice that it's there. But makeup and high heels, you can visibly see that someone has them on. A wig, you can visibly see for the most part. I mean, depending on what the wig looks like, that somebody has a wig on. So it's not lying because you know they have it on. You know that's not what they really look like. You know that's not their real height.
Well, no, wait a minute. With even Sharon, you had said the extremes in makeup. There's a difference when someone is a conservative. When you said, well, the majority of women do X, Y, and Z with how they wear makeup, right? So we do know there's a whole culture of wizardry with hair that men aren't really aware of. Like this is not. I'm not the makeup expert, right? So I don't know what many of us do not know what they're getting when they say, "Hey, I didn't know that was your real hair." You know, there's the whole thing. There was whole years that folks where it was like, is she wearing a weave or is she not wearing a weave?
And we're asking the same thing about y'all beards these days, right? So there are several barbers who became millionaires giving black men man weaves and gluing on beards for them.
Yeah, so you don't like
know what y'all got going on, and we can say the same thing about a beard. Period. Right? When you grow out all that hair, we don't really know.
Okay, so everybody's lying then.
Under there,
so everyone is lying. Well, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Right. Well, so why are you talking over me? And so
I should ask you the same question. Go ahead.
You weren't talking. I was actually talking over Sharon. Nevertheless,
sorry,
you know, I thought about that this morning because for whatever reason, I think Angry Man was live and he was. It popped up on my feed. And so I, stopped for like 3 seconds, but I was just wondering, like, is that beard covering up like a triple chin or what,
Absolutely.
Yeah, pull up that James Harden picture, before and after.
but you can't have it the same way. You're going in on men that are doing some of these things.
Nobody was going in on men. It's just you. You just wanted to talk down about women. And Cash.
It's called critiquing.
Yeah, exactly. You find every single chance you get, you find a reason to critique women.
No.
What was the last thing you critiqued yourself over? After what was the last thing you critiqued yourself on?
I critique myself every day. I'm not here to.
So that's what I'm saying. So tell me, what was the last thing you critiqued yourself about?
Well, I used to be a hardcore gym rat. So because I had a house fire, I haven't been.
So you did not critique yourself on that speech impediment that you haven't gotten fixed yet?
I don't have a speech impediment.
But yes, you do. Yes, you do. Listen back. When you listen back to some of these shows, and you will hear that you actually do have.
No one has ever said that to me.
Okay, I'm telling you. Go listen back. You have a speech impediment.
Sure. No one has ever said it to me. No one.
I'm telling you. And it's the way I'm gonna tell you what it is too, right? When you pronounce your N's and your D's, sometimes you're not putting your tongue in the right place. I'm gonna tell you what it is, because I hear this in a lot of people, and it irks the shit out of me all the time. Because I'm like, why the fuck you can't just put your tongue in the right place, nigga? But nevertheless,
and Afro, you're not good with your tongue.
Listen back. Right, he don't know what to do with his tongue. Go listen back. You do have a speech impediment, so that's what you need to be more self-aware and spend more time critiquing yourself rather than trying to critique women. That's what I'm getting you to understand, baby. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have talked to you. Well, first, I'm not really going to talk to you because you're a dishonest player. You talk about men every time you get on. Every time you get on here, you cackle.
You said you weren't gonna talk to me, so don't talk about me. Go ahead and talk to Sharon.
Now, every time you get on here,
okay.
Well, you critique men with reckless abandon, and no one checks you for it. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's cool. Mm-hmm. So you can dump on men, quote unquote, and it's cool. But when it's flipped back strategically and surgically, all of a sudden it's something else. You've done this before. This is your shtick. When I said that an analogous way of having a man in the middle of Times Square with a do-rag, hat cocked to the side, Newports, and sagging pants, if that was a representation, if that was keeping it real, because we do know that brothers look that way in New York City and other places, other urban centers. If we put a statue that looked like that in the middle of Times Square, you went on and say, oh, well, no one will give you N-words, a statue like that anyway. You're not honest. You're never honest on the mic. You crack jokes, you cackle, and everybody knows it.
So what I was dishonest
about? Where the
statue
go? Who has a speech impediment? Where the statue go?
Yeah, where the statue go?
See, you are a liar. For real.
Okay, so then tell us where the statue at.
It was an inquiry. It was a supposition.
No, but you said I lied when I said would nobody.
I'm speaking quite clearly today. Can you hear me?
You said I lied.
Can you hear me?
I said nobody would do that for you.
Can you hear me?
So now where's the statue?
I said it was a supposition. It's an analysis. It is analogous. I had said,
if you're calling me a liar, you got to tell me what I exactly lied about. You can't make up some analogy and say I'm a liar, right? You got to tell me what I lied about.
Diva, you have a PhD.
No. Tell me what I lied about. You just called me a liar, sir.
I just have a master's and I have a graduate accreditation. Even as a master's, I do know that you do put.
But you can tell me what I lied about.
I'm telling you this.
No, but you told me I was a liar, and then you gave me an analogy when I asked you what I lied about. So just tell me what I actually lied about, not some made up shit that you concocted in your speech impaired head.
When you said that all men contribute to certain factors, that is a lie. When you come in and talk about all men do X, Y, and Z, you never.
No. Stop. What does that even mean?
You're never nuanced.
What does that even mean?
Your lack of nuance.
What does that mean? Because I didn't say that. I did not say that. I wouldn't say something as stupid as all men contribute to certain factors.
You're not a real person.
Make sense.
You're not a real person.
No. But tell me. Okay, we can talk about me being a good or bad person later. But tell me what that means.
No. We're gonna talk about it today. There's a reckoning. You come on here.
No, just tell me.
You disparage men repeatedly, and it's okay.
I want you to explain to me what I said. Right. I don't even know what that means. So what was the and all
I can tell you a specific lie. I can tell you a specific lie. I can tell you a specific lie.
Wait, but you just told me, didn't you just say I said all men contribute to certain factors? What does that mean? What was the conversation? Because that doesn't make any sense. You don't.
Anytime I've come on here.
Tell me when that happened. Tell me
answering
what
the
were
question,
we
but you
talking
won't let me.
about
You won't
when
let me
I
do it.
said
That's your stick.
all
You're
men
interrupting.
contribute to certain factors? Tell me what conversation was being had when I made that statement.
Pick a card, any card. Your
Oh,
whole
okay. See,
shtick.
here we go.
Your
You
whole.
can't give me
Well,
a
you don't like the answer.
specific. No,
You
but
don't
I
like the
did not
answer.
say that.
I,
That is my point. I didn't say that. I wouldn't say something as stupid as that. I can't even decipher that, right? So you're lying again, right? I done asked you 2 times to tell me what I lied about, and you done made up some shit both times.
well, you lied about me having a speech impediment. That's clearly
You
not the
do have a
case.
speech impediment. Go listen back. You have a speech impediment, baby.
Why do I have to listen back? Why can't we listen now?
Because you can't hear yourself. You can't hear
You
yourself like other people hear you. You
you
got to listen to
you have
yourself
said
back.
you have said my voice was light when it is not.
You do
My
have a
voice is
whole ass voice. You got
my
a whole
voice
ass
is
nigga
feminine.
voice. Yes.
My voice.
A whole
Okay,
ass
you lie.
nigga
Well, okay,
voice
there's
is
your
what
lie.
you
That's the
have.
first lie. Lie number one.
That ain't
What is
okay. So now
what
we
is a
finally
what is
getting to
what
a
is a
lie.
whole
Now
what
that's
is
the
a whole
first lie.
ass in it?
You just
Is that
said I lied 5 minutes
did you
ago
write your
and made up
dissertation?
2 lies about what I
Respectfully,
lied
doctor.
about. And now you
Respectfully,
talking
doctor.
about that's the first lie? Now that's the first
Respectfully,
lie, that you don't have a
respectfully.
whole ass
There's so
nigga
many. There's
voice
so many.
when we
I
all
can't keep
hear
up.
you.
Did you write your
No, that's
dissertation?
not what you
Did you write
said.
your dissertation on the
You
whole ass
keep
ends?
you
Did you
keep
write your
changing your
dissertation?
story, sir.
Did you
But you
write
keep
your
changing your
dissertation?
story. I'm just trying to have a conversation,
This is
right? So
ladies
I
and
was
gentlemen, you're not
lying. You
looking at a
made up
grown. Do
2
grown
things that
women,
I lied
do
about. Then
PhDs
when I
talk
said
this
you
way?
got a speech
Let's be
impediment, now
honest.
Yes.
that's the first
Yes, they do.
lie.
Publicly.
Yes. Have you seen Jordan Peterson? Yes. Of course
Oh,
they do.
what? Cursing people out,
Yes.
being
Yes.
disrespectful.
Yes.
I never seen
Plenty
Jordan
of
Peterson
people.
do that.
Plenty of
So
people do it.
come on,
Sam
Hank.
Beckman then.
Okay,
Come
so
on, Hank. Now,
okay,
you come on.
hold on. So here's the problem that I have. So what's her
You
name?
see his ass
Letitia,
tap dancing? Every time I try to
Letitia.
nail him
You
down.
said whole ass ends. Did you write your dissertation on whole ass ends to know
I
what one
did,
is?
actually. I did. You right in there too. I put you first. You in the
Right in
credits,
there.
nigga.
Right?
You in the
Is there
motherfucking
or
credits.
there? Is it there or there? Who has a speech impediment? You said there. Is it there or ask or ask?
It's there. It's X. I'm from
Now
Miami, baby. That's what it is.
Now you're correcting it. You
That's
see,
what
this is
it
why I
is.
talk about
I didn't
lying.
correct anything. I said X. AKS. That's what it is.
And also, so Afro, here's the problem that I have with whoever these women that you claim that had a disagreement with the statue. What do the Attorney General of New York look like? What's her name? Letitia what?
James?
Letitia James, yeah.
Do she kind of represent that body type?
I wouldn't say not exactly, but she's a
Okay,
heavier
but-
woman. She's not, I wouldn't qualify her as morbidly obese. No.
Right. Exactly, because that statue is not morbidly obese, right?
Well,
That
first of all, the statue is a
what I'm
fictional
saying is-
person.
Okay, so but you agree that it kind of represents Letitia James.
Sharon.
Okay, so let's go with but what I'm saying is that we'll go with that. What's that other lady that was in Atlanta? She was
Stacey Abrams.
okay, Stacey Abrams. Do she represent that same body type as well?
Does she represent? I think so.
Okay, so when we start peel back the onion, we just be honest. We see that the women that are doing great things also represent that body type as well.
Right.
And we should be applauding the fact that a woman can be naturally herself, don't have to make some fake ass, fake titties, get rid of her gut surgically, do all these things, and get herself possibly do unnecessary surgery like Kanye West's mom did, because she was, guess what? She was the same size as that woman of that stature as well. She went and got herself some surgery, and what happened to her? Again, we should be pushing and promoting, saying, hey, yes, beautiful black natural woman is beautiful enough to stand 12 feet tall in Times Square.
Sharon, you know where the low self-esteem really comes in?
With that one, Afro.
I can.
Yeah,
I can. So let me tell you what the deal is.
Hey, Afro nerd, I ain't gonna lie.
You need some salt. You need some salt and pepper on that one. So this is the deal, right? So that statue is in the middle of Times Square. It is encircled by other statues that do not look like that statue. As George Cohan, who we know to be a famous actor, screenwriter, playwright, and so forth, songwriter. George Cohan is in Top Hat and Tails. He's got a cane. There's a statue there of a famed chaplain who was in World War I as well as the Spanish American War, right? These are the elite of the elite. You have that in the background. You have this unknown sister that is fictional. To me, that is a problem. Now, I told you that you could have had Esther Roll there who had that body type, but we would have known it was Esther Roll, the famed actress portraying, Florida Evans in a equally iconic role, beloved role on television. It would have meant something. There would have been a story. There's no story. It's just, well, this is what black people look like. To me, that is low self-esteem. That's white people actually trolling you.
So again, when
Okay,
Gina, so
I
again,
didn't kick it, and you're trying to find something.
You want to use a specific person, right? That's fine, right? So
Like everybody else, there's a story. Where's the story for this person, this fictional fat woman?
When we go
with her hands on her hips.
When we go with Gina from Martin Show, right? And we fast forward to her to having children, and now she's doing a show with one of the Wayans brothers. What does she look like?
Well, you know what? Look, I told you. I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. But this is not Gina.
So if you're not disputing,
this is anybody. Everyone else is a high iconic person. For black people, black representation, we don't know who this person is. So you can look.
Perfect. So that's
the point.
So that's the problem. Afro, we do know who this woman is.
Who is it?
A normal, everyday woman going to work, taking care of her family. That is the problem. We trying to act like we don't know who she is.
Okay,
we know exactly who that woman is.
Okay, so I'm gonna land a plane on this one. So tell me this. So explain this to me. So going back for many years, let's say starting from 1980, going backwards. Right, 1980 going backwards, they still gave you that same black woman when we even, I think the doctor can run the numbers, blacks, whites, the totality of the nation did not have an obesity problem, and they still give you that image. They still gave you Beulah as an image. They still gave you this fat black mammy. Matter of fact, the mammy stereotype or archetype was a thing. So why are you comfortable about having this as a representation as being quote unquote real when it wasn't real for most of our existence in this country?
Because that woman that was on that set, she was not designed as the mammy type. That is not.
No. Your comprehension is bad there, bro.
What I'm saying is that
I didn't kick it already. I don't want to explain this. You're kind of going around the rosy.
I'm not going around the
rosy. I told you most of the time. I'm going to repeat this, and I'm out of here. What I'm saying is this. Most of the time of the black experience, they gave you the obese black mammy standard, right? You can look at the pancake boxes, all of that. That's what they gave you, and that was not reality. Now all of a sudden, it's reality, and you're comfortable with that?
No, that's not what
I land a plane. I already kicked it, bro. Already kicked it.
Hold on. So the problem is that what you are missing is that I'm giving you real life examples of people that live it.
You're going around the rosy. Ring around the rosy, bro.
I'm not going around the rosy. What I'm saying to you is this: that we have legit people in today's society now that is standing on podiums. Stacey Abrams, Letitia James, they have that same body type, and they would get considered as having an attitude because they standing up for something. They say Letitia James right now, she's getting dragged because of whatever. Stacey Abrams, we know the Manosphere was attacking her for whatever, even though she was all natural, no makeup, no weave, none of those things. They still attacked her. So that woman, that statue is normal. It is not this goddamn mammy version of Aunt Jemima. That's not what that statue represents. So we cannot conflate those two things and try to bring the mammy Aunt Jemima person into what this statue is. It doesn't represent that, Afro. And I want to get Marvelous' opinion there as well. Again, Marvelous.
What's going on, man? Yeah, so I don't have much to say about those statue thing. I understand the context what it's about. For the most part, the creator of it put it out there for the most part because it was supposed to be in opposed to white nail statues. This was a counteract to the white statues. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, it's supposed to be David. Does it look like David to me?
No, wait, no. Let's not
No,
go there.
he said David.
I need to
He said
no.
David.
It's okay. Sorry. We don't need to. I need to know if Sharon's aware of that. Sharon, are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so that's why the conversation sounds kind of off to me. I can have the conversation with you if you don't know why the statutes were made. So, because it'll be basically me having to educate you on what's really happening. And Avanor has his own point, but I wouldn't even try to make that point because it doesn't have to go there. The whole point of this is this. This was set up by a black man, right? A black man is the one who's going to take ownership of this because he's the one who put this image of a black woman out there. And not just in that location, but in specific locations. This man chose this strategically, all right? This was to go against the white narrative of seeing all the white men. Now, I don't like it because he figured that it was the black woman who's supposed to be in the shadows of white men. I don't like that because all he did was put our women against the white man. You said black women are the ones that are supposed to be opposed to the white man. And then on top of that, because of how you chose to represent, you say it's the reality of it, which I can agree. Most people are obese. It is what it is. But there are also standards. And to say that this is the people that you're trying to go up against, you're saying that our worst standard is compared to your best standard, which is some bullshit.
Okay, hold on.
You're saying our worst standard. No, wait, I'll say it again. You're saying that I'll say it one time. Our worst standard is in best comparison to your best standard.
How can our regular standard person be the worst?
Okay, regular. Let's just talk about what's regular. Regular means that it comes at what? Is it the best? No, it's not the best. Anytime you see a statue, it's supposed to do three things at least. Inspire you to some at least, or at least have some type of remembrance, or at the very least, an ideal. Now, if we're looking at this, when you look at it, what is the strong interest or value to those who bear witness to it? To everyone who witnessed the statue, what are they saying to themselves when they see this?
So what they're saying is that, hey, this is saying that the normal everyday woman is beautiful enough, strong enough to stand 12 foot tall in Times Square.
That's what you're saying. That's a beautiful point you can make for yourself. But everyone, this is why there's no consistency with this. It's very subjective. And that's what you have to notify here. This is subjective because the intent of this was not supposed to celebrate in something or commemorance or remembrance or even an ideal. This was composed to the white statues. These statues only exist because a black guy saw that, hey, I'm tired of looking at these white statues. I need something black to look at us that represents us. I'm going to put these up there. This was done out of spite of the white man statues.
Okay, so therefore you're all right. So I wasn't off what I was saying. Again, it is saying that our normal, regular black woman is powerful enough to stand 12 foot tall in the middle of Times Square. I do not understand. And that is the average black woman is powerful enough to stand.
And I said that.
Hold on, to stand tall enough against all of these so-called miracle white man statues. Yes, that is positive.
But you're saying, but that's what I just told you. I said that exact same word. You said it could be the average person, and that is something that we can look up to, which is nothing. Because there's nothing to look up to. You're already average. There's no bar to look up to. You are the person that statue. So there's nothing to go and progress ahead and say that you're great. No, you are great just the way you are. You're mediocre at best. And that's fine. It's okay to be mediocre.
No.
That's just no. That's your argument. That's your argument.
I have to agree with you on that one.
No, hold on. That's not my argument.
You said normal people, so I stand on it.
Okay, so Jesus Christ. Don't listen with emotional ears. Listen to what I'm actually saying.
Oh, don't listen to emotion. That's the first time. Go ahead, continue.
He's right.
Okay, Marvelous on 10 today, Sharon. You better get it together.
Let me buck up.
Or just concede to the argument. Why can't you just be wrong and take the L?
Because it's not.
He can't. He's emotional. He can't do it. He can't do it.
But to you, Marvelous. But one thing, Marvelous, when you talked about
the problem is that you're 100% incorrect. So again,
I know I am 1,000% always incorrect, Sharon. I can never be right with you, bro.
Let me explain my point.
Go ahead, explain it the way I explain it.
Masters, figure it out.
I need you to stop listening emotionally. Be a man and understand.
Don't be a man now.
Oh,
You're
okay.
gonna shame me now. Go ahead, continue.
Be a man.
The neural computer. The neural computer.
Be a man. Can you define what a man is, though?
Be a man and be a man and
Loading.
I need to calm down. I don't want to start moving on the problems, all right? All right. So again, if you bring
big word if
Times Square mammy.
If you bring Michael Jordan to the basketball court and I put my average guy and I say my average guy can beat Michael Jordan, does that mean that the top dogs are worse than Michael Jordan?
Relevance.
Right. So what
you're
that
missing
means?
Sorry, you're missing. No, wait. Sharon, because you're conflating. No, you're conflating two different arguments. And you're not sticking to the main basic argument.
You're not conflating. I'm trying to get you.
Yes, you are. This is called misdirect. You're trying to gaslight me in real time.
I'm trying to get you to understand something. If I put my average guy against your best guy, that is saying that you cannot fuck with me because just what? The smallest dude, the average guy, your best guy cannot beat. So therefore, you don't even want to talk about who my best is. And I don't know why y'all missed that.
That made no sense. Sharon, that made absolutely no sense. Stop. Just stop.
You know, wait a minute. I think he has a point. I think Sharon has a point, but this is where his point gets lost. That average person, we don't know the average person's story. Just like we don't know this average statue's story. That's the issue. So if you
wait, don't go there. Because when you say average, he's conflating two things: the known and unknown. So that person that's beating Michael Jordan, he's not an average person. He's not an average person. He's someone we don't know. That's what I'm saying. He's making two complete arguments and trying to make he's trying to gaslight this situation. And I'm not falling for the bullshit.
But Marvelous, you're onto something. I'm going to concede to you. I think I was giving a similar argument, but you honed in on it very well. But I'm going to tell you this: be careful of going into this. Well, this is a black artist, because black artists do make bad art. You got NLE Chopper and you got Duke Ellington. Full stop. So when we go into this thing about when we go into there we go right there. See that's what I'm talking about. You're trying to make excuses for minstrelsy. I don't do that. I don't put the minstrel on high regard. That's the issue in our black community. These white folks and others. Well, look, you're spitting hot fire. Your head is turning right now.
Your whole life is about trying to measure up to the white.
You know something?
Man
just because you say so doesn't make white folks said that the world was flat.
Get you some counseling because that's ridiculous.
From a woman that calls every man on this panel, or me, calls me out my name every day. I've never called you out my name, out your name. I don't do that.
Mm-hmm. And so what?
So someone who is a doctor,
right?
A doctor of letters. I would not expect you to be calling me or someone else, because I have a difference of an opinion. You seem to be very comfortable in calling me the N-word and just being very disrespectful, unladylike. This is not what I would perceive for someone with a doctor's of letters. I don't get that.
Bro, is this a fucking counseling session, dude? God damn, man. Get to the point.
Your opinion or what you think, like
I didn't know I was on your time. I didn't know it was on your time, AR. My apologies.
Yeah, you're on everybody's time, and you just over here yapping about how you upset because someone's bullying you. Shut the hell up and get to your point.
I don't know too many people that when intellect is being displayed that they're comfortable with it. So you're actually showing me who you really are.
All right, dude. Hurry up,
man.
I'm not a doctor of letters.
Let me put my tap dancing shoes away.
I'm telling you to talk about the intellect that you say that you're displaying.
We're adults.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not an adult. Okay, that's cool. Anyway, I'm telling you to get to the intellect instead of bitching about someone complaining or someone bullying you.
Guess what?
So get to the intellect. Nobody cares about you getting bullied. Nobody cares.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Bro,
How about that?
no, who cares?
Gotcha.
Who cares about you being bullied? Nobody cares about you being bullied. Every single time you see her on here, you complain about how she bullies you. Talk to her. Go talk to her privately about your issues. Nobody cares about them. Nobody cares about them.
Is this Black Bumpkin? I can't get into Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. They won't let me in. You sound like that, bro. You sound very soft.
You are literally complaining about someone bullying you. You literally stopped your entire speech to talk about someone bullying you, and you're telling someone else that they sound soft.
No, it's not stop. It calls correction.
You did. You just keep on. You're on here and you bully me every single time you're on here, and like shut the fuck up and just get to your point.
Why the cursing? I find that
I'm back here. I'm back.
the eraser.
Okay.
I'm the teacher. I'm the eraser. I'm correcting you,
bro.
sir.
No matter what cadence you speak at, and no matter how many times you try to use certain jargon, it doesn't make you a leader. It doesn't make you a leader.
See, if I said axe or was a little bit more homey or down, as you would say, you would be more comfortable with that. But because I'm articulate, like Malcolm,
you don't even talk
like
like
Dr.
that.
King,
Cut it out.
Okay,
you don't talk like that. DAT, what's that?
So hold on.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
This is a cakewalk, people. You're watching A Star Is Born. This is a cakewalk. This is a cakewalk. You black folks are really painful. Minstrelsy in real time. Minstrelsy in real time. You are the children of Dr. King and Malcolm X, and you're still tap dancing with war bells coming out your mouth.
Hold on.
Not really cool. Not really cool, baby. Not really cool.
I like watermelon.
All right, hold on. So look, hold on. Afro nerd. All right. Okay. Hey, look, you cannot say you want to put a hold on. You cannot say you want to hold on. You can't say you want to put a statue of her and then now you try to use it as an insult. So again, I already crushed Marvelous Opinions.
Funny.
Yeah, it's okay. So I crushed it by I crushed it by saying that our so-called mediocre average person.
Marvelous, I got you. You got it. You got it.
He's saying what I said. He's gonna say what I said. Go back and play. He's saying exactly what I said. He didn't say nothing new.
Hold on.
Well, why do the men have such strong opinions about this statue of this woman?
It's an opinion show, Miss PhD. It's an opinion show.
Okay.
Guys, why are they so strong? Is what I asked. And my name ain't Miss PhD, it's Dr. PhD.
Hold on 1 second. So again, what I'm saying is this. So literally the man is saying that our average black woman is just as powerful to put against your so-called white statues. And for some reason, black folks is up in awe, which is crazy. It's not celebrating mediocrity. That's not what that is, right? Saying that you cannot deal with my average is actually an insult to the other side. But clearly, some people just not smart enough to understand that. If I say you cannot listen, you don't want to race Sha'Carri Richardson because she's our best. We're going to give you our freshman that is working on it. You could try to beat her, and then we can have a conversation. That's
exactly what it is.
All right, so that's a troll. So that's a disrespect to the other side, not to ourselves.
Yes, and I said that. Wait. I'm gonna put this out there. I said this particularly. I said the artist is a very skewed and insecure way of looking at black women specifically in comparison to white men. He himself casts black women in shadows of white men in protest of the white man's position. Some black women support this narrative because I believe that people go support it because it pushes the importance of black women to the general public. It's not to say ignore us. It's not to say that we are everything, but it's most part, in my opinion, it's like we want to be idolized for our excellence, no matter what shape or form it comes in, no matter what it comes in. That's all I see from this.
Can come in that form, the form of that shadow.
Yes, I get
there
that.
are plenty of black women who look like that and are excellent.
And I'm saying that, PhD. I'm saying that's exactly what they're saying.
No, you're not.
Marvelous, I got you.
Hold on.
I literally just said it.
Marvelous, hold on. It's okay. Go ahead, Diva, and then Afro Nerd.
Yeah, if that's what he's saying, then what's the problem? And I really don't understand why people are upset, because it really is a pretty neutral, statue, and it's almost like a Rorschach test, which is one of those projection tests. They show you a picture that's ambiguous, and then whatever you say or however that picture makes you feel is actually an indication of what you got going on internally. And that's the only thing I can think of, because this statue really shouldn't be.
I can tell you why.
Pedestalizing mediocrity. That's what it is.
Can she finish saying
it's pedestalizing mediocrity.
Hold on. Okay, with the Miyak, I don't know. Y'all are crazy. But go ahead, Diva. Finish your point.
Yeah. So it really isn't, something to be this up in arms about, especially as a man. And then a lot of the women who have such strong feelings about it. You know, when you look at them, a lot of times they look like this woman. And so I have to wonder, what does that mean? Or at least they did before they started taking Ozempic. But you got to
Do
wonder,
you
like, excuse me?
No,
do,
stop
do you
doing
look
that, man.
like
Don't
a
interrupt her.
woman?
Stop interrupting her, man. Damn.
Oh.
Go ahead, Diva.
Oh, that's the dude from Africa who too scared to say where he's from.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
You
so
know where I'm from.
I do not know where you're from. I
I'm
don't
sorry.
know you.
Let her finish, please, Cash Kid. Thank you.
So yeah, I just
ahead,
think people need to examine, you know, what they have going on internally, because I mean, if the statue look like you, then if you have a problem with it, that means you got some work to do personally. And if the statue don't look like you, I don't understand what the problem is. Did you want them to make a personalized statue of you? It's
All
Can I
so
right.
respond to
crazy.
So,
that? Can I?
all
I
right.
think
No,
I was
wait.
next.
I had
I
too
think.
quick. Miss Diva.
Well, hold on. I was next. Teron told me I was next.
Okay, yes.
Okay, very good.
Oh
Very
my
good. Very good.
God, this nigga,
Very good.
bro.
Hold on. Hey,
Silent
listen.
control.
Hold on, please. Jesus. Hey, I'm also want to say this. Stop trying to tell me in my chat that other people live when y'all don't go on other chats and say Sharon is live. Shit is fucking annoying. The disrespect gotta stop. Like I don't fucking get it. We got all these other people coming up here talking about they the number one show. I be kicking y'all fucking ass by myself. The fuck y'all talking about? I'm getting tired of that shit. Y'all gonna stop disrespecting me on my own fucking show. I'm the fucking best in this fucking space. I don't give a fuck who you think it is better. I'm proving day to day that I'm better. Now go run tell that shit. I don't give a fuck who you try to put in front. I'm cooking their ass. Literally and figuratively.
Thanks for sharing how you feel about yourself, Sharon.
Talk your
Appreciate
shit.
that.
Talk your shit, bro.
All right, so now
Talk
we're
your
gonna allow Afro Nerd to jump in there, and Marvelous also want to address what P. Diva said. Let's try to keep it short and concise as much as possible. Go ahead.
Okay, so to dovetail off
That,
of what
that was to you, Afro Nerd.
I'm not paying attention to what he says. To dovetail off of what Marvelous was talking about, right? Like that juxtaposition of power versus this unknown fictional black woman. Let's get away from the body type. Let's talk about why not General Harriet Tubman there, right? Why wasn't General Harriet Tubman? Why was she not there to represent someone who actually was confrontational with white male power, right? Or why not Fannie Lou Hamer? So what the person looked like doesn't really matter, because again, we're talking about someone of substance. Because you're talking about keeping it real. Why are black folks being positioned to keep it real when no one else, when they put out statues, which is really about idolatry and iconography,
Yes.
purpose is not to keep it real. The purpose is to inspire, to aspire. That's not what happens with us. With us, we keep it real. We've been keeping it real since 1619. When does it stop? That's it. Marvelous is correct on this.
Yeah, he's absolutely wrong. Go ahead, Marvelous.
All right. So, this is my response to Miss Dr. PhD. The first question that came to mind was like, who is this? You know, in terms of the statue, who is she? Is she important? This is the first thing that comes to my mind, right? And then the answer I got is that it's essentially an artistic protest to the white man's statues. Basically, a participation trophy, which is cringeworthy on the surface. That's how I see it personally. I see it as a participation trophy that is cringeworthy on the surface, because there's no substance, there's no story, there's no inspiration. It's just saying, hey, let's put more representation up here because I'm tired of seeing the white man. So I want to see something that I see every day, basically, essentially. I see people like this every day. So I'm going to make this a thing that's supposed to stand out in some way. That's the main word, stand out, be exaggerated, or at least express some type of feeling, emotion when you see it. But it doesn't really do anything for me. It just gives me questions. I don't feel anything for it personally, but after I got the answer that this was just supposed to be basically done out of resentment. This was supposed to be a get back at white men. That's why that statue exists. If not for white men statues, this statue wouldn't even be there. Main word, there, in that specific location. Why is it not in our community? Why can't we look, you know what I'm saying? There's so many questions you can pull and look at it, but I know why he did it. Again, this was a response to white men. This was not supposed to be for black women particularly. You guys so happen to be the thing that he used to pillar his ideology, but in actuality, he's doing it in spite of white men. This was not to be a thing for like, oh yeah, we're going to uplift and us. No, that's the illusion part. That's what we were saying earlier. It's how you feel about when you see statue. It's subjective. Since there's no story, you can feel how you want to feel. You're not
Okay,
wrong feeling how you
you're
feel.
repeating
But
yourself
the
now.
answer is
Okay,
this.
okay,
It's simple as this.
All right. You're repeating yourself now. So
Okay.
But that was the point, for you to create that story, right? Or to recognize that, hey, this, woman this nondescript woman that walking down the street, she got a story. Right?
But PhD, that wasn't the point. That's the point was he said himself that it was supposed to be going to protest against all the white men statues. That's the reason why that statue's there. Specifically
Right.
in those locations.
And so why are the white
That's
men
the
statues
purpose.
there? Right. So why are the white
But
men
that's it.
statue there?
Well, all the statues that exist for white men, for historical purposes, ideology purposes, they have some type of story behind them. This was more of a participation trophy.
Right.
okay,
This
so
says,
stop there.
Contrasting with a statue of a black woman, he's saying all of that stuff is true, right? For this woman too, this person too, who is the polar opposite of a white man, but she got all the same stuff, right? She got history, she got a story, she got excellence, all of that stuff. And so I just,
you know what? That's beautiful. No, that's beautiful. What you said was beautiful. I'm glad you caught that with it, honestly. But I'm saying intentionally, and that's a byproduct of what you got from it, right?
no, it's
That's
not.
beautiful.
No,
I'm not
it's
refuting
not.
that. It is.
That's
It's
not a
subjective. That's what
byproduct.
you
That's
story.
what that
That's your
means.
story. But is
That's
that
what
not your
that
story, not
means.
your opinion? But that's your
It's
opinion behind the story,
oh my
right?
God, this is crazy to me.
Okay.
Again, this is why I try to bring it into sports so you can understand. If you are the top dog in your gym since you like to work out, and you say you've been training these 10 kids, I'm gonna bring you my mediocre kid to show you that all these men that are propping you up, that y'all prop up, and that is Mr. Universe. That Mr. Universe cannot compare with my middle kid. That is saying worse about the other, not about ourselves. I don't understand how you don't understand that.
Because Sharon, what
I don't know
would
how you're
happen
missing
if
this,
after
Sharon.
you did
You're really conflating two
what
different
would
things.
happen if
That's it. Hold on, because I got so Marvelous, you saying you don't understand what I'm saying?
No, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying.
I'm
You're
asking you a
completely
question. Hold on.
Okay, what is so you deflect the question? Go ahead, deflect the
Do you
question. Deflect the
understand?
question.
Hold on. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Of course, what you're saying is real basic. It's a byproduct of what the statue represents. It's like honestly, it's like yes, that part exists, but that's not the antithesis or reason why it exists in the first place.
So now, if that part exists, why are you fighting it so hard?
Because you're not looking at the reason, the main reason why it exists, the big part. You're missing that.
Is that
you're overlooking that?
Okay, so the main part is to oppose white men, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so what the fuck?
That's what drove the artist to make what he made.
Stop. So what are you missing that our average black woman deserves a statue like your best white men? What is part of that?
I never said any problem with it, Sharon. Don't put words in my mouth. I told you what I said. I said
because hold on.
It's not a problem. It's not a problem. That's your answer. It's not a problem.
Marvelous. Hold on, so you can understand the reason why those two things connect, because you are missing it for whatever reason.
Okay, I missed something. Okay, go ahead.
Because I'm literally agreeing with you that our average black woman gets the same statue as your best white man. How is that a slight on black people?
I never said it was a slight. That's what I'm saying. You're inserting things I've never said.
Okay, so what is your argument?
There was no argument, except for the fact that only thing I questioned was what was the story behind it. I said, give me an answer. I said, my answer.
No argument. Hold on. If it's no argument, then why try to say something else?
Because I'll tell you why. I was trying to fill the gap.
Hold on. If you agree that our average woman deserves a statue just like your best white man, therefore us as a community is doing way better than them, correct?
If you want to say that, take it that way, you can take it that way. Yes, go ahead, continue.
Okay, so now what do you disagree with?
The only disagreement I had, sir, with this whole shebang that unraveled into this subject, which it should not have gone to, was the fact that what y'all are talking about, y'all not gonna be wrong about. How you feel about art, what was being expressed through here, you're never gonna be wrong. So you can take the statue however you want to take it, right? But the artist was like, wait.
Hold on, no, stop. I need you to pause. Again, I'm telling you how I'm taking it, right? And then I'm
Yes, and I
asking
said
you,
I acknowledge
okay,
that.
okay, so
You're not
stop.
wrong about how you
Okay,
feel.
so
You're not
stop.
wrong.
Okay, so all right then. So why are you arguing if I'm not wrong?
I'm saying you guys are going to argue because you guys feel differently about it. That's the whole point of what I'm trying to bring up. Y'all all going to argue about this because of how y'all feel about it. But
Okay,
I
so
say you guys can understand. Wait. And my argument is
hold
at
on.
least
So
stand
hold
with the
on.
truth.
I need
But
hold
why
on,
does that do
Marvelous.
exist in the first place?
Hold on, Marvelous. You saying your argument is that we're gonna have an argument about it?
I'm saying you guys are going to continue to argue over this statue because of based on how y'all feel. But y'all can stand on the truth and make the statue exist.
I'm trying to get clarity. I'm not trying to argue with you. So I want to understand, yes or no. You saying that your argument is that we are going to argue.
No, that's not an argument. My statement, again,
Your ass is crazy.
you're
Yo,
really missing this, Saran.
yo, I'm really trying
Listen,
to
listen, listen again.
hold on,
Listen
Marvelous.
again one time.
Hold
You're not
on.
listening.
Please, the problem is that I am listening because you're saying you agree
Then
with
why
me.
you cut me off when I talk then? Because you're not
Because
listening. You're not listening.
Why is he angry?
the reason why I'm
It's
cutting you off,
frustrating me right now. It's so frustrating. Gaslighting is crazy.
the reason why I'm cutting you off because I'm trying to get you to go down a straight line and you are not willing to go, right? Because I don't
Okay,
know,
go ahead and continue gaslighting me.
I don't know if you're afraid to just stand on your perspective or your point of view.
I stand
or
on
you
that.
just
Don't
wanna
move.
keep it-
You're the one moving it.
You gotta allow me to explain what I'm saying. So again, I'm trying to get to an understanding. You already said you agree with my take. You said, okay, yes, I understand what you were saying, Sharon. And then I say, okay,
Yes.
now, if you agree with me, what are you arguing? And what you said, I am arguing the fact that y'all going to have an argument about it, is what you said.
I misspoke. What I should say to you, so there's no further confusion, my statement is that you guys will continue to argue. My argument is that we should try to stand on what is known and what is true, which is what I talked about the artist. His reasons are true. That's not subjective. That is the absolute truth of the situation. There's nothing else. Everything else is going to be subjective. Everything else is a
Well,
byproduct of this.
can I say something? So, okay. So
Yes,
there's the
yes, ma'am.
artist who created the statue, right? But he creates that his statues are in several different places as we speak, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But they have to be commissioned to be brought there, right? And so there's someone that is responsible for saying, "Hey, you can come put your statue right here." And so there had to be someone over Times Square that determines which installations are brought there, right?
Yes, of course.
He can't just
Where are
go
we
and
going
put
with
his
this?
stuff in there. Right. He can't just go and put a statue there. Okay. So that person who decides is called the director of Times Square Arts. Right. And
Okay.
so they wanted that statue in Times Square. And the reason that director stated for wanting the statue at times in Times Square is because of the novel ways in which the artist imparts a sense of reverence for people's everyday humanity.
Yes. I'm not
Right.
disagreeing either. It's all
So that's
facts.
why they brought it there. If he was a sculptor who created statues of like highly idealized people, they wouldn't have brought him there. Is what she's saying or he's saying. They wanted it
So,
because of the way he
yes.
presents the everyday person, just doing everyday things.
Yes. And I don't agree. I don't disagree with any of that. The only thing I was saying, like I said, is just say what you're saying. I'm saying that's what we should be talking about. All the other byproduct is all subjective. What you're gonna feel about is how you feel about it. Which again, your perspective was very beautiful. I like that. That was beautifully laid out. I liked how you looked at it. Strong had his point of view. It was cool. Mine was just a question. I didn't really have no real feelings about it because I was trying to figure out what's the whole buzz about. It's just a statue. And then I found out who and why, and I said, oh, okay, makes sense. And I was content with that. Now some people are not content with it because they just don't understand why it exists in the first place. And I said, just stand on that. That's my argument. Stand on the truth. Stand on why those statues and who put them there for the reason. Besides having your own opinions about how it makes you feel, talk about why it's even there in the first place.
So I'm ready to counter argue against him. Are you ready, Sharon?
Welcome. Thank you, KT, for being patient. Thank you, Hank, for being patient. Also, before you go, Hank, let me also get MJ, because I know she don't really have that much time. So hopefully y'all two brothers are not too upset. Go ahead, MJ.
Hey everyone, I'm not going to be that long. In reference to the statue, I can see both sides, right? Anyone who wants to look at the statue as positive, as in it's just a regular everyday black, not even black American woman, even though that's a black American woman statue, but the U.S. women in general, the sizes is 14 to 16, right? That's the size that the average woman in America is right now. I didn't see anything necessarily wrong with the statue. That is a woman that is out there, and that is the representation of that woman. However, I see the other side too, right? Because from what I learned from the artist is a biracial man who is married to a white woman, and he made these statues and he's putting them in specific places, in urban cities and stuff like that. And from what I know, and this is only my opinion, I could always be wrong, but it seems like it's another way to put Black women to the front of the line when it comes down to the political era. Now, we all know that a lot of women who is a part of the 92% said they're sitting down, minding their business and taking care of themselves. So if going off of what Marvelous Opinion is saying, that this is a quote unquote stand up to the white man or clap back to the white man, why is a Black woman's image being used for that? He could have used Black men if he was making an example of the everyday woman. He could have added other women along with the Black women that is doing their thing under whatever the circumstance of society is, but he didn't. And now we see two different opinions about the statue. We have ones that are taking it positive. Oh, I'm seeing me. I'm seeing my grandmother. I'm seeing my aunt, and then we have the others that are saying, this is only depicting Black women as a collective as this, and or making her the quote unquote stand against the white man or stand against the white supremacy trope all over again. So I see both sides, but this is what arts do. Art is supposed to express different type of emotions in everyone. And I'll drop the mic.
So I think the problem is that for a long time, at least in the past 10 years, Black women been the main ones fighting against white supremacy. It ain't a bunch of men images out there that is fighting against it. We see what we got. We got Chaotic Truth. We got Anton Daniels. We got Marvin Gaines. We got Greg Adams. Like, we see that these men are trying to side with the white man.
No, I understand that, Sharon, but the only problem is if collectively a lot of Black women is saying they're not doing that anymore, and they have made it known. They said they're the 92%. They did their job last year, and they stepping down. Stop putting us in the middle of shit. You know what I'm saying? For whatever political attack or whatever social attack you're trying to do with people that you have a problem with. Stand on your own 2 feet and stop using us as the image of that.
Right. So that is fine that that Black women are saying, hey, we ain't fighting no more. We ain't going to speak up anymore. That's fine that they're doing it now. However, we can't erase the past 10 years and that the main culprit of who is fighting back and doing a pushback was not Black men.
No, I understand that too. But here's the thing. Look up all the negative emotions that's coming out of it. Look who's being attacked, because we are still once again being used to be the face of any movement. We are being attacked. We are being called, like, literally that statue, which is not even an actual person, even though it looks like Letitia James to me. But this statue is not even a real person, and it's receiving racism and is also receiving misogyny because of how it looks. Because it is not the quote unquote standard or the of beauty and whatever not. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And this is just a freaking statue. So imagine what a person or a woman who actually look like that in real life is dealing with every single day. Sometimes enough is a fucking enough. We're not the fucking face for your fucking movement. Pick up your own fucking bootstrap and you face your own fucking demons your damn self. But you can't sit up here and put us as the fucking face of fucking movements and then fucking get mad at us that we are the face of the movement. It was a fucking biracial man who did that. It was one of these fucking black men, biracial men, that made that fucking statue, not us. We didn't ask for that fucking statue.
Right. I agree. Y'all did not ask for the statue. I agree. However, I don't know what, if we was to put a black man there, what would he look like?
That would be up to them.
No,
but
why?
you notice that even that man who's a biracial man and this mixed man here, right? He didn't put his image.
Right. So that's no. All I'm just asking is the question: if we was to say, "Hey, we come together," we say, "Hey, a black man should have been there instead of a average black woman." What do the average black man look like, and do he represent any kind of fighting back? Is the question. And that's the problem, right? Nobody can say, yes, the average black man represents fighting back. He don't. That's the problem. The average black man is not a representation of fighting back. He's a representation of keeping the system going.
I would say yes and no, right, with that, right? Because I do see some black men who has the image of, fighting back, you know what I'm saying? And standing on their grounds. But when it comes down to that statue.
So look, you see how you had to go to some to even attempt to have a conversation.
But the sum is just me being truthful. I can't.
Right, when we say the average, that means 51% or greater of men that is up there standing up and fighting back, like how Roz Barker just got arrested in Newark, New Jersey, as he's the mayor of the town.
Right, I would prefer
that is not, Roz Barker is not the average black man. That's the problem. Even though he tried to front like it by putting on a goddamn baseball cap, right? He had a full suit on, but he had to put a cap on to make it seem what? Urban? I don't know.
I get it. But here's the thing. Again, using our image, and then look what's happening. Not only are we still being attacked by everybody else in the fucking world and their opinions about black women in general, you even have black men also doing it. So we're still being fucking attacked by everyone because we're being put out there, and this time we didn't fucking ask to. That's what the point I'm trying to make. It's one thing when you want to make an argument if we're trying to be the one on the fucking front line. Now black women as a collective is not trying to be on the front line anymore. Y'all told us to sit our motherfucking asses down. Y'all told us to fucking stop trying to be the center of attention and all that shit like that. And we have done it, and because y'all not getting the fucking results that y'all want, because we're not fucking making the moves like how we used to, y'all you use our image to fucking start the shit all over again. It's very convenient to do that. It was the same thing when it happened with all those fucking marches that have been happening for the past 2 months. When the news channel who had news reports was putting out AI black fucking images of black women with their fucking fists up, knowing not a single fucking one of us or barely literally under 0.1% was a part of any of those fucking marches. But yet they still used our fucking image to do it.
Well,
so we get all the brunt.
No, but that's not it, right? And so I agree with everything you saying, except for and that's why we get all the brunt. No, people, whether you in a statue or not, they're going to direct their ire and angst against you, right? You can just be existing. So remember a couple years ago, people were filming black women, out in public in bonnets, and then posting it on the internet so people could go under there and make nasty comments about black women. Whatever you do, they're going to use it as an opportunity because they hate you, right? And so I think black women just got to get comfortable with knowing that there's nothing that you're going to be able to do, right? That's going to keep these people from behaving like that. But the thing is, like, my first question is, well, who the fuck are these people, right? And so none of these people even matter. Okay, if they a racist ass cracker, they gonna say something regardless. If it's a stupid ass nigga, he gonna say something regardless. If it's a pick me or male identified or low self-esteem as black woman, she gonna say something regardless. And so the statue ain't it. This is these people showing their asses because they want to. I do think it's interesting though, from the perspective of black women. Where was all of this a few years ago when Lizzo was like, nobody, y'all were not like complaining about Lizzo like y'all are this statue. And that's crazy because like Lizzo was bigger. Lizzo was actually a person, and Lizzo would make a spectacle of herself, right? At the basketball game in a thong, right? Even though she carry all her weight in her stomach. Twerking everywhere you see her. But black women didn't have a problem with that. So I'm kind of baffled and mystified by all of this emotion that black women have towards the fucking statue.
You know what I think it is, PhD Diva, is because now a lot of the women are getting on this skinny girl trend, and they want to sit up there and act like that this representation of women is not out there. Some of them are pretty delusional as thinking that they don't look like that. I literally seen a woman on IG who looks like she can be the living, example of that statue, talking about nobody in my family looks like that. I was like blown the fuck away.
Right. That's why I said, a lot of these women either look like that or look like that before they started taking Ozempic. That's the truth.
Yeah, KT the GOAT. That's a good part till you could jump in, sir.
Salute to all y'all. Much love to the chat. I mean, I think this is just I don't want to pick the wrong word, right? But I feel like this is like slight delusion. Cause like we talking about averages again. I really don't want to argue this. The average, like you said, that's 51%. The average black woman ain't fighting against the white man. Like, let's just be real. The average black person ain't fighting against the white man. Most of us niggas, male or female, you will try to say something about the white man, and all of us will be like, "Oh, y'all out here talking about the white man," and shut that shit up, nigga. So, I mean, I don't think that this. I don't know, man. This just seems like I get and understand some of this, but I think sometimes like we put too much emotion there instead of like and just inserting the logic. Cause like I don't think the whole thing, nobody should be mad about whether or not black women, nobody, I don't think nobody's made black women the face of fighting the white people. Like, and I don't get how y'all even saying that. Cause like, that's just not true. You don't look at
who was the most successful black person to free slaves and get them to a free state? Who was it?
You said who's the most successful people to get us to free slaves?
Yeah, to free the
person.
slaves. Yeah, what person was able to get them from the south to the north? Who did it successfully?
Harriet. Mm-hmm. And she did it by herself with no work, with no help from nobody. I do understand she's the one who got the credit, and I'm not saying she doesn't deserve that. However, y'all have to like seriously, Harriet was just running all the way from down south to up north Canada or New York all on her own. No, she had safe houses with men, families, people, even white people, Quakers, helped a lot. So, I mean, I do understand like that's a point, but that's not, it's a fallacy to say she did it alone.
Here's the problem. Where is the man? Go ahead, point him out.
I just said it was many family that like proven.
Okay,
Quaker
I understand.
style.
We understand that it was not one person. We are, but where is this man that you're talking about? Where is he? What's his name? What he look like?
That's what I'm saying. It's no one single person. Even Harriet wasn't the one single person who ran the Underground Railroad.
So the problem is we do have Harriet, is what I'm trying to explain to you. That is just really simple. And it's
you can say there's Nat Turner.
Do you know who Steve Wozniak is?
No, who's Steve Wozniak?
Nat Turner.
No. Diva, don't even answer the chat. Look, we skipping that. Listen, do you know who Steve Wozniak is?
Who is Steve?
He's one of the guys who helped create Apple. He probably did more work than actually Steve Jobs. So I'm saying who receives the credit versus who actually did the work doesn't. I'm not saying here that Harriet's overcredited or anything of that nature. I'm just saying.
We got plenty of black women that created things that white men stole from them. We all understand that as
No,
well.
I agree. Black men and women. That's my point. Black. We can look at.
So this shit is fucking mind-boggling to me when y'all be just want to just do gymnastics for no reason. I don't get it, Diva. What is this gymnastics that be happening? I don't get it.
They feel some type of way when you credit a black woman with something, and so they be wanting to get credit for a black male, and so then that's why they have to give you. Oh, well, she wasn't the only one. What he wants some anonymous black man to get credit for freeing.
No, I don't. I don't give a fuck. That's what this is where the flip of minds come, where y'all have to put your opinion instead of just listening and taking what I'm saying. Like I build games. I've said that many times, right? I may get the credit as the creator of my studio, but I would never sit there and just tell everybody, oh yeah, it was just me single-handedly who were making these games. Because it took a team of people. That's why did you literally just said like I need to insert a black man getting credit? I've never once said, well, look up this black man and you have to. I said she didn't do it alone. Nobody did it alone.
But
that's
he never
right.
Said
that's
she
my
did
point.
it alone. She just
he
said,
did. He just said and said it was just Harriet and name the nigga. If you can't name the nigga, that nigga don't exist.
Enslaved people. He said like who is most famously known or the most successful person at freeing enslaved people. That's what he said. He didn't say she did it by herself.
I said Harriet.
Right.
I said Harriet.
Did
I
even go
think
into why she didn't do it by herself, and that was never the point he was making. That's all I'm pointing out.
Yeah, it's the point I was making. I'm saying it's a disingenuous
and so you had to
argument.
introduce that point because y'all hate to see black women get credit, and y'all got to try to introduce. Oh, well, they didn't do it by themselves. Oh, with somebody. So that's where the
because nobody did it by themselves. I find it wild that we now say I'm being crazy by inserting the actual truth. Nobody
because you don't do that for everyone, right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I just and my example was a man.
Okay.
Oh, all right. I agree with that, but I do. And that's what I'm saying. My example even afterwards was a man, two men. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I'm saying it's not about a man, woman, whatever thing to me. It's just saying it's okay for us to be like, all right, this is. Okay, so
you like to just bring up irrelevant stuff to the conversation. Okay, got it. All right.
Oh, so it's irrelevant that somebody didn't do it on their own?
Irrelevant, yeah, because he was using her as an example, and then like he never said that she did it on her own, so that was irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah, no, I was bringing up from the beginning. It's a disingenuous thing for us to sit there and say somebody is the face of this or that, and then act like somebody doing it alone. Nobody's doing it alone. That's my only point. Even Martin Luther King, I'm not going to sit there and say no black women were involved.
I think the point was you were saying that you don't see why someone might say that black women are being used as the face or whatever. So you brought up Harriet Tubman as an example of a movement. And then you said, well, there was also men, but we don't know their names. Therefore, she is the face of the movement.
No, we can name many men.
Can you agree to that? That's how simple that is. Can you just agree to that or no?
I mean, if it was the truth. Because like we're not, if you're saying this question alone is who led people out of freedom? All right, cool. That's Harriet.
Okay, pause. So
abolishment, people pushing abolishment, it's many black men. It's not many black women. And I'm not sitting there saying, well, give them niggas the credit.
There were plenty of black abolitionist women. Cut it out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, there were plenty, but there were more men, were there not?
All right, let's say there were more men, and that why wouldn't that fall under the fact that women weren't allowed to even be in the space more so than
nobody was allowed to be in the space technically.
Black freedmen were allowed. There was a lot of rules that black freedmen had that they were allowed to do, things that they were allowed to do, rights that they had that black women didn't have.
Yeah, and they only allowed them to go through whenever it came to a white advantage, right? Like politics, let's be real. Owning your land, you really didn't own no land. They'll come and seize that shit at any point in time if it was in their interest. Am I lying?
Do you have land?
Yes.
Okay, how many times has it been seized?
No.
Oh yeah, none. Yeah, because it just doesn't happen. So you bringing up an outlier is irrelevant. Yeah, they have eminent domain. Nobody's arguing that eminent domain doesn't exist. But the fact is that doesn't really happen.
You telling me for the black community that's an outlier?
No, we're talking about back then when Harriet Tubman was there, and we were talking about slavery. I don't know
why you even asked me the question of do you own land?
Because you have a habit. You've been on here multiple times, and you have a habit saying, "Oh, well, I'm not going to do something because the federal government can just by a strike of a pen." Like you talk about voting. locally, and you're like, oh, I'm not going to vote locally because they can just create an executive order and take it away or do whatever they want or whatever. And it's like, but how often does that happen? And it never happens. So why is that always an excuse for you to say, oh, I'm not
Peace to
going to
the
do
panel.
something because of some outlier? And back then, the black freedmen had rights that the black women
Yeah,
did
that
not
was
have.
not an
And so
outlier though,
the
was it?
black freedmen had rights that black women didn't have. So of course they
Getting
would have more of an
Lancey
influence
now
on
is an
certain things.
outlier, correct, AR?
Again, black freedmen
Getting
had
Lancey
rights,
now
whether
is
they
an
be
outlier.
political.
Was it back then?
Black men, black freedmen
So you
had
just gonna
rights.
avoid the question?
Because I'm going back to what I originally said, which you
Yeah,
decided
no, I'm
to
just
try to
asking you to
deflect.
answer it yes or
So
no.
I'm not
Now
answering
it's
it,
an
so you don't have
outlier,
to
but
ask
back
it again.
then
I'm
wasn't.
not answering. You
You
don't have
were
to
talking
ask
about
it
we were
again.
talking about.
Black freedmen back then, during slavery times, had rights that black women that were even married to those black freedmen did not have. Whether you want to talk about political rights, whether you want to talk about civil rights,
So
whether you
you
want to
just
talk about
gonna
other
skip
rights.
the fact
Yes,
thereof?
I already skipped it. Yes, you don't have to keep on interrupting me to
No,
bring it up
I'm not
again.
going to. I mean, we have to
So
bring it up because
black,
this is just
the whole
pointing out the
point
fact
is
that you know
you're being
I'm not saying
disingenuous. You're
something that
being
was
disingenuous
incorrect.
because you want to
I'm
talk
not.
about whether.
You are,
Yes, you
because
are,
that's why you're skipping over your
because
reply.
you keep on. You asked, oh, weren't black men more
Back
more
then,
involved in
yes,
certain
and back
things?
then, were we not getting our
Yes,
land
they
seized?
would.
You're winning.
They
This is
would
not
of
an
course be
outlier.
more involved. They
You
would of
could
course be
literally,
more
people were
involved.
legally raping
They
people.
would of course be more involved when they're not even allowed outside the house. So yes, black freedmen would be more involved in abolition when black women aren't even allowed to be in public spaces without men or other
I'm
rules and regulations
sorry.
that they had around them.
Yeah,
I want
even
to
when
break
slavery
in.
existed.
Hold on. I want to break in because I want to read
Mhm.
y'all a little something because a lot of times we run with a narrative what we don't really know. And if you're interested on about the topic of black women abolitionists, there is actually a book called Black Women Abolitionists and the
Yeah.
Fight for Freedom in the 19th Century. All right.
Well,
So one
speaking of
particular
abolitionism,
one
I got
particular
to get back on
woman,
the
right?
plantation. I'm
So
sorry.
hold on, sir. Shut the fuck up. In September 1832,
I'm about to
free black
disrespect you, but I'm gonna
domestic.
be on my best behavior because
Sir,
that
but you
wasn't
was just
necessary.
talking. Yes, yeah, but you was
Yeah, I
talking
just want
over
to
me.
interject a question, and I was
Okay, but
waiting. You
you don't
spoke
interject
already.
when I'm
Go
fucking
ahead, hurry up.
talking.
Finish up.
Nobody,
Finish up.
you ain't gonna
You
tell
pissed me
nobody
off.
to
Go
hurry the
ahead.
fuck up,
Wrap it up.
nigga. You wrap it the
All
fuck
right,
up,
wrap it up.
dumbass. So in
All right, speed it
September
up, bitch. You want to act stupid?
1832,
We can do
free
that.
black domestic Maria W. Stewart became the first American woman to address a public audience of women and men. She spoke out against slavery, criticizing black men for not standing up and being heard on the subject of rights. Sarah Map Douglas was an abolitionist, writer, and educator. The freeborn daughter of Robert and Grace Douglas, a distinguished black abolitionist family in Philadelphia, she joined her mother, Grace, as a founding member of the biracial Philadelphia Female Anti-Slavery Society in 1833.
The biracial.
Are you
Who?
done?
The Fortin women, Mother Charlotte, daughter Sarah, Margaretta, and Harriet, granddaughter Charlotte L., were major driving forces in the abolitionist movement. Through 3 generations, the Fortons remained active members of and financial contributors to the abolitionist movement, right? So there were lots of women that you just don't know about. So go get the book, Black Female Abolitionists and the Fight for Freedom in the 19th Century.
Yeah, I
Fantastic.
just
All
want to
right,
point
I
out
got
I
to get
didn't
back
say.
on the plantation, but I just wanted to present one question, right? Peace to the panel. So, when we speak about Harriet, my question is why do we always forget she had a husband? When you look
Because she
at
had to
most
pull a gun
other
on that
black
stupid nigga
leaders,
because he
excuse
was
me,
weak.
bitch, I'm talking,
Well,
since you
bitch,
wanted to
you
be
the only bitch
disrespectful.
here, nigga,
Since
right?
you
You're
want to
the
be
only bitch because
disrespectful,
an
anywho, I'm talking
uneducated
now.
bitch at that.
Anywho, I'm
If
talking
you
now.
didn't know that we
So
wouldn't talk
again,
about her
when you
fucking
hear
husband
about
because he was too
Yeah.
much of a
Nelson
loser to leave
Mandela,
the
you hear about
plantation.
Nelson
He
and
was
Winnie,
too
you
much
hear
of a
about
loser to leave
Martin
the
and Coretta,
plantation.
you
She
hear
had to
about
threaten
Malcolm
and
and
shoot
Betty.
that nigga.
And then you
She
listen to
had
this
to
broad and you
threaten to
wonder
shoot
why
that
black
nigga.
men don't want
So
to get
cut it
married to
out.
black women? Right. So again, if I could finish my quick
No, you
question, because
can't
as
finish
I
your
said,
question. Take your
I
ass
need
back
to
to
get
work.
back to
You
my
hourly
plantation.
working ass
My
nigga. Take your
question
ass
was,
back now. Your lunch
my
break is
question,
over. Your 30-minute lunch break is over. Go on
oh,
back
what
before
you,
you get
oh, what
rolled
you
up.
thought you were talking to
Go
somebody that
on
worked like
back
your
and
baby
get
father?
before you get rolled up.
What you thought you talking about somebody to work like your baby father? Nah, I
No,
can
I don't
stay
have a
here
baby
all day if you
father.
want me
I don't
to.
have a baby
I could be here
father. So
all
go
day
ask
if you
your
want me
baby
to.
mother. Go
But
ask your
instead of
baby
being ignorant,
mother, nigga.
instead of being
Go
ignorant,
on back,
right?
and before you get rolled up by
I
your
don't have a baby mother.
supervisor,
I got a wife.
go put
I
your
don't have a
goggles
baby
back
mother.
on and take your ass back to work, nigga. Oh, and don't forget the t-shirt with your
Now
name
slow down,
stitched on it.
Slim. If I could
Don't
get if
forget
I get a
the
close
t-shirt
up,
with
if
your
I get
name
a close
stitched
up
on
on
it,
that
nigga.
profile pic real quick,
Right.
I
Go
want to
your
show
ass
you I
back
got a
to
wife,
work.
not a baby
Go.
mother. Like
That's your
I got a black
baby mother.
wife,
You
not
got
a
a
baby
baby
mother.
mother.
And I
I
wouldn't be
feel sorry for
surprised if you
her.
don't have a
But
husband
don't look
for my
down on baby
interactions with you.
mothers because your mother was a baby
I'll
mother.
come back later on when
Your
this
mother was a baby
single
mother.
mother
And we'll
birth.
see
No,
how
she
the fuck
wasn't. She
it
was
turns
married too,
out, right?
unlike you.
Right.
Unlike
Your
you, she
mother
was
is
married too.
baby mama, and that's
That's
why
why
you
she set the
working at a
example that
place where
caused
you
me to
got to
get
punch
married as
in and
well.
punch
I'm
out,
pretty
right?
sure when your kids
Had you
have their
grown up
baby
in a
mothers,
two-parent
they're not
family
gonna get
like
married
me,
either.
you would have letters
We not the
behind your
same.
name and you'll be sitting on your
Goofy
ass right now,
ass.
right? Right. Go your ass back to work, nigga. You ate your little sandwich and drunk your little cup of soup.
You thought that was cute?
Mm.
I'm having
It's the truth.
calamari for
It's the
lunch,
truth.
sweetie.
It's the truth, nigga.
It's not the truth at all, you
It is the
goofball.
truth.
I make my own time, you
Look at
goofball. I
your
told you I can
ass in
stay
that
here all
damn
day if you
picture
want to
with
do
your
that.
pants about to fall off your ass. Nigga, pull
Right.
your pants up and go back to work.
Pull my pants up. You don't see those Ferragamos? You don't see that fine one of one
Uh-huh.
custom made tuxedo?
Uh-huh.
Show us your wedding
And it's
pictures.
tacky. And it's tacky. And
I
so now
bet.
what? You think
You know what's
because you got
tacky?
a
Being a baby
designer label
mother.
on it
Being a
that keep it
loud,
from being
ignorant black
tacky,
woman is
nigga?
tacky.
How many
Right.
babies
That's
that
tacky
lady
too.
got? She in the
Being a
white
loud,
church.
ignorant black woman is tacky.
She
And from
probably
my
didn't have money
interactions
yet to
with
come
you,
in
I
and take care of
guarantee you
all of
don't have a
yours.
husband.
She ain't,
I'll
bitch.
guarantee it.
Okay,
I'll
you
guarantee it.
guarantee. From your
Yeah.
mouth,
I
good,
guarantee
God
you can't
is,
show
because
no
don't
wedding
nobody
pictures.
listen
I
to no
guarantee
black
it.
man. The last shit y'all know about
100%
is hoe.
guarantee it.
The last shit
And
y'all know
y'all
about
wonder
is
why we
hoe.
want
If
nothing to
y'all
do
knew
with you.
so much about
I'll leave
hoe,
it there
y'all
before
wouldn't
I
be
get
the
even
first
more
ones to drop
disrespectful.
dead. If you knew
But I
so
was
much
wondering, did
about him,
anybody
y'all
hear the
wouldn't be
actual
in the
question?
worst health and the first ones to drop dead. So now you go work on your own damn health, nigga, and pull your pants up.
Shit. That got heated. I was just trying to write a description, goddammit.
And to kind of piggyback off of what Peter Jiva said with the abolition movement, black men didn't support black women getting the right to vote when they were getting the right to vote. And there was in the feminism movement, there was a split between those that wanted to support black men getting the right to vote because they felt like it would help them get there eventually, or they were going to be the next ones up or whatever. And then there was ones that were like, no, we were pushing for this before them. Why should essentially an uneducated Negro be able to vote before an educated white woman? And so even in that, when black women weren't getting the right to vote at the same time as black men, you can argue that black men did not stand up and fight for the right of black women to be able to vote.
Yeah, I ain't gonna cap. Y'all just again, now we making the outlier the average, I guess. This is what it may be the problem. Because
What was an
I'm not
outlier that
saying
we
it's not no stop. I'm not saying it's not. I never once said, or anybody up here ever even say, it's no female black abolitionists. We know they exist. Maybe not all names, but we know they exist. Nobody.
KT, are you addressing what AR just said? Or are you addressing something completely different?
I'm addressing what Diva said and him.
All
So
right,
you're
so just
saying black
Because
female?
Diva
I'm
brought up
sorry.
the abolitionists, like we like, but I never once said, oh, it
So
wasn't
you're
no black
saying
female
black
abolition.
female abolitionists are the exception and not the rule?
I'm saying it's not the average. That it was more male abolitionists.
I don't think so. Do you know what an Okay, so what's an abolitionist?
They were fighting to abolish slavery at that point in time, or you could even
Right.
say somebody who wanted to get rid of civil rights is kind of.
But no, we
Wanted us
talking
to
about
have
that. We
civil
talking
rights is
about
kind of.
slavery. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I
Okay,
no, I
so
agree.
it was
You asked
people
what the
who were
word meant.
fighting to get rid of slavery. And you don't think the vast majority of black
High
people,
level
period, was
ignorance. High
fighting
level
to get rid
feminist
of
ignorance.
how
High
you don't
level
think
black
the
feminist
majority of
ignorance.
black people, period, were fighting to get rid of slavery?
Yeah. I think most black people didn't want to be slaves
Right.
for sure.
Right. And so most people were an abolitionist, right?
Nah,
No.
nah.
So you think they was just sitting there going, oh,
Yeah,
well, woe
yes,
be us.
You ever heard of
Yeah, no. I
Juneteenth?
think
You ever
I
heard
think
of Juneteenth? No,
like
she
we'll
Right?
talk.
probably doesn't know the
No,
history.
Like we'll
sir.
get up
She
here
But
and
probably
talk
you
doesn't
every
know,
know the
through
day.
history.
every movement, we can always see that black women played a very prominent role and were typically on the front end of that movement, right?
Who are they
When
in the civil
the
rights
black
movement?
men got to be
Who are
brought
the names in
home,
the civil rights
right?
movement?
So, I mean, I ain't
Who
trying
are
to
the
agree with
names in the
Willie, but
civil
I'm
rights
about to
movement?
say. I mean, I'm not saying that even that right. I'm just saying you're in the front movement. Nobody's disagreeing with that, Diva. The most people on that front
I
line are
am.
men, black
I'm
men.
disagreeing.
Most of those people on that front line are black men. I'm not saying there aren't some black women there, but that's what I'm saying. Now we making it seem like because it was some of y'all that's who been the face. Like that's kind of crazy. Like
Most
even
slaves are
you,
black men.
I love you, Diva. I really fuck with you. You stand on your shit, I fuck with you. But listen to me, you always go in on biracial people. And one of the examples you give is, oh yeah, this girl right here was an abolitionist for the biracial people, like of the biracial group. These are people we know got, man, come on, man, like not being funny.
Okay, yeah, KT, don't stop. Keep going, man. Defend us. I'm tired of being bullied on this panel, man. Go ahead, KT. Talk about us biracials.
And Wall Street, I'm here to support Wall Street. Wall Street got disrespectful because she was disrespectful to him. Sharon, this is the way you want to run the show.
Who let this nigga back up?
This allowance for one-sided disrespect has to stop because it really comes off as if it's disingenuous.
Wait, where was the one-sided disrespect?
I wanted to ask one simple question. One simple. How many things did you call me before I got there?
In the middle
now
of
you're
my
gonna cry.
he decided that
Now you're
his
gonna
question
cry.
was more important than what I was
And then
saying
I
to
waited.
KT, and he just
And
jumped
I
in,
waited
right?
until you were
So
finished.
now
And
where's
as
the
soon as I had my opportunity, you spoke.
one-sided
And that's why you're gonna have a
disrespect, Afro nerd?
Wall Street.
All right, hold on.
Your ass back to work. You hiding in the bathroom.
1 second.
You
Hold
hiding
on
out
1
in the
second.
bathroom. Go your ass back to work.
Hold on 1 second. So, Afrona, you saying that only Diva was allowed to disrespect Wall Street Willie, and Wall Street Willie wasn't able to disrespect PH Diva?
Diva consistently disrespects your program. She's interruptive. She's rude. She mischaracterizes a lot of things.
The prototypical black woman we speak of. The prototypical black woman we speak of.
Okay,
let's pour some copper over her. Let's pour some copper over her and put her in Times Square.
No, because unlike you, my wife is married. You're not married because black men don't want to deal with you. You're not like my wife.
You got to hide in the bathroom. Your wife is married to a nigga who hiding in the bathroom at work. Are you fucking serious?
Hold on. The question was, did I not allow Wall Street Willie to say what he wanted to say to Diva? That's what the question is. It's not about if she's disrespectful or not. It doesn't matter. The question is, if I'm having it one-sided, was Wall Street Willie able to say whatever he wanted to say as well?
Yeah, now you let me rock out. I had to control myself. I didn't want to take it somewhere else. Because I don't want to play myself and look ignorant by feeding into her ignorance. Which she clearly put on display for herself. She clearly put it on display for herself.
Hold on. So what I want to say to Afro Nerd, so I'm glad that Wall Street Willie was honest to say that he was able to say whatever he wanted, what he see fit. So therefore, we cannot now say that is a one-sided disrespect anymore. We got to stop with that rhetoric.
But see, it becomes one-sided when you're trying to speak around a black woman like her.
Bro?
That's the point. They're going to talk loud. They're going to kill the conversation. It's going to get unproductive because that's just who they are. So I avoid women like this in my real life. And most black men.
Do you think
that's why none of them are married?
Do you think you represented your partner well on here?
Don't avoid
what you say?
Black women with blonde.
Do you think you've represented your partner well on
the
here?
blonde lace front.
I mean,
do you think if you played this, do you think that if you played the audio back for your partner, she'd be like, "Oh, that she would be turned on by that," or do you think she'd be like, "But why did you do that? Like, why did you have to? Why didn't you just like let it go?"
If you're asking me about my wife's opinion, I think she would say you knew better than to feed into that type of black woman.
Yeah.
Why'd you even engage?
So she would be disappointed in you.
Not disappointed.
She'd be disappointed in you.
Nah, not disappointed. No, relax.
She would say you knew better. You knew better.
Now you acting like a black woman. Relax.
That's
you ask me a question, I'm gonna answer.
The whole point. You
You
answered
asked
already.
me
You
a
have to keep
question, I'm gonna answer it. But let's be clear. I never said she'd be disappointed.
That's fine.
She'd say I
That's
could
my
have
perspective.
handled it a
That's
different
fine.
way and just
Who could
not
be
responded.
disappointed in her
That's
You
fine.
don't speak to people that are beneath
Okay, and you're
you.
still
You don't
you
waste your
answered it.
time engaging.
You don't have to yap more about it. You
Right.
answered it. Thank you.
I just
So
want to be
the
clear.
whole point
All
is
right.
that you're not representing your partner well if she has to say if you played it back for her and you know
I
she would be
always
like
represent myself and my partner well.
all right. Well, if you
Always.
just said
That's without question.
you played the
You
audio
may not
back, she would
agree.
be
You
like
may not
she would be
agree
like,
because you
you know
choose to
better. You
take
do
her
better.
side. That's fine.
No, I don't have to take
I
anybody's
do
side.
know
It's
better.
just about representing my partner well.
I could have violated way worse, my brother.
That's
I
fine.
do know
It doesn't
better.
matter.
No, you
So you
can't.
admit that you
Violate at
violated.
all.
So you admit you violated. It doesn't matter what you could have
Absolutely.
exactly.
I
That's
didn't
the
lie.
point.
I
That's the
didn't
point.
lie though. I didn't
It
lie.
doesn't matter.
She sat there and lied
It
on me.
doesn't matter.
I didn't lie.
That same
But
Yes,
energy.
you
He
did,
gave
nigga.
that same
Like,
energy, AR.
It doesn't matter. That's the
I
point.
didn't lie.
That's the point.
That's
You're
the
not,
point.
you
you're not
did.
controlling yourself. You're
You
giving
got
quote
headphones
unquote
on,
the
right?
same energy.
You be all right.
You're
Give me
giving
a
the same
second.
energy.
Speaking to
That's
my
the
wife.
point.
Give me a second.
That's
Go
the
ahead.
point.
Bye. Go get him. Go get him. Go get him. I don't want to engage you.
Men,
I don't want to engage you. You make me uncomfortable.
hey,
I make you uncomfortable?
Wall Street is saying something integral. Men are
He's
allowed
not.
to have opinions.
It's cool. It's cool to have an opinion. It's one thing to have an opinion. It's another thing to not be able to control yourself and to lose your temper and stuff because someone says something. Because a woman says something to you.
Wall
To
Street
me,
is trying
it's
to
just
be
weird.
Anytime
It's
we
weird to
come
me.
up with accurate,
And so if you're not representing your partner well, if your partner, if you played the audio back for your partner and they would be like, oh, I don't like that you did this. That means that you should correct that behavior. That means you should do better the next time it happens. Not make excuses.
How does she represent not having a partner at all?
It doesn't. This is
Why
you're
she
proving
represent
my point
that?
right now. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about
slow
you,
down.
and
You
turn
said
into
your
someone
piece,
else.
bro. Now how you represent yourself as a man? How you represent yourself as a man?
What your opinion is of PhD, because I'm talking to you and you're talking to me. It doesn't matter what she did. It's about what you did.
No, what I'm saying is you don't care about my opinion. Imagine what I think of yours.
Hold on. So this way y'all both so this way we can hear each other. Go ahead, AR, finish your statement.
I just find these type of people pathetic.
Hold on, and then Wall Street will you be able to rebuttal, but just let him, even if you hear something that might not be true, let him finish it and you get to rebuttal in full after, okay? Go ahead, AR.
These type of people are pathetic. Respectfully. I find you guys to be pathetic because you hear something from a woman and you feel like you have to then up it another level. But then you want to complain that these type of women aren't worth the discussion, aren't worth your energy or whatever. After you already gave your energy. So you're pathetic to me because you're hypocritical and you can't control yourself. People aren't here calling names all the time. If we're talking about a man thing, and it's like we talk about men things about that are supposed to be specifically regarding men. Like this title is Father's Absence in the Manosphere Spin. And we have been talking about a statue of a black woman for 3 hours because of people like y'all. Because you want to complain about it. Y'all don't want to talk about the manosphere, fathers in absence. You want to talk about a woman, degrade women. Oh, it should be like this. Oh, women are this. Oh, black women. Blah, blah, blah. Like, shut the fuck up. This shit is annoying.
All right,
hold on, my go.
All right, so AR, give him a chance to respond. No interruption. Go ahead.
My issue is y'all are straight up liars, right? You don't know me from a can of paint. I make $100,000 a year plus. You think I get lunch breaks, or I decide my lunch break? Black women like her have no decorum, right? Even when they're tasked to prove it, she's proving my point right now. Nobody wants to have nothing to do with these bitches. So respectfully, if you're gonna let them violate you, that's just fine, my brother, right? But I asked you, how do you think we look at you as a man? Co-signing is garbage, right? Again, my original question was, why does it seem Harriet Tubman's husband is left out of history? When you think of black men, you think of Malcolm and I almost said Malcolm and Coretta. Malcolm and Betty. You think of Martin and Coretta. You think of Nelson and Winnie. Why is it that our female heroine, black heroine, her husband is forgotten? That was my original question. We couldn't build on anything intelligent, right? Because people want to be their natural, ignorant, abrasive, ghetto selves. If you're all right with that, my brother, hold on. If you're all right with that, if you're all right with that, you can be all right with that. But you think I care that you are the...
Yes, that's a good place to land it. Okay, so we got a question on the table. He got the question out.
Oh, I have an answer.
Okay, so Diva got an answer.
Bravo. Respect to Wall Street. He spit that hot fire. He spit that hot
He didn't
fire.
spit anything. He didn't even address the fact that he's not representing his partner well, which was the thing.
No, but I do have
I did address that. That's your opinion. I don't think you represent your manhood well, right? But you don't care about. But you don't care about my opinion, right? What do you think I think of your opinion on how I represent my household?
That's fine. No, you're proving my point. I asked you the question. I let you talk. Now I'm going to respond.
I said I don't care about your opinion. I don't respect you as a man.
Okay, that's fine.
How about that?
Yeah, we're having a discussion, aren't we?
Right.
Let him get a chance to rebuttal.
It's not bad.
Okay, hold on. I don't know why I gotta scream. I'm trying to be respectful to y'all. Y'all gotta be respectful to me.
I can breathe.
So now AR is going to get a chance to rebuttal, and PhD will want to answer the question that Willie posed.
He aired you out.
Okay, that's fine.
Afroner is a cheerleader. Jesus Christ.
It's okay. Don't address the cheerleading. Go ahead. AR.
Okay. The 100K is not impressive to anybody because, one, everybody on here says they make 100K and nobody believes you. So, and making 100K doesn't mean anything about your net worth or what your financial literacy is. You can make 100K and that's fine. 102K. You can be making 102K
my wife and I
still be
bring
living
in $250,000 annually between my wife and I. That represents my home.
Between your wife and you. Okay, that's great.
Let him finish, please. Go ahead.
If you were making 400K, you wouldn't have said 100K plus. You would have said 350K plus or something else. So that $250,000 or the 250, or excuse me, if you guys were making 250, if you were making 200, you would have said 200. You wouldn't have said 100. So if you're making 100K plus and you guys are combining 250K, that means your wife is also close to 6 figures or more than 6 figures because you would have said 150K. Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay,
the wife made 150, he make 100.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. So
otherwise
you would have been
more
more specific.
call y'all liars. Y'all want to slander me. I didn't lie to you when I told you this bitch don't have a husband. I didn't lie.
Wall Street, are you gonna keep on
You're lying. You're pretending like you've seen my W-2s and you want me to respect you?
Hold on. Hold on, Willie.
So,
hold on.
That was the first thing.
Hold on. Willie, please allow him to, regardless if you want to correct it after, let him say it so we can just do y'all back and forth real quick, and then we can move on with your question. Go ahead, AR, finish it up. Yeah.
Okay. The 100K is
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn.
That's crazy work. I did not see that coming.
Hey, it's that AR. Hold on. What the fuck? AR, you're not black enough to talk. Drop him. God damn. Now we all know when it's over a certain amount.
Didn't Times Square used to have stuff like that, Sharon? I think.
So hey y'all, you got a 50 ball dropped on your head.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm. So
that was the real Times Square right there.
So that is an hour. So it's $50 to bring back AR. So now that so I guess that conversation is disrupted. Go ahead, PA Ziva. Answer Wall Street Willie's. There's two of them now. Answer Wall Street Willie's question.
So I mean, it's a simple answer. There are a lot of notable Black figures, male and female, whose spouses we don't know. Everyone's spouse wasn't public facing, right? If we ask who was, tell me who Medgar Evers' wife was, most people aren't going to know Merle Evers right off the dome. And so why would we be expected to know Harriet Tubman, second husband, when she was doing what she was doing before she got with him and after she got with him. So he's not the contributing factor.
Okay, that's a good answer.
So I would hope the nuance to my question doesn't get lost, because my point is, why do we never recognize the husbands of black women that put in the work? Right? I'll give you my answer. Right? I think it's because of black feminism. Right? It's been designed, right, to cut out that man. He's not important. Yeah, woman, hear me roar. It's not even, and then what's being said under that, it's not about the family structure. It's not about the team, because most of y'all don't have a husband or a team. So now we're just gonna big up the woman. And it's no different than what's happening right now. In fact, right now it's times 10. Times 10. Cancer.
Okay. Also, before anybody can jump in, we got a cash app. It says, for Wall Street Willie, men love respect more than the cat. And also, we got negativity 22, positivity 45, KRS 1.
What?
We talking about carrots? What happened?
What? What?
This is a great segue into the black
Just wanted y'all to
bourgeoisie
know.
conversation, because I started to really truly understand the benefit of separating yourself, right? There's certain things that if I'm around it, I am going to feed into it. I am going to snap, and it's going to make me come off, as the brother was alluding to, in a way that isn't, my best. Am I ashamed of it? No. Do I feel like I've represented my home or my wife in an incorrect way? No. But I know there's better ways, and I know what I really wanted to do was get to that question, right? So I can't have those conversations with certain people, right? And so when you talk about that black bourgeoisie disengaging and saying, you niggas in the hood, figure it out. I'm gonna go over here with like-minded people who I can work with and try to build something on my own. Yeah, that's kind of the stage of life I'm in right now, because I'm around the wrong people. I crash and then come across as something that is the last thing I intended for. So yeah, I'm all about black family. I am the founding member of the ABA, the Anti-Brokenness Association. You are all welcome. I feel the black man's liberation is through economic empowerment. No, I did not say the FBA. I don't know them goofies. I am the founding member of the ABA, the Anti-Brokenness Association. And I'll land there.
I like it. I like ABA. I think ABA is fine. I like anti-brokenness. Afternoon, do you want to answer Wall Street's Willie question? Afternoon, not there.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Oh.
Okay, so I missed that part. What question was he asking? I mean, I thought he was on point in much of what he said, and even if I disagree with him, I'm going to be respectful about it.
What I was saying was, before it got crazy, my question was, when it came to Harry, why are her husbands always forgotten? And it seems like I named a ton of black men and their wives, who we all know, Nelson, Winnie, Betty and Malcolm. The team was always praised. Why is it with black women? There seems to be a purposeful. There seems to be a purposeful reason to separate that woman's achievement from the home, right? Barack is able to come Barack because he has Michelle in his corner, but the black woman did it all on her own. Why is that? Was my original question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I do remember you saying those things, and I guess I was kind of agreeing with you. So I was really waiting for you to be incorrect on something. There's a great deal of scholarship to back up what you're talking about. W.E.B. Du Bois's Philadelphia Negro goes into that.
What did it say?
E. Franklin Frazier goes into that as well. The black bourgeoisie. Well, there's a lot of things in that book.
No. But you said it goes along with what he's talking about the black women who accomplish something, their husbands being erased from history, basically. And so, what did W.E.B. Du Bois say about that topic in the Philadelphia Negro?
Well, I was really thinking about the separation. He also mentioned the separation of the black middle class from the lower class. So I guess I was thinking more about what he said about that. So I'm kind of just mentioning a few books that were put out there. He did mention
I understand your point, my brother. I understand your point.
Hey, look,
But
the
that was
point
his
is, I
main
gotta be
question.
no.
His main question was about the men being erased from history, or why don't we ever know when the black woman does something significant? Why don't we ever know who her husband is? Why isn't he, part of the pair, like when the men do something? And so that's what I thought you were responding to. But
Okay,
go ahead,
well,
you responded to something else.
Well, I can't respond to anything because you're interruptive and rude, which is his point. When you said that I have a speech impediment, and I do not.
Look, you still on the speech impediment. Nigga, rewind the tape and listen to it afterwards.
You know something?
And figure it out.
Doctor, I'm calling you doctor just kind of humor you. The whole thing is that
you don't need to humor
really
me.
Wall Street will
for my
discernibly
and so
check
that
you.
humors me.
He discernibly checked you because
somebody that I already
you are
outcompeted,
abrasive and you are just as stereotypical as that statue in Times Square.
I don't need you to humor me. You can't.
You are the living version of that statue we're talking about right now. Hands on hips,
right?
Argumentative.
I'm laying in the bed, but okay.
If we could pour hot copper on you, you would be that same damn statue.
She'd be in the bed and she'd be a lot slimmer. And
No. You can be smart, honest, all you want. Dr. Honester. You can be smart all you want. Willie checked you. And I know in your heart, you know what he said was correct.
What did he say?
He can flex on his marriage. Because the black marriage rate,
because his wife is married to him, right? And if the way you do one thing is the way you do everything.
What's wrong with him?
If he'll call me a bitch, he done called her a bitch before too. And so she ain't got no pride, and neither does he. Because if she is a woman who will be with a man who calls her out of her name, then she's not a high quality woman either. And so he can't flex on me with shit. Especially when he up here trying to flex how much him and his wife make collectively, and I make that amount by myself. So ain't nobody up here flexing on me.
That's not a flex.
That is a flex, because I was able to outcompete him and his wife together.
Black people
and I outcompeted you too.
Because you're making it up. I do quite well. I do quite well. I have multiple degrees. Right. I'm in the finance industry, but I'm not gonna. I don't need to throw my resume to. I don't have to.
Because you can't.
As a man,
you can't.
You're new to this masculine thing. So you're new to this. See, let me teach you something.
You cannot.
You are a new man. I've always been a man. A new man or a trans man, which is what I suspect you are. You have to throw out your accolades. Real men don't have to throw out, I'm this, that, and the other. I'm not doing that. Okay? So you don't believe in correction.
You can't do that.
You have made several miscalculations.
You're mediocre, right?
You have a speech.
You mediocre. Now, for black men, you did well, right?
You're Disney.
You got
You're
a master's degree.
You're Disney because you make stuff up.
Group that
you're making stuff
read on the 4th grade level. So
you
got a couple master's degrees. So for them, that's actually doing good. But you still getting out competed by.
You don't know me from a can of paint, but you know everything.
Everybody else.
I'm not going to respond to you. You're make believe. Just like the makeup we discussed. You make stuff up.
Nah.
You wear makeup and you are made up.
That I made up. When I gave you the
opportunity to talk about what I was lying about, you did such an excellent job, my brother.
And making stuff up.
I'm the Afro nose, so I'm more polite. I'm polite, but I don't like to engage this.
No, but
this is disturbing
because you make things up, right? Remember when
I
was
make
asking you
up.
what I lied about and you had to make stuff up, and then when I would check you on that, then you will say, "Oh, well, it was something else," right? You came up with 3 different stories, and none of them were true.
I can't get a word in. You don't discuss
3 different
things.
stories.
You don't. We're not talking now. We're talking at each other.
Okay, so what you want to talk to each other now?
No, I don't really. I would just like Willie. I would have no. I've never dated a woman like you.
I didn't.
So that's not even a problem.
Wait, why are you thinking about dating when you talking to me? Because I didn't say anything about it.
Because
no. Because I didn't mention dating, and dating is the farthest thing from my mind.
You know what? I'm breaking it up because I want to bring it up. I'm bringing it up because I want to.
Huh? What that got to do?
Because I want to.
We know you. You don't date at all.
No one interacts with people like you. No one interacts with a loudmouth battle axe. I'm going old school. You're a battle axe.
But you don't have a quiet woman either. You can't even get a pick me. And so now what do you want, nigga? Do you want a woman?
Ghetto stuff.
Is it a woman?
You know what a pick me is? Wow, you said a lot. You really proved your point.
Because you don't got none of them. Because you don't have none of them.
A pick me gets picked. What are you?
Right. And so where's your pick me?
Pick me.
Right. You can't even get that. Right. Thank you. You can't
Disney,
even get a pick.
cackling, cackling, making things up, exaggerating. I have a speech impediment allegedly also. Hey, Willie, she told me I have a speech impediment.
You do.
I guess I'm 5'3" also. I'm a short guy too, right? I'm short too, right?
It's silly. So one person is clearly just making stuff up.
Everything
And the fact that we call her on that, the brother's acting like we did something wrong or we're not men. Why are you feeding into that? No, my question to him is why you not checking it, right? If you and her have a little allegiance going right now, why don't you say, hey, sister, you're doing too much? Because she violated wild times before I went there, right?
Thank you.
But you want to come at me and are you representing your house? Yeah, I definitely am.
These niggas
I
toes
no
got
issue how I
stepped on.
represent my own.
This is all my toes got stepped on.
She knows a certain type of woman exists as well. She understands what I was dealing with in that conversation.
When she says pick me,
she probably one of them.
Pick me is like nerd. Pick me is like, well, you got 100 on your math test. See, this is the problem in the black community is that we denigrate. You have to interrupt me because you know I'm right. The interruption is the correctness. You're interrupting me.
Yo, bro, the bottom line is I know how amazing black women are, right? I see how well they've done. I see how well they've done in the corporate field, right? My point is this, right? You're going to get what you put work into. If all you put work into is your PhD, that's why you're going to be alone, right? So when you criticize a pick-me for putting work into creating a relationship with a man, now I didn't call women that, I called you that. I called that to a I said that to a female I don't respect.
Right?
I said that to a female I didn't respect. It's different. I don't think that of women. I don't think that of women.
Your wife settled for you.
I think that of
my
you.
standards are a lot higher than that, though. I wouldn't be with a man that go around calling women bitches.
I don't think that of women.
Called her a bitch.
I think that of you.
I know that y'all done got into it and you done called her out of her name.
I would never.
Stop it.
I would never.
Yeah, now you lying. Now you lying.
But she's not like you.
Yeah.
I would actually 9 times out of 10 not call a bitch a bitch. I would prefer not to call a bitch a bitch. So I definitely wouldn't call a queen a bitch.
Right.
No, instead of
you know something else, Will? You know something else? I was expecting thing from you. I've never dated a woman like that woman in that statue. Just like I've never had an actual interaction in real life with a person like Diva.
Now,
it's only in ghetto settings.
You aren't in the highest circle, sir. You need to raise your circle, sir, to get to me.
Look, when it comes back to that picture,
wait a minute. You know what? I'm not going to go for this.
But when it comes to that picture, I did look into the artist a bit, and all of his pictures or sculptures are typically to reenact someone in his family. So that did make me say, all right, I can deal with it, because I don't think it was the most flattering image of a black woman. When I looked at it and see the hands on the hips and this, that, and the third, I see everything that the Fox News channel was talking about. I see the girl with the bonnet on in front of the Dollar General screaming and yelling about, no, y'all gonna give me my money, right? So that's what I saw in that imagery. When I did a little bit of research on the actual artist himself, I said, okay, if he does all his sculptures simply to reenact family members, then I can understand why he did it. I still don't feel like it was the most flattering image of black women. I think there was a sculpture that was put up in Italy, like over the weekend, and it's a younger black woman on her phone, and she just looks like she's in a collegiate corporate kind of mode. And I thought that was a flattering image. So when it comes to like that statue, that's kind of where I was with that. I had to do the research. So,
well, you know what? I don't see a PhD candidate in Times Square. Like for all of the perceptions of black women, where black women, and they are excelling, becoming educated, becoming corporate leaders, I don't see that representation in that Times Square piece.
But
why don't we
could
see
very
that?
well be a PhD candidate. There are plenty of black women PhD candidates who look like that woman. What would denote that? She needed to be carrying some books, because when you at the PhD level, you're not really carrying books around.
She's a pancake box candidate. Knock it off.
There are plenty of women who are, like I said,
we got rid of Aunt Jemima.
Are more educated than you, and they look like that woman.
I miss Aunt Jemima. I ain't gonna lie though.
I think they improved her actually.
Hold on. So the
I
problem
think
is
she's
that
coming back.
the problem is that I literally gave you recent time people, and you agreed that she got the same build as this statue, and these are the Attorney General of New York City has the same build as this lady.
But that's not the Attorney General.
What's
That's
my girl from Atlanta?
It's not General Harriet Tubman. It's not Fannie Lou Hamer. It's other notable black folks that were actually there to combat the white power structure. If you want to get real literal, and I call her General Harriet Tubman because she was named that posthumously. But she is a general. She deserves that, right? That's respect. That's a person that actually confronted the white male power structure, the white patriarchy. Not
So,
the black one.
so do Letitia James, right? Is she?
That's not Letitia James.
Huh?
That's Letitia Jenkins right there. That's not Letitia James.
When she literally had the same body.
It's like Keisha Johnson. That's what we look at right now.
But what I'm saying, like you can
it's
have
Dollar Tree. It's Dollar Tree. It's Dollar Tree worker. That's what we see right there.
You can have the joke, but she does have that same woman's.
No,
body.
we're the joke, sir.
No,
we're the joke.
Hold on.
Black folks are the joke. That's what that is about.
Okay, that's fine. Regardless, that woman have that same body type, and she also get the same stroke that she is having an attitude because she's going against Donald Trump.
You remember Chappelle said, "Keeping it real, when keeping it real goes wrong."
Before we move on,
this is not good for us. This is when keeping it real goes left.
That's a good analogy.
Keeping it, we're always told to keep it real. Why is that? Everybody else keeps it extraterrestrial. They keep it otherworldly. We keep it real.
Okay.
Why is that?
I don't
gotcha.
I don't understand. No, I'm not understanding the reference, right? So if we
what I'm saying is this man said that this reference Michelangelo's David. So David is considered a specimen. This is not a specimen. This is not David.
What I'm saying is that if you are going to hold that standard of we should not be keeping it real, then you should not be talking bad about any black woman ever. You should always be talking about PhD and say, hey, be a size 2, get a degree, make over $250,000. She should be the number one woman that you're talking about. If so-called keeping it real or whatever that's supposed to mean.
I would say in a vacuum, we would be able to do that, right? But when Letitia Jenkins is on the phone with us, and we're hearing everything that the world sees in that statue, then it becomes a conversation worth having.
Right, but that's how quickly this keep it real that you try to bring with Dave Chappelle. I broke that down that quickly because then you're gonna have to recognize that we should not be talking about the badness in any black woman ever.
But what I'm saying is though, when that particular woman, right, who people see in that statue is on the phone being the woman she is, right? She's not representing that statue and saying, I'm compassionate, I'm empathetic, I'm a lady. No. You got a $2 job and you on the lunch break and that's what we see in that statue. When I see her hands on her hip, I'm imagining this sister talking to me looking just like that.
That is the issue. So if we're gonna go with Afro Nerds theory of why we always gotta be the ones that's keeping it real, then you should say, hey, when I see my black woman, her hands on her hip, that is her trying to understand what she needs to do to help her black man out because she's trying to figure out, hey babe, what is it that you want?
So peep this too though. One thing about that artist has a white mother, right? I don't think he has the same reverence for black women that I do. I don't think he wants them to be viewed in the most beautiful, ladylike, nurturing, compassionate, view that the world could have on her. I don't think he shares that with me.
And Wall Street, regardless if that's the truth, he might not. Regardless, he was able to put a normal woman as 12 foot tall standing in the middle of Times Square because he had that much confidence in a black woman, opposite of his own goddamn mama.
So now, but listen to what you said. Now that image becomes our normal woman.
Say what?
That image is our normal woman. You just said he put an image of a normal woman. Yes. Is that the norm for black women? I don't think so.
I just gave you Stacey Abrams, Letitia. What's her name? What's her last name?
Yeah, but Jasmine Crockett is bad.
Okay, so hold on.
Jasmine Crockett could get it if I wasn't married.
And also Jasmine Sullivan is that size as well too, right? So again, so we could just keep going. Like we, okay.
I think that's the beauty of the statue, though, right? Because it tells Black women like you can be, flawed as I am, right? You can be rude, disrespectful, all those things. And you can still outcompete these bitch ass niggas, right? And then, even though after you done outcompeted these bitch ass niggas, they'll still try to judge you. And then that's when your cue to go ahead and let them know that they bitch ass niggas and that you was able to outcompete them even with all your flaws.
I only encounter women like this in this format in real life. And this is being respectful to Black women. Diva has a problem with me having been a graduate of the great Hampton University.
I don't care about that. I like all HBCUs.
I wouldn't.
You all just have
you call it mulattoes
past.
college.
You got a questionable past. That's we know the history of the school. That's all I'm pointing out. I don't have a problem with it. My little cousin goes to that school. So what are you talking about?
You're going to twist this up, and this is what I'm talking about. Like I don't want to talk about lying.
Goes to that school. She's a junior.
Well, look, we can't have a real conversation, Diva. Anyway, Diva, I'm going to respect you and call you doctor, right? Because I believe you have a doctorate, but I don't know too many doctors that actually have your deportment. I don't know people like that.
How many doctors from Miami you know? How many doctors from Miami you know?
I've seen them though. This is the shameful part. This is the shameful part, right? I do believe she represents the new Black female doctor. That's the shameful part.
Right?
Yeah, Professor Crunk in Jersey's like this. Professor Crunk in Jersey is like this. So you may be onto something.
He a DJ?
She's a feminist.
No, I'm not a feminist. I'm not a feminist.
Black feminist.
I'm not a Black feminist. I'm not none of that. I'm a meist.
I only have one statement. Actually, I have several statements, but I'm gonna leave with this. The statue, in my opinion, just in my opinion, because I won't get off the topic. Okay.
Brittany Cooper.
No. I was gonna say honestly, it is what it is. How you feel about it is how you want to feel about it, and it's okay. PhD even told how she felt about it, and it was beautiful.
That's all right.
Something about it was beautiful. What you get from it is what you get from it. We don't have to argue about it. We really don't. How you feel about it is how you feel about it. I feel nothing personally because I
can 100% agree with that because
you got it. Go ahead.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was gonna say though, I can 100% agree with that because my conversation with white people on this topic is, well, why does it bother you so much? I have to look at naked white babies on every fountain, on every building y'all build, every municipality, right? I have to look at this weird stuff and I don't complain about it all the time. A Black woman finally gets some representation and the other side, wants to completely lose their mind about it. I have an issue with that, right? But that's separate from the fact that I feel like Black women could have been.
But you understand why he made it, though, right? You understand why the artist did. So if you understand why the artist did what he did, then you should be at peace with that. You know what I'm saying? You got the answer. You just prefer something better. Okay. You can feel that way.
Yeah, no, I get it. When I looked into it, I did see other pieces he's done. He did one of his father. He did one of another aunt. And yeah, I understand his methodology in creating his work. However, if I'm critiquing this piece, when I see those hands on her hip, I'm at the check-in counter at United Airlines. No, forget United. I'm at Spirit if I'm looking at her. Right? I'm trying to board my Spirit flight, and sis has her hands on her hip saying, nah, that bag don't fit in the bin, and you got to pay $56 to check your bag.
Okay, so the problem is that's your idea of Black woman with her hands on her hip, and clearly you might not feel the same way if another race of woman have her hand on her hip, which sounds crazy to me. I do not look at a hand on the hip as an attitude.
So stereotype. The term stereotype means nothing to you.
It does, but to
That's
me,
what that is.
But
I saw the hands to the hips.
I'll put it to you this way, right?
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. A woman with her hands on her hip, does that mean that she has attitude?
Have you ever seen a picture of Mary depicted with her hands on her hip? Right?
What?
Why? No, you've never seen that picture because white people put their women in a different light.
Yeah.
Right? They make their women look.
Hold on, but what do they do? They put them in goddamn porno. That's what they do. White women are the leaders. White women.
Come on, man. That's underground. That's underground, man.
No, it's not underground. White women are the leader in XXX. This is why Pamela Anderson to this day is a.
Hey, Sharon, get from under my bed, man.
The most desired.
Hey, get out of my CD collection, man. Mind your business. Put me out there. Mind your business.
So what I'm saying is that we know what those white women represent, and ain't nothing strong and positive about them, right? They represent the most attitude. They the reason why the red pill even exists today.
But here's the deal, though.
They are the representation of divorces, of taking men to the cleaners for divorce. They are the representation of women lying.
But look, and the concept of keeping it real goes wrong.
Hold on, the Me Too movement is they faces on it. And again, we can keep going down the line. Alienation, parental alienation, that is led by white women.
Is your wife an earshot of this?
This whole idea that we put all the most negative things about women on black women is ridiculous.
No, Sharon,
literally, Amber Heard is the face of the Me Too movement, lying. It's a white woman.
All right, Sharon, I'm gonna meet you halfway, okay? I'm being bridge the gap here. So we can conclude, right? You understand? Do you at least understand where he's coming from? I'm not saying you agree with him. I mean, do you understand why he thinks the way he thinks when he sees that statue?
I literally just broke down.
So I'm getting simple yes or no. Simple yes or no.
But no. I want to put it out there, right?
So don't see it. No. So hold on. So no.
So no. The answer is no. Just keep it simple. Just say no.
Because I just expressed and explained.
I get all that, but you don't have to express all that.
I don't.
Okay. No, it's good that he did express that though, because this is what I'm saying, right? Hold on. When we talk about keeping it real goes wrong, yes. I have the DVDs to prove it from my teenage years that yes, what he is saying about the reality of white women may be true. Okay. But how they're depicted in art, how they're depicted in literature, how they're depicted to the world, right? It's not focused on the reality of the porn star. It's how they want their women to be viewed. Okay, nurturing, Mary holding the baby.
Maybe it's because there's whores in every reality and race, and when you're watching porn, you want to see a whore, not a nurturing mother. Unless you're
to the keeping it real goes wrong point, though, there's a fact, right, that every major civilization has had an element of mythology that's used to define them, right? Whether you're talking about Zeus, whether you're talking about the Bible, whatever. Like, there's a certain mythology that could have been put into that statue that would have represented our women better, in my opinion.
He's right. I told the story. There's no story.
It was my fault, Afro Nerd. I'm just going to clean this up real quick because I was trying to get to a point for Sharon. Again, I'm trying to bridge this gap so there's no more confusion. So the point why I asked you this, Sharon, and make it yes or no, so make it quick. I say, do you understand why they say what they say? Your answer is no, you don't understand it. So I said, okay, cool. Let me enlighten you because you clearly don't know. He gave an answer. He said stereotype, stereotypically. He's going off of certain signs, certain cues, right? Do you understand that much?
Mm-hmm.
So you do understand what he's saying then?
No, I understand what.
No, wait. You just conceded. Conceded.
No, you asked me, do I understand what a stereotype is? I said yes.
Yes, and he told you the hand placement on the hip was a stereotypical thing, not necessarily for black women, but just people. Not just for women in general, but people, period, who do that expression.
Okay, so that's the problem. Hold on, so that's the problem. He does not put that same connotation if it was a white woman statue with her hands on her hip.
I do. I'm saying I can't find one. because they don't depict their women looking that way. So what the brother just said, anyone with their hands on their hip comes off aggressive.
Okay, so therefore, what I said, and this is why I went into start naming examples of all these white women that was doing things. Literally, the face of the feminist movement is a white woman with a bandana on her head and with her arms flexed like this. Literally. So this idea that we have this warped idea that our black woman is doing something evil is crazy to me, where literally every negative thing about women in America is a white woman. Everything.
So it could be argued that the white feminist movement co-opted that photo. But that photo was the basic white woman during World War II.
Okay,
That
so
was what that was
I'm saying,
created.
okay, hold on. Before we move into what you're saying, right? Am I wrong about the white feminist, the feminist movement? The face of that is a white woman, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So all right. So I don't understand. So when we look at divorce, who's going to be, if you was to put a woman on it, who's going to be the leader of who's taking advantage of divorces?
All right, but Sharon, let's look at this
Answer
though,
the
right?
question first.
Hold on. I'm gonna answer it this way, right? I don't think black women are disproportionately benefiting from welfare over white women. But when you think of the welfare queen, you're not thinking of the white single mother in Kentucky.
Okay, so
he's right. He is correct.
So the
So
problem.
this is where art becomes important.
There's a lot of
Wall
evidence
Street
for why
Willie.
you
So
think
now
what you think.
who is that a problem for? That gotta be us, because we are not pointing out the fact that the welfare queen is a white woman. Literally.
The welfare queen is not a white woman. Per
I was gonna
capita,
say because
53% of your population is on welfare, 13% of whites, 10% of Hispanics, and like 2% of Asians.
Right. So we
That's
know
why
this.
blacks are seen as welfare queens.
Right. So we know what this man is saying is nonsense. We know he ain't.
I have the data I can pull up and link it in the back chat.
Yeah, that's fine. You could, but
year after year.
Okay,
And that's even old data. After 2020, it's been like 63%.
However, we know it's not true. This is what I'm saying. We can't keep allowing them to say whatever and say bullshit. And it's like, oh yeah, that's true. We got welfare queens. No, y'all
You got
are
to use
welfare.
per capita because the actual numbers, like per capita,
Well, there's
changes.
only like 45 million blacks.
Y'all outnumber us population wise, so if a smaller percentage of y'all
Thank you. So even if a larger portion of our population does fit that mold, they're a drop in the bucket. But they're used as the face of it to represent it.
And who faulted
50% of us, like you said, that's 7 million. It's 3%. I mean, 10%
Drop
of
in the
y'all.
bucket.
Do you not understand the issue when
20 million. 10% of y'all is 20 million.
Three times as much.
Hold on. I do not want to. Hold on. I do not want to major in a minor nonsense, right? So we understand that the welfare queen, literally, as Wall Street Willie said, the person that they wrote the story about was not a black woman, literally.
White folk. It's your people for sure.
Oh yeah, it's my people. I don't mind paying for my people. They're my people.
And again, so therefore we as black men, we cannot be the ones that is going with the same ideology as Orthodox God. That is a problem.
You shouldn't. You should adopt an ideology of pulling yourself up by the bootstraps and fixing your own problems.
Right. So see, and this is what they say. This is what they say, literally. And then we have black men that want to regurgitate the nonsense that Orthodox got.
It's funny. Most of those black men are successful that regurgitate what I say.
Cap. Most of them.
Why are you hating on wealthy black men or middle class black men?
Most of them is not. They're not successful. Stop lying like they getting here.
The idea, and this is why black men gotta be dangerous. Seriously, start thinking about the things I say. If it's matching something that Orthodox guy is saying, you should probably rethink it. Literally,
access to white people is a human right. Access to welfare is a human right.
Oh no,
What are we arguing about? If I'm saying
y'all
black
got
men
access
better
to the fiat dollar. Y'all never
segregated.
been good at gathering minerals, having minerals. Y'all can't eat, bro. Y'all,
Brother, I
it's
don't want to
crazy.
hear. I don't want to
Listen,
hear that
stop.
when your
It's
people
funny
are
to
from
talk
like the
about
most
pulling yourself
mineral
up by
rich
your
continent.
bootstraps when
When your
y'all. Hey,
people are from the
listen.
most mineral rich
Y'all
continent, you
had to
didn't know how to
bring
eat.
us here because y'all was too lazy to do the work on your
I didn't know.
own.
We didn't bring you here.
Y'all
The law has
genetically
brought you
just
Hold
really
on, slow
lazy
down.
motherfuckers.
I need everybody to
I
slow
live in
down.
West Virginia,
Hold
by the
on.
way. I see
Hold
y'all
on.
dirty as folks.
Oh my
Like
God.
y'all nasty folk. Like
Listen.
y'all talking about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. Y'all couldn't build this country without us because y'all was too fucking lazy, bro. But this is shit y'all say. Y'all can't build shit. You know how they taught y'all we had to help y'all wash y'all ass? Remember the Black Plague? Y'all didn't even understand how to
I
just
do remember the Black Plague.
wash the ass and put up a fucking body, brother.
Hold on. Hey, don't forget this man was raised by a black man. So hey, he learned a lot from a black man. It is what it is.
Yeah,
so,
I did.
So
I learned that black people can pull themselves up by their bootstraps, and they don't have to be perpetual fucking whiners.
So the problem is that them themselves haven't done it. His race of people historically has not done that.
My
but
race
they
of
want to
people
tell.
conquered the
Hold on,
planet.
but they
Cry
hold
about
on. I got you. But they want to tell us that that's what we have to do to be successful. It's bullshit. I don't know why.
What national flag?
You'll
What
be
national flags
You'll
was
be
your
able to.
continent
You'll be
under
able
for
to
like
rebuttal.
200 years?
You'll be able to rebuttal. So again, that's why you got to.
You know, human history is like.
I know you hear me talking.
Hella years older than 200 might be.
Like, I don't understand why y'all get so triggered. Anyway, what I'm saying is this. So you got to be careful. If you're a black man saying the same thing as this person, maybe it's time for you to rethink your thought patterns. You are not thinking black if you think like him.
So glad I could be a common enemy for everyone, including the.
It's not about
the woman, the sentient New York.
I want to address that. So you are not the common enemy. Is your ideology is the common enemy?
Well, it's my ideology that people work and they get what they put in.
No,
as
that's not what you're
individuals,
saying.
as racial groups, as organizations.
So no, but that's not what you are saying. And for some reason, you're acting like you don't understand what you're saying. Pulling yourself up by the bootstrap is not saying, "Hey, I'm going out there to work for what I deserve." Those are two different things.
That's exactly what pulling yourself up.
Well, then you're exactly stupid if that's what you believe.
Hey, question, Sharon, I had to get ready to go, but I have a question for you, and this is something personal. I want to know: is this whole channel you got here, right? Is this for entertainment?
Not necessarily.
Okay, but is that what's happening right now?
No, I'm having a real conversation.
All right, so
if you are entertained by the conversation, hey, it is what it is.
Okay, so if the conversation, right? Because I feel like sometimes me and you talk, it do be like a monologue to some degree, and it's your channel. You can do what you want to do. I'm not trying to try to run it, but when there's a conversation had, I don't think you are genuine about your position, or better yet, you're not genuine with trying to have an obvious conversation with someone else with a different opinions of yours. You'd rather defer back to how your thinking is and want them to actually take either your side or you stay on your side. Some people don't come in with sides. Some people actually try to come to a place of understanding to meet where you're at. But when you force a narrative, which is a lot of times because you have a lot of insertions, that's a clear indication of that you have an agenda. Sorry to tell you that, but that's why I said, is this entertainment? It's okay.
Okay, so can you please substantiate what insertions that I gave for you to say that?
Okay, let's say me and you had a little tit for tat, like maybe a week and a half ago, and it was over a word, which was crazy because you got the word wrong, but you didn't want to concede to that. Even when we pulled the dictionary up, you didn't want to concede to it. And then you started putting all these words and saying, this is what it means, this is what it means, this is what it means. I'm like, that's not what it means. And then we pulled it up.
What word are you talking about?
The word was shoot, let me think about that. Because I remember it specifically, it has something to do with the whole Shannon Sharp thing. And I was kind of like, oh, criminal, the word criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And you, for the most part, no, actually, that wasn't my argument. That wasn't my fault. That was another argument that you was gaslighting. My fault. That wasn't even my argument. That was with the white boy you had an argument with. He asked you asked him a broad question, not specific. But you wanted a specific answer, or yes or no. But the question itself was broad. You said, do criminals deserve to die? And he told you that that cannot be yes or no, because it's all situational. But you're saying from the sense of when you think of criminal, what do you think? And that's subjective as well, too. What do you think we're talking about? We think the majority of people, which is all speculation.
That's not what
That's
he said,
where you're
though.
playing mind games.
So
you can be specific and just say this type of crime, but you're not going to do that. Then you put all these insertions in and gaslight the person.
So marvelous. You understand that you are 100% wrong with what you said, right?
Of course, I'm wrong because you're going to gaslight right here.
No, that's not what he said, Marvelous. He said, in general, do criminals deserve to be murdered by the police?
I have to go back and play the tape. But
Yeah,
I do remember him saying, he said that. No,
if
I'm
they're
saying
violent
he
criminals, yes.
He did say that, but no, there was confusion because he said it both ways.
So
he
do you
correct himself later on?
Hold on. So you do understand that?
that
Hold on, marvelous. You do understand somebody just correct you with what was actually
and
said.
I just hold up.
And
I just
you're not
acknowledged.
hold on.
I
and you are
acknowledged
not
it and said that may have been said. I have to
on.
come back and
Hold
look at it.
on.
But initially, what you
Hold
did say
on.
was this,
No,
and now you're
that's
going
what
to
he
try to
said
work around
initially.
because Paige
No,
never came and
that's what he
saved you.
said from the beginning, and the guy
He
didn't
didn't
hear
say
him say in
that's why I was
general.
confused.
No,
The guy was
because he
confused
didn't
off
hear
rip.
him say in general, and the guy didn't want to concede a point. So that was the other thing, right? Because even when he came back and explained again several times, the guy still was, playing games or whatever. But from the beginning, he said that. But I am just very concerned that y'all sat here and let, who is this, Orthodox guy get all that stuff off, and none of y'all had a response, right?
None.
Even Afro
You
Nerd,
lying
who's
like
supposed to
hell.
be a nerd.
A black man
all
really
he
gonna
said
sit
was,
here and let this sentient New York Times statue talk shit on you?
all right. And so all he had to say was, I'm finna go. But he talking about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. And if you know where that statement comes from, you know that it was said sarcastically, because that's an impossible thing to do. Y'all know, try to pull yourself up from your bootstraps, right? So that phrase doesn't even mean what they think it is, and they too stupid to know that. The other thing is to let
I
somebody
get it.
from his group say that when all they've had were handouts, right? The Homestead Act, the GI Bill, redlining, right? And so y'all will sit y'all asses there and be quiet when it's somebody straight jumping off the top rope on you, as long as it's a white male, right? But then y'all always want to try to fight and be disrespectful with black women. And this is why you get no respect.
That's crazy. Don't do that in front of the white folk, first of all. Second of
No,
all, you
so
lying like
when
hell
you
because
sat
I
there and
jumped
let the
on
white
them
folks say that
immediately,
shit,
Diva.
you
God
sat
damn
your
it.
stupid
hold
ass
on,
there and let that white
hold
boy
on.
say that shit. So don't tell me shit about
Hold
saying
on.
nothing in front of the white
I
folks,
did. I
dummy.
was the one literally arguing with him. You lying.
Okay, so that's not major in mine. So okay, KT. So
Okay,
that
wait,
means
Sharon, I also got you
if you
too.
did that, KT, did that mean she ain't talking about you? So I don't know why you responded. So I guess you want some flowers. Okay, KT, you try to argue with
Nah. I just don't want her to do
Okay,
that in
it's
front of them
okay.
white
That
It's
was
folks.
nothing
okay.
sensible though. KT didn't
Okay,
have
it's
nothing
Wait till them
sensible
niggas
to say,
leave.
so he might as well
I
shut his
just want to
ass
know. I
up.
just want to know how the G.
Hold on. It's okay. So again, so I wanted to. So now that you see that it wasn't just me about to disagree with you, the chat disagreed with you, Marvelous, and PhD even corrected what I actually
Get
was
this,
saying.
Sharon,
Right?
I got you.
And so what I want to say is this. This is why we gotta pay attention to what
Continue.
we are.
I got you.
Why you stopping me? So I am not the one gaslighting nobody. I'm actually listening to y'all words.
Crazy
and I
work. You listen.
rebuttal your words with my own thoughts.
Well, you definitely your thoughts. That's for sure.
Okay, you want to talk? Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. This is your show. I really appreciate the time here. So the word was stagnant. Me and you got in the tip of tap for the word stagnant, which was crazy to me. I had to go back and record that whole entire thing. And I did. And I said, I can't believe this man couldn't conceive because he didn't know what the word stagnant meant. And then Venus had to come in there because she felt the way about it. She says, I kind of agree with Edward. I kind of agree with what Marvel's just spoken about. And then you said, no, you're wrong. It's not what he's saying. I'm like, so everything she just said, what I just said. So she heard something totally different. It came out of her head out of nowhere. So we didn't have the same thought. When it came to the word stagnant. And then you want to bring in the word, my bad, babe. Talking about, oh, it's complacency. I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying if you work a job until you retire that you're stagnant. That's the whole point. I'm not talking about consistency. The word was not consistent. It was stagnant. But you don't concede to that at all. For some reason, then you start putting insertions throughout the whole entire process and gaslit the hell out of it.
So again, you are wrong.
I know. I got the recording right here if you want to listen to it.
Yes, go ahead, play it. And so we can see what you're saying and see how wrong you are with your assessment. Go ahead.
Because your confusion, you know where your confusion came in?
Go ahead and play the video so now we can see you wrong in real time.
Killing somebody, that's saying that's a bad human being. Well, you're saying that. You're saying they're horrible. You know what I'm saying? The person that stays stagnant, that's a horrible human being. That's your argument, yes. And I'm holding to that. You are trying to turn it from, hey, no, he could just be horrible. Dang. That's what I'm saying. He's saying they're horrible, not me. I'm just like,
somebody happy with the job they have. They are horrible because they like their job and they don't want to go nowhere.
Okay, so hold on. So again, just because you stay with a job for 20 years, that does not mean you are stagnant.
No one made that argument by that way. No one never made that argument by that way. That's something you inserted into the conversation.
Pause it there.
You inserted right there in the conversation.
Pause it there. Pause.
I paused it.
Again, hold on.
In real time. Right in the conversation. No one said nothing about that.
Hold on. In real time. In real time. This is fucking insane to me. This is what I'm saying. Like, y'all keep saying that I'm the one that's trying to gaslight, and then in real time, I addressed what you said and then corrected what Silent was saying about it. Say, no, I'm not saying somebody that is consistently at their job is stagnant. I literally did that in real time just now.
Let's continue because the person talking to at this point is just me and you talking. The other guy's not even talking anymore. It's just me and you at this point. And you're still arguing with me for some reason, even though I keep saying that's not the case. That's not my argument. You keep saying this is like, no, that's not my argument. I keep telling you back and forth, that's not my argument. But yet you keep trying to insert that on me for some reason, gaslighting the hell out of me. You want to continue? I continue. And it's all because of the word stagnant. You didn't want to concede to the word stagnant. We had to go back and look up in a dictionary if you didn't concede to it. Because you kept saying it makes you feel horrible or something like that. And I was like, it has nothing to do with what you feel. It's what you do. But you did not want to concede to.
You're not making
sense. Your
feelings. I swear you believe you be making sense, but
here you go. I'll play it for you. Continue it.
You didn't get promoted.
To my point.
This is insane. Okay. This is insane to me, but we're going to work through it. Let me calm down. So because you are consistent at a job, doesn't have anything to do with being stagnant. If you have as a human being. That's fine. You didn't get that. Okay, you didn't get promoted.
So you understood what I was talking about, but you want to disregard that and continue to go to this whole argument that I've never made. You said right, you acknowledged what I said. You acknowledged it right there when I said it. You said, all right, we understand that. Moving on.
You didn't say anything.
This is I'm saying me. You just said the other guy said the argument. You're talking about the other guy's argument. I've never made an argument, but you're arguing with me like it's my argument. You're saying you guys, you. And I'm saying that's not me, bro. This is my argument. He went all around the mulberry bush for nothing. You took one thing that man inserted on our conversation. He wasn't a part of the conversation. It was me and you talking. You took what he said as it was my argument and gaslit the hell out of me with that.
This is
yes, it was insane.
Okay, hold on, stop there. So PZ, do you understand what he's saying? How did I gaslight you when I'm literally trying to talk to you? Somebody else jumped in and you agree with the person that jumped in.
I did not agree with them. See, that's the point. You inserted their opinion on my whole thing.
Okay, let it play some more. Go ahead.
That's why I said you.
Go ahead, let it play some more. We're gonna see if what you're saying is correct because you still haven't proved what you're saying yet.
You, for some reason, that job is considered what that job is stagnant. Just that part of you is stagnant.
Pause
it
there.
Is not. That is not
Pause
stagnant.
There. Pause there.
Oh my Lord.
Pause there. You just agreed with the other guy.
No, I did not. I said that part. You don't understand. Listen again, because I'll say it one time.
Hold on.
I've never heard the word consistent. I never talked about working job and
hold on. The other guy, Silent, he said,
"This not talking no more."
He said, "This is crazy that you're saying somebody that's at their job is being stagnant." Correct? Is that where we at?
No. You know what I agree with him with? Don't I agree with him with is that no, I'm serious. This is where you got confused at. I simply said when you said a person is horrible, I was like, yes, that's crazy. He's saying that he is a horrible person. That was all I agreed to. What he said after that, I had nothing on that. That was never my argument.
You literally just, if you just, what you
You
just
can
say,
play it
you
back.
agree
I can play
with
it back. I know
that.
when I said
You
it. I
just
said it when he
agree.
said that's horrible, and I said,
Okay,
that's
hold
crazy.
on. So PS Diva, am I missing when he just agreed with Silence version of stagnant?
Was that Marvelous the one saying, okay, well, he's stagnant in that one area with regard to his job?
Yes, that was
Yeah, you were
Marvelous.
agreeing with the dude.
What was it? Wait, Diva.
What the fuck is going on?
There's a
Hold
word I
on.
used. I said
Hold
he
on.
had
So
no
hold on,
promotion. I'm
Marvelous.
still on the basis
Marvelous.
of
Are
no
you going to
promotion.
concede?
He got
Hold
stagnant.
on.
He's not in
As
that
you hold
particular
on,
part.
Marvelous. As you saying that I'm the one that doesn't concede, are you going to concede to the fact that you just said that?
Yes, in context behind the word promotion. Yes.
This is insane to me.
No, you're missing it.
I'm really starting to think that y'all just want to.
You said
Hold
yes.
on.
No, you said it yourself.
Hold
You
on.
agreed to
Hold
it.
on. I think y'all really just want to argue with me just to argue with me, man. Like, it is no way that I could prove y'all wrong time and time again in real time, and y'all still saying I'm wrong in real time when you literally just said it.
Yes,
This is
after
crazy.
the word promotion. After the word promotion. You see how you're trying to take things out of context and gaslight me right now in front of your audience?
What?
For you, for some reason, that job is considered what
that job is stagnant. Just that part of you is stagnant.
It is not. That is not stagnant.
Oh my Lord.
That shows consistency.
Yes.
Consistency is boring to some people.
Okay, but we're not talking about being boring. We're talking about stagnant.
It has not changed.
Okay, so this is the problem. Okay, so I'm trying to mind out because I see a lot of men think like this, and I'm trying to work it out with y'all, right? Instead of keep moving the goalposts, even though y'all attempted to, I'm allowing you to move the goalposts again, right? Being stagnant and maintaining a job, it has nothing to do with each other at all.
Pause there.
No, it's good. I'm agreeing with you.
Hold on.
I'm actually agreeing with you.
I'm asking you to hold on. So again, I am substantiating what I'm saying.
Yes.
Anyway.
But do you understand my argument? My whole point was that you like to put insertions in. You're inserting something that I never said. That's why I didn't say nothing to respond to your argument. I didn't respond to the argument because that's not my whole stance.
And Marvis, do you realize that you are trying to play this soundbite to say that it's me inserting things where I did not insert anything? What I did was define what I am talking about.
Let me
you
continue.
do realize that, right?
There's a whole lot more to it. Because you have to really put yourself in the
Okay, it's going to it. But I want to make sure you understand that at this moment right now, I substantiate what I'm talking about.
Yes, and I agree with you.
Okay, so now why are you talking about inserting and playing this?
Because listen further on. I'm gonna tell you why.
Do you want to just argue with me, or you want to let me finish saying what I'm saying?
Continue. My apologies. Go ahead.
So where is the video or soundbite that shows that I'm inserting things that is not there? Because this is not an example of that. This is an example of me defining what I'm saying for the people that is confused.
All right, go ahead and continue it.
No, I don't want to continue.
You say were there insertions, and here I'm about to provide it for you. You don't want the insertions.
I do have one question.
Hold on.
Since we want to get off. Oh, all right.
So hold on. No, hold on. Before we're going to get back to it. So, oh my God. Diva, so this is the problem that we are having, right? Is that like we could hear what was happening in the soundbite, and we can have some detective clues to say, hey, this is not going in the direction of me inserting something. And this is why we don't need to hear it anymore. And so this is the problem that y'all are not recognizing, right? You said I was inserting, and so far I'm explaining to you what I'm talking about. And you want to keep going while I continuously to explain. As I stopped you before, I was explaining. Then we stopped again. I explained some more. Then we stopped it again. I explained some more. So this is not leading towards a path of me inserting something. It's leading down a path that I am trying to explain something to men, and men are purposely being obtuse. For what reason? I have no idea. Literally in real time.
You know what happened in real time? You know what happened in real time? You saved your butt. You saved yourself. You saved face, because that's the most important thing to you. You have no humility whatsoever. None. You don't.
This is literally gaslighting.
What
No,
the
no,
fuck
no.
is
This is not
going on
gaslighting.
here?
You told me before that. You told me a while back. I'm not a humble dude. I should have recorded that too, because you said that too. I'm sticking to that. You true. That's true about that. You're not a humble dude at all.
Diva,
Okay, so
is this happening in real time? That
it is, but this is from
he literally
something
just
else.
he literally tried to gaslight me?
Yeah, but this is
Look at
about
this.
something else.
You
Not
was
this
my
conversation.
gaslighting. I had people laugh at this right here. I put my people at my job laughed at this part right here. This is a whole different argument. Look at this right here. Listen to this.
The
What
fact
I'm
that he been
expecting from the
recording.
other person. Then when they say yes, I'm gonna give you. I don't look for an expectation.
That's me. You hear somebody talking, Jalen. What happened, Marvelous? It sounds like you're talking about being intentional and having expectations. That's basically what we're talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. You can have expectations, but I got my own opinions about that.
Right. I'm not. I don't look for an expectation. I tell the person, so again, I'm not looking for an expectation. I tell a person what I can give and what I'm expecting from the other person. And then
Crazy work right there. What I'm expecting. People are laughing at this part. Continue.
they say yes, I'm gonna give you that. I'm going to right because I'm expect them to deliver what they said they're going to give. And I'm going to hold them accountable for delivering that. That is not an expectation.
Pause again.
Right, that's a little bit
Crazy. You don't even know what the word expectation means. That's crazy work right
you
there.
don't understand how a
right now, you can't even admit that you're wrong. You're never wrong.
No, you just not. You cannot follow a conversation. You can't follow a conversation. That's what's happening. You heard the word expectation come out of my mouth, but you didn't understand that the context of why I was saying it.
What I asked you, I asked you a question. I said, so this is what's going on for expectation, right? And you said yes. And then I said, okay, I wouldn't really expect things, but okay, you can have your opinions about that. And you said, we're not talking about expectations. I'm like, what the fuck? You just said at your own mouth. Yes. When I asked that question.
After I say something, oh my, it's okay. It's all right. You know what? Marvelous. I don't know what's going on in your head. This is that double-mindedness that you don't understand the conversation clearly. You're not paying attention to the words. You're not paying attention to the reason why I'm saying words that I'm saying.
Oh, you're emotional. I know
you are
that.
looking right now. You're saying that I'm emotional. Like again,
back then you were definitely for sure.
You think that cutting somebody off is what?
That's to save face. I know what you're doing.
You know what
I'm
doing?
You don't have to save face. You really don't. People accept you for who you are. You don't have to always be this guy who's always right.
Oh my God. So again, just because I'm right when I speak to people doesn't mean that I'm always right. So it is okay that I am able to prove and substantiate my
right
point.
Now, even when it comes about me talking about you,
why I don't have to cut nobody off when I'm talking, right? Or when the other person is talking, right? I allow people to talk, even when they try to gaslight me, when they try to lie on me, when they say disrespectful things towards me. I don't have to come because it doesn't actually affect me. However, when I'm conversing with you and in real time, I'm disproving you in real time and you're not willing to accept it, that's not saying something about me. That's not me always being right. That's just me analyzing the situation correctly in real time.
Only you can do that. I understand. Only you can do that. No one else can analyze the situation except Sharon on his channel. I get it.
Right, that is your opinion, but
that's
you
not
can,
just an
so
opinion.
here's
That's
the problem. You have here's the problem. Here's the problem with you. What you're saying, then you have to prove that I am wrong.
I just did.
Right, and the evidence that you brought,
couldn't accept, and you said I don't accept that notion. Okay. I don't want to play up the tapes. I understand what's going on. I can assume what's going to happen. Right?
Yeah, Diva. What do you think of this, Diva?
I think this isn't about this conversation at all. I think this is something deeper. And he been feeling this way for a minute. So let him get it out. Tell Sharon how he ain't shit. Marvelous. Go ahead.
No, it's not about him being shit. I'm not, me, Diva. I'm not a person to actually poke fun or make jokes or like that. I'm not that kind of guy. I can care less about, that. But the only thing I don't like is like Sharon doesn't realize it. But in time, when he's ever explaining something, anytime he's explaining something, and he wants you to pick a side, he wants you to pick a side about how you feel, which is always going to be subjective and it'll lead to good topics and discussion. But it's kind of much entertainment, in my opinion. When you have a show about opinions, it's just entertainment at the end of the day. Which is why I asked in the very beginning of this, is this for entertainment, Sharon? Are you really trying to get the solutions? I mean, you used to be solution-based, but now he's the wildest wake-up show. So to me, when you say I'm the wildest wake-up show, that sounds like entertainment to me.
Where on the doll did Sharon touch you?
You know what?
Because it sounds like to me you're just trying to say that your feelings are hurt and you need some love. Give him a hug, Sharon. Y'all hug it out.
All right. I'll get off my soapbox. If that's what that sounds like and all that shit, I'll spare y'all ears, you know what I'm saying? It's like the worst y'all get from me all year. So and my wife looked at me like, what the fuck? Nah, but seriously, bro,
I
I'll
do
take
got a
your face
question
for
from Miss
orthodox.
Diva though.
No, you're right
Like,
though. Just because first off, like I said, I don't like being gaslit. He doesn't even acknowledge the fact he gaslit the hell out of me. But that's expected because again, he does that. He has his own
are you a
mind.
date? Are you a date that got $100 steak that didn't put out or something? You're a man. How can you be gaslit? You willingly come on a show.
Yeah, that's
Calm
true.
down.
That's
Where
true.
where on the doll did he touch you? Just tell
Somewhere
us
in the middle of
already.
my brain a little bit. Somewhere in the
On
middle of
your
the brain.
brain? It feels like it was in your feelings.
Yeah, somewhere there. Somewhere there.
I don't know.
But yeah, I can concede to that. 'Cause I'm a humble dude. So you're right, Orthodox. I can concede to that. It's unbecoming of myself, and I shouldn't be that person.
Yo, Diva, did he just prove your thought, what you said earlier in real time?
They always do.
Always do.
That was crazy. Like literally, Diva said that. This is crazy. I don't know what to think about this, Diva. Literally, in real time, Diva just said. So you know what? I got a question for you, Marvelous. Because for some reason, people always want to say that I'm not trying to get to anything. I'm always the main villain in all this shit, right? Do you think Hamp is trying to get to some solutions?
My fault. My mic was off. I think that Hamp sometimes, for the most part, is also entertainment. I mean, he's a DJ, which is kind of cool. I like his whole theme and stuff. But he does provoke more thought, in my opinion. That's the only difference.
So when you go to his show, do you look at his show and say, you know what, he's saying this might be risky, so therefore you're not
I
looking.
just gave you an answer. I just told you it's entertainment, but it has more. I would say it poses questions that give you more deeper thought. That's about it. But it's both entertainment. I think it's actually better entertaining because of the music. The whole thing he does kind of cool. But besides that,
Man, I don't think none of y'all niggas really trying. What I've observed from the space, listen, I ain't gonna say people ain't trying to invoke
I hear people say that, right? And they don't like the way how I expose people, right? I get it. However, people learn more because he just learned something about himself that I'm not actually doing what he said I was doing in real time. He just tried to say that I was doing something, and in real time we see that it wasn't me. In real time, that's a solution. That's literally a
that's
solution.
not a solution. That's you not taking accountability. It's okay. It's okay. You're always right. You're always right. We got it. The moral story is Sharon cannot be wrong. Just take that for lesson. That's the lesson today. He is not wrong. Even right now, he's not wrong.
I'm talking to KT. KT.
Yeah.
Did Marvelous substantiate his point today, just now?
Yeah, maybe not good, but I get what he's saying. I mean, I think I get what he's saying. I'm pretty positive I get what he's saying because I pointed it out too. I said it.
Okay,
I said it.
so he said that I insert things into the conversation. So he showed that I was inserting things into the conversation that he played.
Nah, I think that last clip has some validity though. Where like he was saying,
I don't understand what's going on. I'm asking you a very direct question.
Mm-hmm.
Did he show in that video that I inserted something in the conversation?
Yes. Yeah. I say
thank you.
Okay, so fine. What did I insert into the conversation?
It's called consistency. Consistency is what you inserted, sir. Never mind argument.
I can't remember what the y'all was exactly talking about, but where he said like this is the word, and you was like the expectations. Like that, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you will do that. But that's to each his own. I'm really not even trying to, you know what I'm saying, make it seem like it's a bad thing, but I can understand what he's saying. Sometimes you do make a point and you be somewhat correct, but then you might branch it off. And then if somebody respond, like I responded to something to you, right? And then You've brought this up and then be like, well, don't bring up the conversation about the conversation. But what you stated before made me have to reply to that. And then you say to avoid that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not.
You understand that's a whole different argument. We ain't talking about. So now you want to tell me what grievances you have with me too? Go ahead.
No, it's not. It's not about grievances. I'm saying I'm understanding what he's saying in terms of saying.
Hold on. All that that's got.
You will.
The question that you asked, Marvelous. Go ahead.
Hey T, where on the dog did Sharon touch you?
Yo, shut your white ass up, man. You just.
I mean, you don't want to sit in your feelings.
You just here for entertainment, brother.
Hey,
you just here for
I'm
entertainment.
just saying, you and
Yeah,
Marvelous in your feelings.
listen. You can say I'm in my feelings. I'm only in my feelings because I understand. I'm not here for entertainment. I am one of those people actually seeking clarity. So I ain't really here to play with you. Yeah, I know. Go ahead. Make jokes and laugh.
I just wanted to come out here to talk. Y'all don't random one woman
to
off.
talk some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I ain't asking to speak to you. I'm not cuz either. I'm not about to sit here and, okay, sir. Get your ass up the fuck out of here. You ain't know nobody. I ain't even asked for your input.
I'll do with a yes'm.
All right, yeah. But yeah, like I said, shit. I ain't got no. It ain't about no grievance thing. I'm saying I just understand what he's saying in terms of sometimes you may insert something extra, or where you might have to respond.
Y'all sound like y'all are whining. Y'all sound like a bunch of white girls.
Yo, don't ever hit my bro with the yowza.
You know some white
He was like, I can accept the yowza. Yowza, boss.
Oh, shit.
Now, but bring back to the topic.
I just propose this out here for Diva before I get kicked. How the hell, and when she gets back, hopefully she can answer. How is the GI Bill something for our war fighters a handout? Because they went and served the country. By the way, black folks have access to the GI Bill. And the Homesteading Act was about civilizing the West, which black folks had access to.
To bring it back to people on the front line of the abolition, that sister doesn't realize she disrespected every single dude that signed up for that union argument from a plantation anyway, right? They weren't on the front lines, so it was only Harry, right? That's her argument. Because all these men were lost in history, right? They don't matter. We know where we were on that front line. We were on that front line dying, getting hit with musket balls. So where is there even room? Where's there even room for discord in the conversation? It's only room in that when these black feminists make it about you niggas didn't do nothing and Harriet Tubman and black women did everything.
Wait, when did she say that though? I'm not even on her side. When did she say that? She never once said that.
Listen, so the thing was, it was about black women have always done more for these movements. Harriet Tubman did all this. Where were the black men? They were dead in Gettysburg. They were dead in all these civil war fields all over the world, right? The only time it becomes
a lot of them was wearing gray uniforms too. That's wild.
That's true. But now you just want to make it more technical. The point I'm making is, if you're asking what a black man was, he was on a different front line. He was on the front line losing his life in that civil war. So it was never just Harriet Tubman. We did this entire thing together. That's why I focused on the point of why is Harriet's husband lost? When we do our greatness, when Malcolm goes out in the world and does what he does, right? Betty is promoted. You know there's no Martin without Coretta. You know there's no matter how they went through it in their divorce. You know there's no Nelson without Winnie, right? But it's a very, very specific agenda to eliminate black men from the success of black women and make black women the cornerstone of black male success. I would never argue that there is no Barack Obama without a strong Harvard graduate like Michelle. And after she served them 8 years, she can do and say whatever she want to do. That's a whole nother topic, right? Where we get to right now.
The reason why Wall Street Willie is because when you see a powerful female doing something, nobody's gonna look at that man as some kind of leader. When a man is doing everything, he fits the mold of the patriarchy. He must have a great woman behind him as well, right? Because it takes away from the actual woman. So this is the part that you misunderstand. So
So
when
no.
when a powerful
Hold
man,
on.
Let them
when a
finish.
powerful
Shit.
man is when a powerful man is doing something, it does not make that woman better, right? That woman is just who she is. She was
Now
already
watch this.
phenomenal. She was already a phenomenal human being with or without Malcolm X. So the
Now,
issue
not
is
only do I understand your point, right?
nobody's
Not
gonna look
only
at
do I understand your point, I can bring it to current times too.
He just can't
So
control himself.
now, so hold on. So now, why would I want to marry a Harry? I get lost in history marrying this strong black woman. And I'm a strong black man of my own, right? This is how you create a Clarence Thomas. This is how you
Hold up.
create
Why would
a
hold
Saquon
up.
Barkley.
Who are you?
Yeah, let's get
Who are
crazy.
you? Wait, hold on. Do you think
Hold
You
on,
said
hold on. Let me
Saquon
respond to him. Let me
marry a white
respond to him.
woman.
Don't cut me off. You'll
Okay.
understand it
you
if
were
you allow me to
talking.
respond.
No, I
You'll
asked you
understand
a
it if you
question.
allow me to respond.
If you
Don't
pass
ask me no
away
question. This
today,
is not a conversation for you right now. I'm
if you
talking to
pass away
Sharon.
today, yeah, well,
You're
I bet you
interrupting me
locked
speaking
up
to
and
Sharon
and,
specifically.
and I'm bored.
You're interrupting me
Yeah,
speaking
I am.
to
Bro. You
Sharon
just obvious. Yeah, I am.
specifically.
I am. Yeah, I am. Uh,
I know.
if you
Because you
pass away
acting
today,
like my baby mother.
if you passed
You
away
got
today,
that
you wouldn't be
strong
my
feminine
crazy.
energy. I know. You put that on display earlier. You got that strong baby mother energy. I know.
If you passed away today, would anybody remember you? Like, would you be lost in
Absolutely.
history? Would
Absolutely.
you
My
wouldn't be
name is
lost in
already
history?
on plaques.
How long would
My
you live
name is
around? How
already
many
on
generations?
plaques.
What's your name? What's
Right.
your name? What's your name?
That nigga. You
Okay,
don't
so
even know my personal. You don't even know my personal name because I don't trust
you
you.
wouldn't marry a Harriet
I
Tubman
don't trust you. The
because
same way you
you
think
don't
I
be
disrespected
lost in
my
history.
home, I
So it
think
makes
you
no difference.
disrespect black
It
manhood.
makes no difference.
So I don't trust you.
I just disrespect
Right? So
bums,
don't
and you're a
ask me
bum.
my name. Don't ask me my name, family.
You would
But to
already be
get
lost
back
in
to the
history.
point I was
You have no
making,
choice. It doesn't matter whether you married a Harriet Tubman or
that's
whether you married
cool.
someone
That's
else.
cool.
You're
That's
still
cool.
going
That's
to be
cool.
lost in history. It's
But
not
to
the
get
boys that
back
will
to
be
the
lost in
point I was
history.
making
It's
with
you.
Sharon, right?
Bum.
I do understand everything you were just saying.
Clarence Thomas could have married
All
a
right.
Tubman, and he still wouldn't be
Bro,
lost in
bro,
history
please
because he
take a
made his
bite
own lane.
off, bro.
He made his own lane. You
Take a
can't make your
bite
own lane,
off,
and you're
man.
complaining about it. You would be lost in history because you're a nobody, not because you were married to Harriet
That's
Tubman.
cool. That's
It's because
cool.
you're a nobody.
But take a bite off, bro.
Thomas is not
Listen,
a nobody,
back
so he
to what
wouldn't
I
be
was
lost
saying
in
to
history.
Sharon.
Barack Obama wouldn't be lost in history because he is not a nobody.
All right, cool. So back what I was saying to you, Sharon, right? I agree with you, right? Men will typically get lost in this conversation, no matter how much we support our women, right? So now we know, and I would even say to you, without the shadow of a doubt, there is no Barack Obama without Michelle. There is no Malcolm without Betty. There is no black men in that space on you, Deb, right? So why would any of these young niggas want to marry one of these independent, strong, educated PhDs? There's a reason these PhDs on this panel don't have a mate. You
So
understand what I'm
Why do
saying?
you hate educated black women?
hold on, Wall Street Willie. So what is Miss Betty known for?
Betty Shabazz
Yeah.
supporting her husband,
Okay.
being there,
So
dealing with
therefore,
everything
okay,
that came along with him
hold
being
on.
the leader he was.
So therefore, that's the same thing with Harriet Tubman
I
husband.
don't have a problem with that.
He is known for being
He's
Harriet
not known for that.
husband because
He's not known for that.
he have not done anything.
Listen to what I'm telling you, my brother. Listen to what I'm telling you.
You got to let me finish.
I
So
got it. My bad.
again, he that was married, either one of the two men, right? One of them is known because she had to shoot his ass supposedly, and
The
then
first one.
and then so the other one, he is just known for being married to her because he hasn't done nothing in history to talk about other than having sex with her. That is
Who's
it.
to say that? Who's to say that? So what you're
All
saying
right, so,
now? Hold
okay.
on. No,
You
listen to
you
my point.
kind of
Listen.
just said
Hold
that
on.
when you said all they were
Listen to
known
my
for was
point. Listen to
abortion.
my point. Listen to my point. Just because what that
We
man
hear your
did on a
point.
day-to-day
You just keep
basis,
repeating it, and it
just
doesn't make
because
sense.
It would
he
be easy
made
to
it,
hear your point if you had one.
just because, right? His contribution was erased from history, right? Because most men could tell our women, nah, you're not going back to New Orleans to get more slaves, right? He was with it. Everything she was trying to do, he was with it. He supported her in it. What I'm saying is, just because that was erased from history means it doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is, we
Those
should
are
have the same reverence of support he had for his wife that our women have for us when we are in the leadership role. We don't need to be fighting each other. I'm saying the resentment is created when you say
By
black
who?
men weren't out there doing nothing. The conversation was made here today, right? And Harriet was on the front line. Black
She
men weren't
was.
doing nothing.
So again, so it's nothing wrong with Harriet. She was the one that when she was taking people across the railroad, was her husband there with her? Or was
We
he
don't
at home?
know. We don't
No,
know.
we do know. The problem is we do know. And he
So
was not
you
with. So the thing is that we do know, and in
you would
history,
have
the
to
reason
source up to prove that to me. I've looked for
hold
that
on.
personally.
Wait, have you ever
I've
read a
looked
book
for
on
that
Harriet
personally.
Tubman? Have
okay,
you read a
okay,
book on
so
Harriet
okay,
Tubman?
so now when we know the history of Harriet Tubman, have we ever heard that her husband was on the side of her walking through the goddamn creeks, rivers, and going to all these damn houses? Or is it her that was the one that was getting people in and out of the South?
We've absolutely never heard of it, but
Okay,
because
so
a
there go,
portion of
so there,
history,
okay, so there
because a
go.
portion of history was erased, that means it didn't
No,
happen. What are we
just
doing,
like
black people?
so
What
it's
are we
not that it
doing?
was a race. It's not that it was a race. It's just like when we all
It
see the
just didn't
movie
happen.
when we all see the movie of Malcolm
So
X.
you
Nobody
believe that black man
let
made
me
his
finish.
wife and baby mama?
Let me finish. Let me finish. So again, so just like that, when Malcolm X, whatever he did, nobody is saying that she was standing next to him because she was not there. She was
That's
in the house taking
100%
care of
our argument.
so she was there taking care of the kids, taking care of the house.
For everything. For everything.
She was one
For
answering the phone.
everything. She was there when he was murdered in front of them babies and she comforted her babies. They were a team. Yes, she was there. She deserves to be
What the
recognized.
hell's going on?
Why is it that the black man doesn't deserve to be recognized?
Because the ones that deserve to be recognized is the ones that did something. So
My argument, my argument. So
If
look,
Harriet, hold on. So
Well, we heard you.
Harriet
You don't have to keep on saying your
go ahead,
dumbass
Sharon.
argument.
so
We
if
don't need to
My
hear
Harriet
you say
argument,
it
if
again.
yo,
Harriet
bro,
Tubman,
yo,
hold
pardon me for
on.
a second, Sharon. Let me
Here
end this
we
nigga.
go.
Yo,
Now you
bro, you
said
a
bitch to me. You
bitch.
didn't
You
say
are
bitch
the
to me.
quintessential, you
You know
are the
what the fuck
quintessential
is
simp ass
come
clown.
on, man.
Don't talk to me.
So
I
not.
don't wish to talk to you because I don't
I'm
respect you
talking
as
to
a
you.
man.
Tell
You're
your
acting like my baby mother. You're harassing me.
here.
I don't want to talk to you because I
Hey,
don't respect you as a man.
it doesn't
We
matter.
don't have to talk.
Respect me as a
Right.
man.
It doesn't matter.
So,
You're
man,
gonna
you
still harass me like a baby mother
it's an
does.
online panel. We're gonna talk to each
You
other.
are a black male baby
It
mother.
doesn't matter.
That's what you are.
It doesn't matter.
I know it don't matter to you.
These small.
I'd be ashamed of myself if I was the
That's
type of man you was.
we.
A
The
nigga
thing
got
is,
only got hey, yo, a man only gotta tell me one time he ain't got no rap for me.
And the weak men complain about women.
How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? How y'all
hey,
doing?
Boucher,
Everybody
I'm doing better.
How you doing,
Doing
Bob?
better.
Ron
I'm
and
doing.
everybody on Silent, my brother, marvelous.
Hey, you sound good.
Is the orthopedic guy? How you doing, my brother? KT. Man, I'm just trying to calm y'all
Still
down.
on lunch break. What we doing?
Will,
Wall Street.
you know,
Okay,
Still
wait a
on
minute.
lunch break.
so
What we
what it
doing?
is.
Wait a minute. I just wanted to ask the guy at Wall Street
Yes, ma'am, Queen.
the way you say you just a baby mama, you a baby mama, like being a baby, is a baby mama a negative thing? When did that become negative in our community?
So
Being a mother.
one of
Go ahead,
one of
brother.
the fundamental things I support, and one of the things that I think needs to be the cornerstone, and whatever push we have going forward, in my opinion, if we aren't pushing this, we're wasting our time. It's the black family. I know that throughout the civil rights movement, those movements were funded by literally tin cans on the top of a refrigerator, funded by black families, where both that black man, that black woman both worked, they both contributed because they both wanted to create something for their children's black families.
Is
right?
that a fact?
I
Is
don't.
that a fact or that's made up what you're talking about right now? Because I'm asking,
That's a 100% fact.
are you saying that throughout history, you in the black family, men have always been there and
Yeah, that's a
women
100% fact. If you look at the 50s, we were the most married demographic in all of America. That includes the white man. When people want to believe that the white man can do everything better than us. In the 1950s, we had better families than them. That's a 100% fact.
but no, that's not fact what you're saying,
Without,
right?
that's a fact, sis.
You're what you
I can
not
pull up the statistics.
you can say
We
that we were more married then than now, yes, but you cannot say that we were the most married. See, y'all don't know how to read because
no,
y'all
I
don't
actually
read
can,
what
sis.
we
When
look.
you look
If
at
we are
racial
the minority, then
demographics,
how are we the most married? They had
sis, when you
these
look at
white
racial demographics in the 50s,
I think he's
on
saying
a per
percentage
capita
wise,
I
like
level,
am
that.
on
older
a
than
per
you.
capita level,
I'm older than you, and I think I was there closer to the 50s than you were,
that
right?
don't mean nothing, sis.
It means a lot. It means that
Shamar is older than my son. My son is better taught than him. Just because
yes,
you
but that's
older
not
doesn't mean you know more.
yeah. Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
All
is
right, I'm gonna bring it down. I
that
apologize,
I
Queen.
recognize what the family looked like, right? Because I had my grandmother there, my great grandmother there, and my great great grandmother. Now you know this, and I'm talking about on both sides, paternal and maternal grandmothers. You asked me how many of them grandfathers was there, baby. Tell me. Go ahead.
That's sad.
Yeah,
Mine
no,
were
but
all there.
I'm not, no, but
Mine,
it's not.
mine were
Wait a
all
minute. Wait a
there.
minute. I'm
Mine
listen.
were there.
Listen, I get it. You're younger than me, but that's not my point. My point is
It's not
this.
about me being younger than you, sis. I'm
Right?
right
No,
around the corner from 50.
listen.
I'm
I
not that
have
much younger than you.
I'm trying to make a point. That's all. Right? And when you mention the single mother, right? The baby mama. I'm saying that women have been here with the children for centuries. And now we trying to make it seem like because a man wasn't there. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't there just because he ran away. Like, there was wars, death, famine, all kinds of shit. Why men, right? Men weren't there. So my point isn't that I'm saying that black men ain't shit and y'all ran away. My point is, though, why is it that if a black man isn't there, why is this woman thought of in a negative way?
I
That's all.
got you.
That's the point,
I
baby.
understand. I
Okay, I
understand,
don't
Queen.
shit on black
So
men. I don't shit on
now
black
listen,
women.
Queen. Listen, Queen. So to
Okay,
respond to
good.
that, right? My grandfathers, my great grandfathers, my great uncles, my grand uncles, they were there. They set a different template for me. That's why I proudly post my wedding pictures. Like I'm following in that footsteps. I could never. I'll be honest with you, Queen, and don't judge me, right? I done smashed. I done dropped my meat in the snow a couple times. Pause, right? But I would never. I've never dated a white woman because I would never marry one. I would never build a family with one. What I'm saying to you
What?
is, right?
You
What I,
had sex with him
That's so
before
that
building
was
a
so backwards. He don't even realize how backwards that
stay
is.
with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. Nah, a couple of my real ones be my wife. So if you want to use me in that context, yeah, I'm comfortable with it, right? The point I'm making is this comfortableness, this understanding that we should just accept this single motherhood being the dictating factor in our community. We see the effects of it. What I'm saying to you is in 1950, we were the most married demographic in America. That created the springboard, right, to push the civil rights movement, which accomplished some of the greatest things in Black American history, right? I think we need to go back to that. Not only do I live it, but that's all I promote.
So
So
that
when
means
you're saying, so
so
what I'm
Willie,
saying is, I'm not criticizing the
so,
Black woman
so Willie, so
for
that
being a single mother. Hold on. What I'm saying to you is, when the sister came
Oh
on this
man,
line
everybody else
and
got to hold on so he
disrespected
can
me,
just yap.
when the sister
God
came
damn,
on this
man, motherfucker
line,
just be yapping, yap. Don't even be citing real sources.
Bro, he
Nigga
got
said
his
in the
kid.
fifties, black people were married more than anybody else.
you want to
But
try me on
but
it,
didn't
little
throw
nigga?
anything. I just looked
You
it
want
up
to
and
try me on
it
it,
says a
sis?
study showed
You
that
want to
black men.
debate me on it,
No,
sis?
I want you to
Do you
cite
want to
yourself. It's not a
debate me
debate.
on
I
it?
want you to
I'll
cite
cite my
yourself.
Mother has
sources.
a
Okay,
Are
baby.
you
cite yourself.
challenging me
Thank
on
you.
it?
Yeah,
Are
cite
you
it.
challenging
Cite
me?
it. Yes,
I'll
cite
debate
it.
you
Cite
on
it. If you're gonna,
it.
I'm not. There's no debate because you could be right, you could be wrong.
It
I
ain't
don't
no
know.
debate. I
But
know
you
I'm
said
right.
it. Okay,
There is
that's
no
fine. So
debate.
cite it.
I
So
know
cite
I'm
it.
right.
Don't get emotional about it. Just cite it.
He's
Let's
wrong.
stay in the conversation.
Just cite it. No, we're not gonna. This is the conversation. You brought it up. Cite it. Don't say. Don't back out now. You just said that you would cite it. Don't back out like a coward. Cite it.
Yeah, he's absolutely wrong.
He's stupid wrong.
Brother
Yeah,
just has a PhD in Yapponomics.
Yeah, people want to get on here and act all tough and shit. This is online talking about, oh, you want to debate? You want to debate? We don't have to debate. I just don't know if what you're saying is true. What I looked up, it said you were wrong. A study showed that in the 50s to 55s, it showed that blacks marry later and at lower rates compared with whites. I put it in the back. That's a BLS, Bureau of Labor and Statistics. So I don't know what you're citing, but I would like to see the source. It doesn't have to be a debate. You can just cite it. Because you're saying you're right. 2 other people are saying you're wrong. 3 other people are saying you're wrong, and you're not citing yourself.
Report came out. Yes.
Okay, so now Wall Street really he put a source in the back, and it is contradicting to what you are saying. Do you?
What does this source say?
It says
no. What does your source? No. What does your source say?
Wait, let Sharon finish.
You made the claim. Cite yourself. No. Slow down. No. Your back is against the wall. There's no slow down. You're gonna take it. Pause.
Against the wall. First of all, pause.
I said pause. I said pause. Hey, come on now.
Put my back against nobody wall, fam. I don't get down like that.
I can't tell because the way you sound kind of sound like you scared.
Hold on. So the source that AR is showing is that what you are saying about black folks being the most married is not true in the time frame that you were talking about.
My source is irrelevant. It doesn't matter what my source says. It doesn't matter what my source says because what matters is his source. We want to hear what he sourced. That's what we want to hear.
Okay, fine. So I'm trying to get there. So that's what his source say. Do you have a different source, Wall Street, really, that is going to be?
I can come up with one. Absolutely. I can come up with one. Yeah.
You can come up with one. What you mean? All right. So what's your source?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, he got
came to him in a dream.
Okay, so while he look up his source.
So I'm dropping the census right now. Hold on. I'm gonna drop it in the
That's a usafacts.org. That's not a census.
No, that's what I put up. I put that in.
What are you talking
my bad.
But my source agrees with you, AR. Now, black, that's why I told him, yes, we were more married. Black people were more married in the 1950s, but we weren't more married than other races.
That's fine.
Our percentage.
All right, so if I concede to that, can we move on with the conversation?
Man, why we want here we go.
You want me to concede to that? I'll concede to that. I'll say 64% of black families being married is completely different from 2025. That's my point.
Hold
on.
My bad. Okay, so now he willing to concede that we would, as a black demographic, we just marry more back then.
I'll give them that 3%.
Okay. That's fine. So now the problem
because I want to be clear, Sharon. The argument is between 64% and 67%.
Yeah. Okay, you'll be able to be clear. So here's the issue now. So now you have to say that, hey, listen, black men, you need to get back behind your woman because when you was with your woman, that's when you was the most productive. Now that you are single,
but why would they want to?
So because that shows that because black women attitude has not changed since back then. They was the ones getting sprayed. They the one that was bucking up. We see Angela Davis with her big ass afro, toting guns and all that. We see Maya Angelou. We see Nina Simone. We see a plethora of black women standing up for injustice the same way how they stand up today. So therefore, black men need to shut the fuck up and get behind a women.
No, I disagree with that.
It doesn't matter if you disagree, but history shows that when the women was,
I agree with the first part.
What was the black female civil rights leader?
I'll see y'all later.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to start.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to start dropping y'all clearly, right? Because I'm talking. So literally, if the time that you are prefacing, we was more married, so that means we have more women behind us. Therefore, we had better results. Therefore, black men need to shut up about whatever black women are doing and just get behind them. Because when we was with them, for some reason, we was able to move the community forward. Now that we trying to do all this bullshit, red pill shit, following behind another group of men, we are falling behind.
Now that I'll agree with. I'm never gonna co-sign that red pill agenda. I do agree
We can't
that
tell.
we are always better
We
together.
can't tell.
What I'm saying is, I understand when that sister comes on this line and talks to me the way she did. Why younger black men don't want nothing to do with women that were just like their mothers. I would understand if her son didn't want to deal with
Why,
another black
bro?
woman
Oh my
because he
goodness! This dude just
sees
spent
these
a whole. Oh,
women
you want to debate?
being
I know I'm right.
smothered,
I know I'm
and he
right. So
doesn't want
arrogant,
to.
so confident in being wrong, and then want to talk about other people, whether other people are a proper
Bro,
mate
you
or a
need to
proper
take a
partner.
bite off, man. We
No,
could talk
I'm trying
like
to hear you
this.
talk because you've been
Acting like
interrupting.
my
When Sharon
baby
talk, you want to
mother.
interrupt. When Bomb Cherry talk, you
You're
want to interrupt.
acting
Yeah,
like
when you get
my
interrupt, you
baby
got a
mother.
problem with it. It doesn't matter. You are pathetic. You are so arrogantly and so confidently wrong. You said when I told you to cite yourself, what were you saying? You wanted to do this whole emotional outrage about, oh, you want to debate, oh, blah, blah, blah. And now you want to talk about you were wrong. Oh, I'll concede. Well, I'm just saying, I can see why men wouldn't want to date women like this, as if you're not one of those men that women shouldn't
I
want to
said
date.
I would
You're just
debate
confidently
your
wrong.
bitch
You're over
ass.
here yelling
I
and stuff.
said I would
What?
debate your bitch ass on the
Yeah, you would
numbers,
debate
right?
about the numbers
But I
that you were
said in
wrong about because
order,
you said
I
you were
said
right.
in
You
order
said
to
you were right.
move, I said
You
in
don't
order
admit you're
to.
wrong. You don't admit you're wrong.
Let
At
me know
first,
when you're done.
I
Go
will.
take a
You don't
bite
admit
off,
you don't admit
bitch
you're
boy.
wrong. You don't
I
admit you're
said
wrong
I'm
at first. You don't say
willing
I might be
to
wrong. I could have
concede.
been wrong. Blah blah
I
blah.
never said I was wrong.
Yes,
Never once.
because you're wrong.
Yeah, but
Never
you
once.
Yeah,
I never said I
you're
was
proving my
wrong.
point. Thank you for proving my point. You won't even right now, with facts in your face, say you're right. I was wrong about that. You're just gonna sidestep and say, "Oh, I can see," but I'm not saying I was actually wrong. You're proving
Yeah,
my
because I can
point.
debate you on it,
You
bitch
are
nigga. I can debate
someone
those
that
numbers.
can't admit they are wrong, and you want to sit
If
here on a high
we
horse and
put
act
a
like you are
bunch of
someone worth
sources
dating.
out there, I can
You are not
debate you on
someone
those numbers.
like imagine how your partner
Yeah,
must feel when they're
right,
right about something, and you're like,
right.
"Oh, I guess maybe I'll concede, but I'm not actually
She
wrong."
feel like I'm
You
lucky
just
I am
won't
with that
ever.
bitch ass nigga.
You just
That's
won't
how she
ever say you're
feel.
wrong. That is pathetic,
She
and this
lucky
is what
she
I
with
mean.
me.
You are a pathetic.
Right.
You are pathetic to me, and it's just that simple. And I don't have to come up with random shit. Say, "Oh, you're like a baby mom." These petty insults that make zero sense. No, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to your soul. I'm talking to how you act on this show.
Bitch, you ain't
That's
talking
why
to me.
nothing
You
I
sound
say,
like a whole hoe.
nothing I
You
say
can't
is
talk to me.
incorrect.
I
Nothing I
don't
say is
respect you as a
incorrect.
black man. You
Nothing
can't
I say
talk to me.
from the beginning to
Silent, do you
now.
hear this shit?
Nothing
I
I say
put
is
you and
incorrect.
white men in the same box.
You
You
are
can't
pathetic.
speak to my soul.
I brought up the
Goofy
fact
Omar,
that
ass
you get
nigga.
on here and you want
I
to
said
shout
I
and all this
wanted to
and cuss
debate
people
you
out and
on
stuff.
67%.
And you said
I
your
stand
partner
on
would be
that.
like, you know what, you're right.
Take
I
a
shouldn't act
bite
like
off,
that.
pussy.
So it's just you. It's you. You are the problem.
I know.
It's not the women. It's not anybody else. It's you.
Hold on, we're gonna get right
Well,
back to it. Hold
well,
on.
guess what? Don't
Hold on.
worry about me and my black
Hold on. I just
family.
want to say
My
one thing.
children go to the best schools that
Hold
there are to
on.
offer. My
Really, hold
household
on.
brings in
Okay.
$250,000 a year. So
Really,
don't
hold
worry
on.
about me.
The
I'm not
best
Listen,
asking for your help.
Excuse me.
Willie,
It's
hold
the
on one
children
Excuse
of
second,
me.
single
Willie.
mothers that need the help.
William,
I ain't the
boss
problem.
lady.
Willie,
My
Excuse
fault,
me,
Sharon.
sir.
hold
My
Excuse
on.
me,
fault.
sir.
Go ahead, Nate.
look,
Yeah.
I got him apologizing now.
Baby mama.
Jesus. This your
Bitch,
fault,
you don't
Sharon.
have me doing nothing. I respect Sharon. That's why I'm apologizing to move the conversation forward.
He hasn't apologized the
You
entire
don't
day.
dictate how
He's been
I move.
interrupting y'all all day. He didn't
Goofy
apologize
ass
not
nigga.
one time.
My
And then he
fault,
gets checked
Sharon.
by
Go
it, and
ahead.
now
My
it's
fault.
my
My
fault,
fault,
Sharon. My
Sharon.
bad,
Go
my
ahead.
bad.
Calm down.
Poppin',
Chill.
please.
He got checked by it.
Okay, can we let Nate
What you
speak?
gonna put your boots on the ground next?
Can
I
What you
we
wasn't
gonna
can we
saying
pull
shit.
your
I said
fan
this
out
Sharon's
next?
fault.
can we hear
Push
Nate?
boy.
Okay. Can we be respectful of Sharon's show? Thank you. Go ahead, Nate. What you saying?
This nigga got his boots on the
My bad.
ground.
I thought it was Friday. My bad.
So
It's only Monday.
this shit is
Yeah, my
this is
bad.
Monday, baby.
He got his boots on the
I am here for
ground.
the fuckery.
Pull out
Oh,
your
y'all just
fan,
do singing
push
now.
boy.
Damn,
What's going on? I thought you said you was pro-black man.
So
no, he like
My
he like to
bad,
play with
sis.
snow
I
though.
was trying to respond directly to you.
He like playing
The
in the snow, right?
this
overarching
is your
point,
fault,
right?
Sharon.
That it's
Can
easy
we
to
let the
lose.
black woman speak? Good.
Sis, I was
Okay.
trying to answer to what you said, sis. The
I'm trying to
overarching point.
No,
The
but
overarching point that's easy to lose, sis. To what you said, sis, and I'm responding directly
Proving
to
my
you.
point. It's like I'm not making this shit up. I cannot make this up. Like, god damn.
Sis, you asked me directly about single mothers, did you not?
Oh my God, I'm in the middle. I want to
that was a while back, and you still shitting on you and your.
I'm trying to answer you, sis.
No, but you already answered, and you was wrong. And I kept telling you the issue is y'all don't know how to read, right? I know what you read.
Not an answer.
But I said,
so let's do this. Let's do this.
I said y'all don't know how to comprehend.
Let's do this, right?
And
take white people. Take white people out of it.
That you can't.
And you said
in the middle of her talking is rude as fuck.
All right, I agree. I'll fall back. Let me know when I can go and tear this argument up. Go ahead, sis. I'm listening.
Damn, still talking there.
Yeah, that was back then. And I said that you was wrong in the fact that we were more married than other races. I said we were more married as a group of people back then than we are today. And I said, but we were not more married than white people. And you told me I was wrong. And then, but everything, and then I went into this fact that like I was living, I know how to read just like you or more, but I know how to read. You don't know how to read, okay? And so
sis, what did I say? We were more married than other races, correct?
Yes, that's what you said. You said we were more, we were the most married. That's what you said.
Right. Okay. I did say we were more married than most races, right?
You said all, and you cited yourself. We're still waiting on a source. As a matter of fact, just mute your mic until you can find a source. How about that? Find your source and then come back and talk to us.
But anyway,
he said he wasn't wrong though.
Bitch, boy, mute your mic until you get a mic on. Get off your period, right? What I'm saying is this.
You are like a woman who.
Hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. No, sis. I want to respond to you.
This dude is so incompetent. He doesn't even understand. It's a bunch of women on the panel and a bunch of women in the chat. So using these like using feminine characteristics as an insult is just dumb. It's dumb.
I'm speaking to them.
You're dumb. You can't even comprehend what you're doing. There's women on the panel. There's women in the chat. And you're using feminist characteristics as an insult.
That only matters to a nigga to take a mic off. That only matters to a nigga on his period.
What are you doing?
Dealing with the truth.
You're insulting them and you don't even realize it.
You care about what the women on the panel think.
I don't. You think we don't realize.
I just care about the truth.
You don't understand that we don't really give a fuck about him.
I just care about the truth. My point.
How do you care about the truth? And the truth was presented to you, and you're still saying you're not wrong.
That wasn't my point. And I also said,
did you
and
say?
I also said,
nobody cares about what else you said because what you say is irrelevant.
You don't.
I'm done. Spend the money. Spend the money. If I'm done, you remember it's a household spend. A household making $250 plus. Spend the money. Spend the money.
We were more married than we are now.
That's great.
And we're seeing.
Okay, so you're changing now. All right, you're changing now. So were you wrong before, or are you wrong now? Are you wrong before? Or are you wrong now? Because you didn't say either one.
I'm saying if you want to debate me, no, I wasn't wrong.
No.
Okay, you weren't wrong. Okay, what were you? What were you? What were you? If you weren't wrong, what were you?
I was misunderstood.
Oh, you're misunderstood. So you're saying that you didn't say. So did you or did you not say? Okay, so did you or did you not say?
I'm not saying nothing you say.
That black people was more married than anybody else.
I'm not saying anything you're saying.
We're talking about past tense, not present. We're talking about past tense. Did you or did you not? You could argue that.
Yes.
You could argue based on what statistics?
Yes.
Cite your source. What are you arguing
on? Based on the difference between 67% and 64%, which is all your bitch ass is hinging your argument on. 3 punk ass percent.
That's a lot.
And in doing that, you're purposely being obtuse and missing my argument. I'm comparing black people to black people. And I'm saying when we look at the issues we face today, we are not married like we were before. We are not pushing family like we were before. That was my overarching point. If you want to get lost in that over
nobody knows what your overarching point is because you're wrong about so much when you speak. Because you're wrong about so much when you speak, and you yap. You're like a less educated.
So let me ask you a question. So you're a pro single mother household? Is that your stance?
You're a less educated
I'm
Apple nerd.
asking
Nobody
you a
knows what you're
question.
talking about when you talk.
I'm asking you a very
I don't
simple
care what
question.
you just said. I'm too
Are you
feminine. You said
pro
I'm too much like a single
single
mom to have a
parent
conversation with, and now
household?
you want to have a conversation with me.
All right, so stop talking to
Which
me.
which one is it? You keep on flip
Stop
flopping,
talking to me.
and I find that to be pathetic.
I
Stand
asked
on
you
what you
10
said.
times, stop
Stand on what
talking
you
to me.
said.
You mentioned pro single parent, right?
This nigga's a
Single
hoe.
mother, as if a man, like a woman,
All right,
got
so
pregnant.
let me try to get some clarity. Why it's calm. This is crazy. So Willie,
I love you, Sharon. I love you, big bro.
are you gonna concede to the fact that we might not been as married as we thought we were?
Absolutely
Slap
not.
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Oh. They done got you. It says, my model Wall Street needs a nap. Damn. And also it says, get the mailroom trash, Willie. Yeah, damn. So that means you got $40 on your head, Wall Street Willie. They say you don't have to break up some of that 100,000. God damn it. Go ahead, man. You get a chance to talk now.
Girl, that was a headache. I said young people are still getting married. We still get married to each other in high rates. Just because we may get married later in life, but we're not getting married at a very young age. Most of those women in the 50s were very young getting married. And they had no choice but to get married in order for them to be a functional person in society. You had to have a man attached to them. For some odd reason, we cannot recognize women even if they have a husband or don't have a husband, they have to have a man attached to them in order for them to be successful. It's okay that this woman or this statuarine is standing there, whether she's a plus size girl, skinny girl, is a representation of a woman. Period. Especially a black woman. Why are black men so upset about what she looks like, how her posture is? These are women that's in your family that have the same posture, that has the same attitude, that speaks their mind the way it is. I guarantee you, half of these niggas in this motherfucking space married to that type of woman in that statue. Why is it a problem?
That's a good point.
Why is it a problem? You should be proud. How many statues of black women are here in society? Period. We got a statue of Martin Luther King. Do we have a statue of Coretta Scott? Even though she was one of the women that helped the backbone of the civil rights movement. Do we have a statue of Angela Davis anywhere? Do we have a statue of Harriet Tubman anywhere? Why do we even give a fuck about Harriet Tubman's husband when her first husband left her? Her second husband, she was a philanthropist. She was the one doing the work. So why do we need to worry about her husband? We wouldn't know about Coretta Scott King if it wasn't for her husband. But at those times, a man had to be attached to you for you to be recognized. So it's getting on my nerves that these black men that are married black men don't want to uplift a black woman. So what? She don't want to. It's okay that she's the front or the face of something. You don't have to always be on top of her in every aspect of life. Damn. I'm not your competition, my guy. But it's okay for me to rub on your back all the time and lift you up. But I can't have be a front runner of nothing. What the fuck is this? I wish my husband would sit up and have an attitude because I'm the one that's the face of a company. But just because he's my husband, oh my God, why I can't be recognized? He should, just like I'm his backbone, you should be my backbone too. If you want me to follow you, you should be able to want to follow me too in certain situations or certain aspects. That's all women ask for. Let us be recognized too. And we don't have to have a man attached to us in order to be recognized. Damn.
I like what you said, Nay. Minus the Marvel's opinion part, but I liked everything you said though.
No, your ass was up here crying. I want to slap you upside your ball.
Nay, now come on, don't be mean. Don't be mean, Nay.
Our rhetoric don't help me. I want to smack you upside that big old bald head.
I believe it.
So, Rob, I'm going to tell you something right quick. You know, feminism did destroy the black community.
But
you destroyed that.
Thank
you, Jalen.
Say it on mute. And you know what? What found about the CIA program? But Gloria Steinem.
But you know what? There was
What's funny?
another point I wanted to make though with the statue though. At least one thing, and this is in general of anything, is validation. How important is that for y'all? Personally, for those up on the panel, how important is it to be self-validated by things outside yourself?
This is as important as it is to everybody, both men and women, right?
But you specifically, that's about you specifically. That's why I said, how important is self-validation outside of you? How important is that?
But
How,
some
wait,
mean
you
like
say
external validation.
validation?
Yeah, yes.
What?
How important is
How,
it to people in the panel to be validated outside yourself?
but that's not what you just said.
I
So
did.
you,
All
no,
right,
you
that's what he
said
means. That's what he
self.
means. That's
Oh,
what he
that's what you
means.
meant.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, we got to know our words that we say, right? Because self-validation is within self. But if you're asking if I need validation outside,
Yes.
that could be helpful. It keeps people going, right? I wouldn't want to be out in the community doing a whole lot of work, helping a whole lot of people, but nobody validated, right? It would be kind of like why am I doing this? You know what I mean? I'm helping everybody, but nobody even acknowledges it. And I don't think anybody would like that.
Yeah.
So the feeling of being seen,
Being
accepted,
seen?
and understood, these are important qualities then, right?
Depends on what you're doing.
Hold up. Could I say something? I didn't pay to dump that trash off the panel so Marvelous could keep talking. I don't no, I paid good money to come up here. For everybody else to Marvelous, we already heard you. You know, hi Marvelous. We already heard the violin. Let's keep playing someplace. Hi everybody. Bum Cherry. Good to see
Hey,
you.
Jaylene,
I'm glad you're feeling better.
sister, girl.
Yes,
How
I'm
you
glad
doing?
you're feeling better. But no, I pay
Thank
good
you,
money
sis.
not to. Anyway, we don't claim that trash in New York. I know I have a feisty attitude sometimes, and I got a potty mouth. But he was talking himself in a hole. If you heard everything he was saying, like when he attacked Diva, calling her the B word, but he didn't have no mouth whatsoever when that guy was being racist up here, right? Nobody had nothing to say whatsoever. Then everybody, I'm not AR's fan, but AR was like saying, yo, dude, like, what's your power? Like, this is a joke. This is a panel. And it's like, oh, this is freedom of speech. Not for nothing, Willie. You act like an animal. You're pure trash. Okay. You're flexing that you make $100,000 a year, but you act like you're a bargain basement animal. You acted like a pure animal. Like you flexing, oh, my wife does this. You say you have a son. How long you been married? How old are you? And how many kids you have? How many baby mothers you have? Because you're like, oh, women with their hands on the hip. My grandmother used to do it all the time. It wasn't that she was angry. Like the point she was making about that statue, you're flexing like you wear this. You don't understand. I'm blocks away from you. I know where you work. I'm from New York. Okay, I'm from the Bronx, born and bred. Okay, so you sitting up here acting a fool, showing your ASS with no manners, attacking all these people on the panel. Like, where is that going to get you? And then you were saying on the phone when she's acting like she earns $2, you're living a fairy tale. You coming on a panel and you're doing what? You think you're triggering people? You're triggering who? You're looking like a damn fool. You don't live in New York, and you live in the Bronx, making 100,000.
Okay, can I say something about the hands on the hips? Because
Yes, baby.
like back in the day, we know things have changed. All kinds of shit have changed. Back in the day, though, a woman putting her hands on her hip was a sign of femininity, right? She was showing off her curves. So she would put her hand on her hips or on her, and show the men that look at these curves that I got going on. So apparently, though, now it's aggressiveness. The things that the men say they want us to go back to femininity, but when we do it, they call it aggressiveness. Is crazy, right? Let women do what they're going to do. If we determine what we're doing, and then you men, you could decide, okay, whether I like that or not. But stop defining shit for us.
That is the awesome point. Actually, that's the only point. Don't define nothing from women. I said that a long time ago, so I don't speak on women. I speak on people in general. But yeah, to that point exactly.
Well, if you're speaking on people in general, then you're speaking on women. But as a part of
human behavior is different. Human behavior.
No,
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I get that. Ooh, Lord. So like when you men get to define what y'all doing, right? Y'all the ones who get to define that a high value man is making $100K a year. Y'all define that you got to be tall to do this and that and that. Y'all define what. Y'all even want to tell us what we consider handsome or not. Y'all telling us this, and the media put it out there, and now you need to be tall to be handsome, apparently. Even though we know these short men around here having lots of babies too. Look at me. I'm short as hell, and it didn't come from my mama's side of the family. Well, it came from both, right? My grandfather on both sides was short people.
You know what? That brought me to a resolution. What you just said, cherry bomb. Cherry bomb.
But this is a great point. The people that actually that perpetrated the angry black trope were black male actors. Think about that.
Well, yeah, you could say that. That's also a point. But I was going to say what Bomb just said was pretty good. I think what she said was true. That when you hear things about women, even if it comes from women, take it in consideration, but not as a matter of fact. Even if it comes from a woman, because that's the thing, men like to listen to what women say and take it as a matter of fact. That may be the issue in itself. So when they hear a woman's opinion, main word opinion, not a fact, but you'll take it as that because of how she makes you feel. So now you're conflating your feelings with what she said, and now it becomes your reality because how you feel is not wrong per se. So that's where a lot of the, in my opinion, the confusion about women come from when it comes to men trying to understand women.
Right. See, I like what you're saying, right? But you, like you mentioned, you speak on behaviors, people behavior, right? So just because I say something that might be a matter of fact for me doesn't make it a matter of fact for Jay Lynn or Nay and all other women. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I like when you speak, Marvelous. When you speak, you're trying to speak in general. I get that, right? But and you do. It just seemed to be confusing to you what general is and what particular specifics are. Because just now, you can't say that just I'm being a woman, I'm speaking for all women. Do you believe that? Do you believe that I'm speaking for all women?
No, personally, no, I never had the issue. I don't think that way.
No, I'm not saying you have an issue, babe. I'm talking about the conversation. Okay. Yeah.
But some men do, though. They do. Whether it's their mother's opinions or their last girlfriend's opinions or some random chick on YouTube that they listen to. They'll take it right then and there because it validates how they feel.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't, and think about most people, they're not wrong about how they feel because how you feel is how you feel. And if it's that much, on the forefront of your mind when it comes to making decisions rather than going by what you know, then that is what it is.
That's not true. You know why it's not true, Marvelous? Because you felt like I was gaslighting and then you proved that I did not gaslight.
Right, which means you could feel one way and you could absolutely be wrong. You can feel.
Sharon, we can go back to this another day. We won't do it right now because I'm calm right now. I'm mellowed out. On top of that, I'll make a YouTube video just to prove my point because I had people look at this video I made and it was kind of like, yo, that is crazy. I said, I know, right? But it's all right, though. We're not gonna go back and forth with that.
No, we are. It's okay. And I'm pretty sure the people that you showed, right, they are not trying to get you to improve. They are not trying to get you to move further in life. What we do over here, we challenge each other because I love you and I don't want you to be out here looking crazy. And I want you to focus your thoughts. So that would be the difference. And that would be, again, proven in real time. You might feel like they have your best interests at heart, but really me challenging you and getting your thoughts to be focused is me really having your best interests at heart. Again, I proved it again twice.
Now that's
in
word
one
you just used right
conversation.
there. The word may, that's a beautiful word. That may. That lets me know you're assuming. You're not inserting nothing. That's a good example of what I'm saying, though. But that was a good thing, though. You said may. That's perfect.
And also acknowledge that in 2 times, Mr. Sharon is never wrong. According to Marvin's opinion, I am always right. And I appreciate that the fact that you recognize the times that I do speak, I am correct. I appreciate that because I focus on giving the correct information when I am speaking. Thank you for acknowledging that, Marvelous opinion. And that would give the perception that I am right all the time. But in reality, because I've been wrong so many times in my life, I know how to give the correct information. That's what it really shows. Man, I be y'all.
You were throwing that part.
Ron, he love you, so he giving you some pushback, trying to explain so you can see where your faults may lie or may not lie, right? But he's saying that he's doing that in love, and Sharon said he cooking, baby. He cooking stew on y'all.
I think the issue also might be Cherry. I said this a long time ago. I think I'm the most misunderstood person on this whole panel, and it's always going to be that way. It's always going to be that way for me. And I accept that.
Well, I think you are confused about who you are. Like, I think when we hear you
speak, that's a bold statement, but okay.
Yeah, you the one who just said you think you the most
no, I know I'm a misunderstood person here because of the outcome.
No,
look at the outcome
no. But what I'm trying to tell you is that most of us understand you.
Oh, you're right. This person here
and when people are trying to explain to you what it is that are coming out of your mouth, you seem to be the one confused about yourself.
Get defensive.
We hear words, right? Words mean things.
Yes, they do.
Well, you can't say one thing and then say you meant another thing.
Well, I misspoke, and I admitted that one time.
Yes, and I get that, right?
But the then other times where I'll say things and it's not coming out correctly, or I'm saying things and you guys we're not on the same page. Like we have 2 different discussions.
Right, but can everybody? So let's say there was 12 people up here. You saying things and everybody is confused about what you're saying, or is it that you are yourself are confused about what you're saying? Like if everybody else is on the same page, but you, who do you think is the issue in that stance, man?
I would say it's clearly myself. I think it's like this person said here, it's articulation, clearly. But I think also when I actually write things down and actually read what I wrote down, you guys actually do respond quite well to those things, the things I actually write down. When I'm actually having real time with you guys, with all 2 on the panel and all stuff like that, things get lost in translation consistently, habitually.
Right.
Okay, come here, baby. You need
come
on. Big Mama need to come just hug you.
Well, don't. That's the problem. Don't give no hugs, right? Wait a minute. That's the problem, right? Us, because he just said it. He says that when you go to other panels, they understand. See, we understand what you meant, but we're trying to explain to you what you said, right? What you said and what you meant aren't the same thing. And in our community, even myself, I've done it, and I had to learn to stop doing it. Is knowing what you meant, even though I heard what you said, and just letting you get away with it. And now Sharon and the rest of us are saying, hey, we kind of know what you meant, but it isn't lining up with what you said. And that's the issue, baby.
So it's articulation.
Your communication.
It's actually called alexithymia. That's the clinical term of what you have. You cannot you do not have the words to express how you are.
And that's a horrible curse then. Shoot. That's a horrible curse to have then. So this goes back to what I said a long time ago. It's best to just be quiet and say nothing.
No, you need to have a better
No,
vocabulary.
seriously, that is
No,
a great solution.
That's not true.
That's
That's
not
not
what we're saying at
true.
all. See, so again, so this goes to like, so when we talk about productivity, right? You want to jump straight into pessimism. Well, I might as well not say anything. No, the best thing for you to do is correct what you realize what we are saying. You should correct it. You should implement that advice today because tomorrow is not on anybody's calendar. So don't be a procrastinator and do something tomorrow. You hear the advice, you think about it like, damn, I'm always misunderstood. So therefore, I'm not having the vocabulary to express what I am feeling and to articulate it. And you need to work on your vocabulary to express your feelings. But one of the problem is that you have with expressing your feelings because you don't believe men should have feelings. You believe in emotional stoicism. And
that's an insertion, sir. I've never said that.
You don't have to say it.
That's an insertion, though. You're not going to acknowledge that?
It doesn't matter. If
oh, my God. See, that's what I'm talking about. You can't be wrong, man.
He just acknowledged it. He said it doesn't matter, though.
That's what not taking it. That means not accepting it, Bomb.
No, that's not. That don't mean the same thing. What he's saying is, even in what you're saying could be true or not true, but it doesn't matter. There's things that just don't matter in conversations in your life. And that's all he said. It doesn't matter.
But when I paint someone in a certain way and say, this is you, this is you, this is you, and I'm saying that's not right, that's not correct. You're inserting.
No, but no. So hold on. So let's stop you there. The only reason why you feel like it's not correct because you didn't say it.
Because you're saying that I said that. That's the whole.
I did not say you said it.
You didn't say that.
I did not say that. I did not say that. And this is where if we just listen to the words I'm saying, instead of trying to find a word to pick out. So what you did was pick a word out so you could argue with me instead of deal with the overarching point that I was making. That's the issue that you got to stop doing because you are missing the overarching point by focusing on one word. Because that one word is not the depiction of what I said in totality. In totality, I'm talking about you attempting to be emotional stoicism, and you cannot achieve that. Men have emotions. We got to learn how to deal with them and learn how to express them things with words. Because when we can't express them with words, that's when we get frustrated. This is why a lot of people don't like to be over-talked because they're not able to express themselves.
Yeah, so
that was your whole narrative. No, that was your whole.
Now you back to it's a narrative.
That's your whole thing, though. You know that.
Okay,
right?
so now, so you see how you said,
okay,
you see how you said that I'm painting a narrative, right? Now you have to be able to substantiate that narrative that I paint.
Easy day. You just said out your own mouth that your person is trying to stand for stoicism. You're trying to act like men don't have emotions. I've never put that out there. I never even made the argument about any of that stuff. I don't.
You have actually said
you have.
You have said that. Sharon letting you go, but you actually have said, that men's supposed to act a certain way, and you should be all about leave the emotions out of it, and you're supposed to be just dealing with the facts, right? However y'all said it. You have actually said that many times.
I say exactly what I say, Bomb. I say this all the time. I say try to make decisions based upon what you know, not what you feel. Because most times you do that, and it's okay. I give grace to those who don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. You have to go by how you feel. I give grace to that. That's easy. But when you actually know something, you say, I'm going to put that aside, just go by how I feel, that's called being stupid. I'll talk about people making stupid decisions. I say, don't make stupid decisions as a man. Stop letting your feelings get ahead of you, and control what it is yourself. Control yourself and go by what you know. That's always, and that's not just men, that's for women. But the reason I get on men more particularly because their consequences outweigh women. When men do stuff, it really fucks shit up. So that's why
you could know something.
So this is how we could easily get. Do you believe in stoicism, Marvelous?
I don't define it, please.
You said you want me to define?
Yes, please.
You believe?
We've been on the same page.
If you're going by my definition, then therefore.
No, just tell me what it is. We've been on the same page.
Right? No, I don't have to do again.
We have to be on the same page.
So this is the problem, right? I'm asking you, right?
I'm asking you to define it from
so therefore, if I say, okay, so let's break this down. This is where we know somebody's not being genuine. If I
Oh
say,
my
hey,
God.
do you think that
You
girl?
can Google it. Let me Google it then. Find it. I'll Google
If
it. My God.
I ask you, so I'm gonna just change it. I'm gonna change it real quick. If I ask you, do you think that girl is pretty? Are you gonna now ask me what is your definition of pretty?
No, but that's not the same thing. It's subjective.
Okay,
One
so
is subjective.
therefore, okay.
Beauty
So
is subjective. That's the question.
do you believe that men should be stoic?
Let me find out what that word means. I'll let you know. 1 second. Define stoic.
Now you could have said, "Well, I don't know what stoicism means."
He said he didn't want to tell me. That's crazy.
No, but you didn't say that. You just
I said I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that word mean, or I'm not sure what you mean by that. You just went on to asking him to give his definition.
I said I don't know. Tell me what it is, so we'll be on the same page.
You didn't. You said, "What's your definition of stoicism?" Is what you said.
Right.
After I said, tell me what it is.
No, you didn't do that. You may think you said you didn't know, but you did not. You acted like, hey, give me your definition to see if mine and yours are on the same page.
That's what you
right?
said.
But now you're telling us, well, I don't know what that means. Because I would have been like, I don't know what it means either. You know? But you didn't do that though.
Okay. I got the word here. So I understand what the word means. Let's see. To endure of pain, hardship without the display of feelings, without complaints. I would say at times you would need to be stoic, but is it a constant thing? No. There are times where you can, I would say, withdraw yourself and put things away for the time being, and then find appropriate time to let those know how you feel. But I would never say at a constant you have to be in this consistent mindset. That's not a possibility.
So why you try to achieve it?
What makes you think? This is why I'm so confused. You keep putting this on me, and I never even made these claims. I even know what the word meant. That's the thing about it.
Yeah, because the reason why we're putting it on you, because so many times we heard conversations with you talking about stoicism.
Oh my God, you're saying I talk about stoicism, and I just told you I don't know what the word meant. I had to go define it for you.
That's fine that you didn't know what it means until today, and I'm glad that we challenged your thoughts strong enough that you had to literally go and look up the definition. However, that does not negate the fact of the things that you communicated with us in the past. It's plenty of times. If I would say something as simple as that, hey, I feel like this happened, you would question, oh, you feel? You would literally stop me and ask me about why am I feeling something. Literally.
Because yes, your feelings are going to be something I challenge, because something, first off, we had a conversation a while back about feelings. And we said, first off, when it comes to your feelings, they're subjective, meaning how you feel.
So let me stop you. Let me stop you.
You're going to ask me.
Stop you, please. See, right. So I'm talking to an overarching point, and you want to talk about a very specific part of the conversation. I have an overarching point that I'm talking about.
So your whole thing is your whole thing is it's okay to be in your feelings. I've already said that from the question. Stoicism. Times to be in your feelings, it's times to be not be in your feelings.
It is never a time that a human being is not in his feelings.
You're misconstruing this. Of course, you have feelings. Feelings is just energy.
You just said there's time to be in your feelings and not to be in your feelings. And now you're backtracking.
But I'm talking about when it comes to decision making. That's
the
whole.
We make decisions every moment of the day. Even to be on this panel, you make the decision to be on this panel. To get off the panel, you make the decision. Dude, you need to listen to the things that are coming out of your mouth.
I've never said there's no feeling in it. I'm trying to figure out why.
You said there's a time when you should have
to let it go.
Like I said, I think
the problem that you have
is clearly, but it's not understood.
So one of the problems that we have is that we are literally paying attention to your words, and I'm rebutting your words in real time, and I think you have an issue with that.
Okay,
I'm understanding your sentiment of what you're trying to express, and you are upset that I'm recognizing it.
No, I'm not. You're not understanding me. I'm gonna say one last time, so you can ask everyone on this panel.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It really is true. I'm gonna say this. I look at life as decision-making process. Because it's a process, that means there's steps to the process. I say the first thing is wisdom. Second thing is knowledge. Third thing is how you feel. Now, if any time that you have to deal with that, it's okay. You can say things out of order. Like you can actually, put your feelings before your knowledge. You can do so. That's called being stupid. That's your decision.
Okay, Marvelous. On a scale of Jalen to Savant, where on the autism scale do you think that you land?
Bro, what that got to do with me, sir?
No, I'm talking to Marvelous, man.
That's a good one, Jalen. You did on that one, babe.
You want to answer?
I don't think he knows.
Oh, okay, I don't think he want to answer that question. So, man,
his double talk. You don't understand his double talk. You can't say that there's a time when you shouldn't have emotion, but then you said, "Oh no, I know everybody have emotion." No matter, even if you put yourself together to make decisions based on your knowledge, you still emotional, because that's what we are. We are emotional creatures.
Right.
We emote our feelings. And maybe you might be angry, but you don't want to emote that to others.
Right.
But you're still angry, still the same.
Correct.
Anger is emotion. I don't understand why you don't think anger is emotion.
Right, because they believe that the only way you are angry if you emote the anger, right? So I could absolutely be in calm voice and be fuming. And for some reason they think the only way you could prove that I'm angry if I'm acting what we consider angry.
Yelling, screaming, yeah.
Right. And then this is why a lot of times, and Ryan, this is why a lot of times, oh, Sharon, you're just emotional. You heard Marvelous today say, Sharon, you're emotional.
But that's why I'm like, that's why they have
I'm not actually emotional because I'm screaming and yelling. That's not me being emotional because I'm raising my voice. So I think that's where the misunderstandings really lying at. They believe in this remedial rhetoric that these red pill men have been saying for all these years. You'll see he's screaming and yelling, he's emotional. We're like, no, that doesn't mean I'm emotional because I'm screaming.
Right.
I'm trying to get heard is why I'm screaming. I'm trying to over exaggerate the point so I can get your attention. That's why I'm screaming. It could be a plethora of things of why somebody is screaming.
How come when I say something, it doesn't never make sense? How come when I say something, it makes no sense? My man said I'm autistic, or alluded to autism.
Well, I didn't.
No, it's cool. Stay on what you say.
You didn't answer though.
It's okay. I don't feel no way about it. No, I'm serious. I told y'all guys. I know how I am. I'm very aware of how everyone in the chat sees me.
Are you going to answer the question,
man? It's very unfortunate because I know my true self, and you'll never see me because I'm misunderstood because of my tongue.
Do you think it might be an autism thing?
It's very unfortunate.
Do you think it might be an autistic thing?
Don't rub it in. He must have heard it before.
Well, I'm just asking
I haven't
because
heard it before, but if I'm autistic, right, I can take that. It's whatever. I can care less. If I'm
okay, but
that's like nothing to make fun of, but okay.
Yeah.
The thing that they're saying is that the way you talk is not you're not the way that you talk, the way that you think you're saying things is not necessarily how people are taking it. So the words you're saying and how you're trying to present yourself or present your argument or whatever, people aren't taking it in as that because of how you're saying it or whatever. So you have to change that. And you saying don't show emotion in things could be a red pill thing. It could be autistic thing. There's a lot of like one of the things about autism, or a bigger portion of autistic people, have trouble with emotions.
Okay,
reading
so
emotions and display. And
I did not say though. Just you said you saying.
Singing.
Not show your feelings. I've never said that neither. That's why I said we have so many assertions, bro.
Right, and so the problem that you have with assertions, you think that you need to say something for us to understand it.
God, the gaslighting is so real.
Nice gaslighting.
How would I
I'm thinking, I'm like, that's not what I'm saying.
Hold on. You said insertions, right? So when humans are interacting with each other, we can assess the things that we are seeing and hearing in front of us. So like for example, the other day, the dude Next Phase, everybody says that Next Phase, he dislikes women, even though him personally, he never said that he dislikes women. He'll say, no, I love women is what he said, but we hear how he communicates and we say, no, the way how you represent yourself, the way how you talk to women, the way how you talk about women, we understand what we are really saying. So we're not believing your words because your actions are opposite of your words.
I understand what you're saying. So it's for the most part, it's the emotional inflections that you hear in my voice that are basically distracting from the conversation. Y'all got more in tune to how y'all feel about me than what I'm actually saying. The tone of my voice is more of a distraction than the actual words themselves.
What is he talking about?
Nobody said anything about the tone of your voice.
But that's what he said. It's the way you say it. He said, we hear what you're saying, but this is what we're gathering from what you're saying because your words don't line up with what your actions are. The only action that's being said right now is my actual voice. There's nothing to be seen.
What are you talking about action? We're talking about what you're saying.
We're talking about what you're saying. We're not actions in my words. Hold on. So nobody's talking about, hold on, Marvelous. We're not talking about the tone of your voice because guess what? It doesn't matter if I'm screaming, I love you, motherfucker. God damn it. I still said something. Right? So you could still take what I said. You like, God damn, you love me angry, right? And I could say, yeah, motherfucker, I love you angry. What makes you think that I'm angry? Because I said it like this? And then y'all be like, well, I'm saying that you have a history of what you were saying, and we pile that together and we say, hey, this is what you were saying. And you're like, but did I say it? Why are you inserting it? Because it's context to the conversation.
Then I misunderstood because you concluded a lot of things that are not even close to the message I have for people.
Why?
Right.
Just why?
Okay, so now if that is the case, right, and it's not just me, if it was just me and everybody's telling Sharon, you off, and then we were like, hey, I will have, if everybody on the panel say, Sharon, you're off on what you're saying about Marvelous, and then I would have to go back and say, let me think about how I'm checking Marvelous out. But if it's you on that end, when everybody's saying, hey, we are misunderstanding you, you got a panel that's misunderstanding you, and you have a chat misunderstanding, maybe you should work on the way how you're communicating your words.
Exactly, precisely.
But it has nothing to do with tone. That's just
why the
how
hell are we having a conversation about him being misunderstood? If he feel like
because
he's
he keeps
misunderstood.
saying, because he keeps saying we insert things on him. That's
he's
why.
projecting because he doesn't understand that it's him.
Like we don't care at this point. If you think you misunderstood, okay. Like at this point, we still have a circular conversation about nothing.
Yeah. So
but it's
wait, Sharon, what I think is he like to be misunderstood.
Thank you.
He take that. He's taking. That's why I keep saying it. He thinks that's a badge of honor. But really, that's why in today's society, somebody asked him, "Are you on the autism spectrum?" Because that's ridiculous, right?
Thank you.
But yeah, he think it's a badge of honor to be misunderstood.
He thinks it's a badge of honor.
You think he a thief in the night?
We hear you, baby.
Then when I say y'all say these things, y'all gaslight me. Say, oh, I ain't say these things about you.
No, you did. I didn't say you said it. I didn't say that you said that it's a bad honor.
No, I'm saying what you think about me. I know.
Yes, but I'm the only one who think that you listen. That's what you're projecting. That's what you're telling everybody through your wordage, your verbiage, and a conversation.
That's what you're feeling from me.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm feeling. I'm telling you, I'm using my ears.
So if Marvelous, if you say something and everybody on the panel and you mean one thing, but everybody on the panel is like, no, what we got from what you said is this other thing. Do you think it's you, the way you articulate something, or do you think it's the panel that has the issue?
I think it's articulation. I want to say statistically speaking, if it's 99.9% of people who misunderstand me, it got to be me.
You keep giving the same answer.
Hey, you know something, man? You know black women are the enemy of black men.
Yo,
go ahead, say it on mute, Joe.
Say it on mute.
I can
Still
say
ain't
what
got
I want
a
to say.
blow a mail down.
No, but I just don't understand. What I think I don't understand is this: y'all would say something in response to what I'm saying, but then y'all add things to it that I've never said, and that blows my mind. And y'all say like, "Well, we think of other things you said before," but I'm like, "We're talking about this right here and right now," and you're bringing other things in that I've never. And to basically say, "Well, I'm getting the whole totality
so this
of
gonna be
who
the
you
last
are
thing.
in
All right.
this conversation."
Okay, so it's gonna be the last thing I say. If you don't understand this, and then I guess we'll just, you'll just move on. Do you believe that Donald Trump told those people to jump in on January 6th and do what they did?
I have no idea what that was about, bro. I
The
guess
January 6th?
I mean, whatever it was Donald Trump did, y'all say he did it, whatever. I have no idea. I don't follow that stuff, man. I told you a long time.
You don't follow January 6th, the insurrection on January 6th, 2020.
I never really kept up with it, man. I heard.
Do you live in the U.S.?
I'm not watching it. I don't know.
Do you live in the
I'm
U.S.?
not asking if you watched it. So, all right, January 6th.
He did it. Yes, Ron. Okay. Yes. I don't even care. I don't have a stay on that. I don't have a stance on that. I don't know anything about it. So I'm going to side with you. Yes, Sharon, he did what he said he did. Yes, I agree with you.
Why are you siding if you don't know anything about it? Why are you just
He
siding?
wants me to take a side, so I'll take his side.
Oh,
I don't have this money.
Oh my! That's how we know you don't stand on nothing.
Hold on. So you don't know that some people decided to run in the U.S. Capitol on January 6th?
I heard about it. Yes, I heard about the situation. As
How
far
you
as
heard
that
about it?
goes, I don't know the details. I don't
This
know.
man is a military man. Are you fucking kidding me?
I said it was all on television.
Okay, hold on. All right,
I wasn't watching television at the time. I was in Japan when this happened.
Okay, hold on. So you know,
it was
hold
televised
on. So you know about that. What do you think? So do you know why they decided to do it?
This was during the first election, right? When he lost, something like that, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of like, okay, there was an unfair election when they went to the Capitol or something, right?
Okay.
That's the sum of what I got.
Okay, so do you believe that those words that Donald Trump used?
What words? Some good words he used. I don't know what he said.
You summarized it pretty well just now.
Wait, that was just an analogy of what was occurring. That's what he said?
Yes.
That he lost the election and that y'all should go and storm the Capitol?
No, he technically never said he actually lost. He never conceded that he lost. He just kept saying that the reason he didn't win the election was because it was stolen and a bunch of illegal votes were counted.
Okay, so there's no argument there. That's what he said. That's what he said. What is that a debate?
Okay, and then during January 6th, he kept telling.
So those words is what made those people.
Do you believe those words are insightful? Yes, words themselves are insightful. Next,
okay.
Next topic.
Okay,
but he didn't directly state to go storm the Capitol. It's his point. That's the point he's making. Is that yes, that's the okay, marvelous. That's the point they're trying to make to you is that you say things, and even though you don't directly state it, it's indirectly stated, or it's implied, or it can be insightful and cause people to believe something or to do something. And that's the same thing that he did on January 6th, where he didn't say, go storm the Capitol and try to stop the certification of the election. He just said words. He just dog whistled essentially and incited things to happen, even though he didn't directly state it. And that's what they're saying they get from what you say when you talk, is that you might not directly say something. The way you articulate something, though, implies or incites something on the back end without actually saying it.
Correct.
So you think I'm trying to, what's the word?
It doesn't have to have intent. There doesn't have to be intent. Like, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm saying this to cause this. It's just the way you say things, the way it can be taken by people is another route, or it can be implied. Like when Jalen talks, he doesn't say he's autistic, but it can kind of be implied that he's he's either autistic or he's just really, 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 really slow. And he doesn't directly say it, but when he talks, we know.
Okay. So then my response, I understand what you're saying. So then the whole thing of this, right? Because the thing is, when I try to tell you guys that you guys misunderstand me, right? And then I'm met with like, oh, yeah, but I'm saying is, you guys don't think what I'm saying is real time. Say I'm misunderstood. You guys don't understand what I'm talking about when I say I'm misunderstood.
Because of the way you're articulating it. So it's not that people aren't understanding what you're talking about because they can't hear you or they're not understanding what you're directly or what you're stating. It's because the way you want to articulate your point is not being articulated.
Ooh, this is man.
Okay.
Y'all go see the chaplain and set up some.
I don't need to see the chaplain. Don't
therapy or
something like that. Don't do that.
Silence said chaplain is crazy. Huh? No, it's a different Jalen, bro. It's a different Jalen.
Before, like, it really ain't that serious. I had an opinion. It was a marvelous one. At least I thought it was for the most part. And it was just basically like looking at life as a decision-making process. It was just an opinion. You know,
yeah, but I think it was when you said, when I get on here, I understand I'm the most misunderstood on this panel. It's going to be that way because y'all just don't understand me. As if you were like an arbiter of truth or something that was just enlightened to a point that nobody else could understand. As if you were going to start your own Abrahamic religion or something.
No, it was more in the sense of I know I'm misunderstood because I look at the reaction, look at the outcomes. That's the reason why I'm saying that, which I stated as well.
Maybe you just don't do a good job of articulating what you want to say.
No one actually occurs, except for maybe the 1% out of the the bunch that actually understand, which is crazy. I'm like, wow, that 1% understood. That's amazing.
Yeah, because maybe it's the way that you're articulating it. So it's not that people don't understand you; it's that you don't articulate well.
And I conceded to that too.
Yeah, but just once you understand that, and maybe you can work on it a little bit better because we all have
when did the insults come into play then?
Huh?
So when did the insults come into play?
Well, it depends on which one.
Oh, there was a lot of them. There was a lot of insults on my way from everybody.
I don't know because I was in locked up for a little bit.
Insulted you up here?
Yes. When someone says you don't know yourself, you don't love yourself, and also this bullshit, I'm like,
I didn't say you didn't love yourself.
When you say you don't know yourself, that means you don't love yourself.
Silent, was that to you? Talking about go talk to Chaplain.
Wait a minute, my brother. First of all, you not knowing yourself is not you being special. A lot of us, right? We grow throughout our lifetime. We may not understand certain things about ourselves, right? So that wasn't an insult. But if you take into context everything I said during that time, that was no insult being thrown at you. I was actually just saying, hey, you it seems like everybody else understanding what you're saying. You just don't understand the words that came out of your mouth, which means you haven't figured out how to communicate with others yet so they can understand. But I was not insulting you. Okay. But if I was insulting you, I'm not saying I never insulted you before. I've always known you on the spectrum. I can tell you on the spectrum somewhere, baby.
That was funny.
Autism is nothing to joke about, but that was a joke.
It's not funny. If you find out whether that's true or not, though, guess what you could do with that information? Knowledge is power. Even you said it, right? Now you can work from within with the knowledge of whether you're on that spectrum, where you at, how you could do better, right?
Hey, how many times y'all said I'm on the spectrum?
A lot.
And I never took an offense, right?
That's right.
I say I'm on the spectrum all the time.
Yep.
I'm always telling people I'm
being autistic.
No, that shit. I don't give a damn if you think I'm crazy. Hell, I'm crazy.
I know I'm crazy.
That goes with the the perception of things, right? And
yes, it does.
But what we was trying to correct was the insertion part, right? You keep saying we insert things that is not true, and what I was trying to explain, me personally, was saying that I'm not inserting things. I'm going off the history that we have together in the conversation at the time, and I am assessing,
conclusions.
not inserting,
conclusions.
Not asserting.
Making conclusions. Just say you're making conclusions.
Okay, fine. That's what you need me to say. Fine. I'm making
draw conclusions.
I draw
conclusions. You are also doing what in that conclusion? You are summarizing or assuming.
I'm not assuming.
Assuming and summarizing are not the same.
I say you assume that everybody's misunderstanding you. You was assuming then.
I'm going to say that Nay.
Okay, so hold on. So let's go. Let's deal with this. Let's deal with this.
Why am I? What?
Because y'all guys all know me very well. You guys have so many things to say about me, so you must know me better than I know myself.
I like you. I don't have
a problem with you.
God damn.
You keep telling us.
I'm not saying it in a bad sense. I'm saying like in general, like this must be something like I clearly don't know myself, and everyone knows me very well.
That ain't what I said, but
that's not what is being said. Okay, look, we're not going to have.
What was said.
Okay, that's what I feel. Let me express that. That's how I feel right now. I feel like everyone here knows me better than I know myself.
Okay, but you took it to a personal situation.
It's not personal. This whole conversation was about me.
You made it about you.
You made it about you.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
You made it about
I did make it about me.
When the whole topic is not about you.
Oh, right. No, the whole topic. You're right.
The whole topic
is not about me. 1,000%.
Right, because we was actually having a conversation about a statue, and then you try to say that Sharon, you be in certain things and you gaslighting, and then we turned it into you had your evidence. You try to present some evidence that did not go the way how you thought it went.
No, because you stopped it. You said I conclude from this that this is not going to go the way you think it's going to go. What you said.
It didn't substantiate anything.
It didn't substantiate your
You wasn't allowing me to substantiate properly. That's why
it didn't.
You had me pause and stop every moment when it got into it.
It did not substantiate.
Now you got
treatment
fairly.
Hey, Marvelous, you deployed right now? Someone said you was deployed right now.
Please put
No,
somebody.
I was. I'm actually back right now. I'm
Where
on
your
leave
wife
right now. To
at?
tell you the truth.
Kiss her in the mouth. Put your tongue down her mouth.
He's
God
chilling in
damn.
the boat. Chilling on the boat.
No, I'm on
Damn.
leave.
Somebody
I'll go back on the
get this
14th.
man a lollipop,
Oh, okay.
cookie.
Well, where were you at?
No, I mean I'm in Norfolk right now, but my ship's
No,
out. I'm on leave.
Let me say this to you, Marvelous.
Yes,
From me, babe, I have nothing against you. I actually like you, right? You know, your conversation goes in circles, but at least it's decent conversation, better than a lot of other. But I've been listening to you since you've been over there by on another channel. I had no problem with you, babe.
I'm like,
Okay?
I don't have a problem with him.
Yeah, I don't think many people have problems with you, but and so if somebody sit here and say, "Bomb, look, you need to lose some weight." You know why they can't get that off on me? Because I'd be like, "Yeah, bitch, I'm fat. I need to lose the weight." You know what I mean? And I'm not in denial, and I'm not going to even accuse them of calling me fat. Like if you call me fat, then I'm fat, bitch. I'm fat. I know I'm fat, and I guess what I'm saying to you is that's why I mentioned that maybe you don't know yourself. You don't know that your words are one thing, but what you're trying to say is another. That's all I was trying to say. So I was not trying to insult you, and I do, I insult right as a joke, but I wasn't even doing that with you up here. I thought I was mostly on your side, except I was just saying maybe you're not understanding what you're saying. That's all I'm saying.
And I think something that should not get confused is that when people are taking a time to really get an understanding with you, those are not the people that is trying to make you feel bad. It's something that is I'm starting to realize that the people that's actually spending time and saying, "Hey, this is where I misunderstand that. This is what's actually happened," and substantiate what's actually happened, right? Those are the people that's like, "Oh, that's the people that is the negative people." When literally you think that you was trying to show me something about me gaslighting, right, and me misrepresenting, and what you was showing was the opposite of that. And I'm trying to point that out. Nate tried to point it out to you, and even the chat tried to point that out to you, that you was not substantiating your argument of me doing the thing that you said I was doing, and you saying that no, you'd have gave more time, we would eventually got there. It's like, hey, I'm gonna watch a Marvel Avengers movie, but you showing me Sonic. You're like, don't worry, Iron Man is gonna show up. I'm like, bro, we watching Sonic. Hey, hold on. Iron Man is going to show up. Watch.
And can I be a little more frank?
Yeah.
Okay, I've been Tasha for a minute, but I want to be frank right now. Just a little more, because I'm trying to be very cautious of what I say. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. But my brother, can we be honest? Like, I hear you saying some things to Sharon that his haters say. You repeat them now. Sharon let that shit go, right? But everybody knows it. It's almost like you sitting in a camp, and every chance you get, you'll say things like, Sharon, you're not being honest, or you gaslight, you spreading a narrative. You saying what they say, and I just be wondering, like, are you undercover? Like, and or you just don't know, right? And like that spectrum thing again, where you don't know what you're doing.
No, it's not. I'm not.
Do you agree that you repeat what some of Sharon's haters say about him?
Yes, if they said those exact words, then I would be repeating them, I guess. But I'm not trying to say things that other people say, if that makes sense. I'm using my own words to the best of my ability.
Mm-hmm.
So if I say things that sound familiar to you, which is what this whole thing's all about, in my opinion, I think a lot of things I say make y'all feel a certain way because you heard certain key words and you're chewing on those things, and it makes you smell fire. Like you smell smoke, so you think it's a fire. I get the whole sentiment.
Here come the assumptions. Yeah.
That's where that's
Okay,
where
so this
my
what you need
thing
to do,
comes into
Marvelous.
place. Like I understand you guys are assuming something about me, which is why I say I'm misunderstood.
So what you need to do, Marvelous, is just have your wife stand in front of you, then you drop to your knees,
hug her real tightly and let all that shit out. Cry. You need to cry and release all that stress.
I really don't have
'Cause
to
you-
cry about nothing, bro. Like, I'm actually trying to figure out why I'm still like on this thing where the world, like, I want the world to understand something, but it's like, yo, you know what? I could die tomorrow and the world will still be world. It don't matter. Nothing
Okay,
I'm
so
going to do or
what do
say
you
is
want the
going to
world to
change the world
understand?
anyway. So it's like nothing you can say is going to change. It's going to happen. Things are going to happen. What's going to happen? It is what it is. That's reality. You ain't that important, nigga. Basically.
Wait.
I got a question. Why every time when we are attempting to just get an understanding, you go to a pessimistic mindset?
Because that is called life. It's all
No.
types of optimistic things. There's optimism, there's
Wait, don't
pessimism.
laugh.
there's all
Wait,
types of
Okay,
isms.
so you saying life is pessimistic? It ain't.
No, I said life's decision making process.
No, so but I asked you a very direct question. Why?
And I'm telling you, I said no, and no.
Okay.
Life's
All right,
decision
so
making
if I'm
process.
telling you that to move a certain way, you go strictly directly into something in the negative.
Yeah, like you kind of get
Okay,
passive
wait a
aggressive.
minute, y'all, because I'm like, okay, I know people don't believe in a lot of shit that I be saying and shit. I'm feeling something from him that's very serious, right? So he might, I don't want him. Okay, you are important, Marvelous. Okay, you are needed here, and you are very important, and everybody don't have to understand you, baby. So I just need you to.
Yeah.
I'm feeling something from you right now, and it's very heavy.
I was like, Bomb Cherry, please. I'm like,
Yeah,
No,
don't
I'm not.
yeah,
don't get
no,
up
no,
on
no, I'm
mom. It's
not going
okay. It's
against
okay. It's
you
not that
because see,
serious,
I'm,
guys.
I'm trying
Really,
to.
I'm not that guy that needs to be a bottle pacifier. I don't ask for that stuff, man.
Okay,
I know
I'm
it
not.
sounds
I'm not
sad and
No,
depressed
but
and all that
right
bullshit,
now,
but I'm
even
really
though
not the guy that really.
Marvelous, even though I'm laughing or giggling, I can understand where Bomb Cherry is coming from. So, you are important, like she said. You don't have to worry about the misunderstandings of what people misunderstand about you. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, baby, please, like,
Please, because it's too much. Like it's too much. You are okay. You're fine just the way you are. A lot of people misunderstand other people.
Yes. Marvelous. Akuna
y'all,
Matata.
I feeling something. I feeling something that's real heavy.
Yeah, I'm like, Bomb Cherry, I just lost my nephew to that. Okay, so that's why I'm like,
sorry to hear that.
I'm like, you're fine.
Mm.
I'm dead serious. I just lost my nephew from him thinking he was always misunderstood. Okay.
Maybe that's why I'm feeling it from them, because I'm
You
feeling
know,
it.
I feel the same thing you do. That's why when he keeps repeating the same thing and start even though I chuckle, it's still I need to stop because I understand where you're coming from, and I just lost my nephew on my anniversary because of that. Of him thinking everybody misunderstands him, don't know him. I'm not saying that you don't think people don't love you or nothing. I don't think it's that. I think you need someone to talk to. You need to go get somebody and talk to them because you're not misunderstood. We understand every word that you're saying.
Right.
All right, with that being said, we can hit on a better note because again, I can bring this down. My God.
What's your career field? What's your career field?
I'm a police officer, bro.
Oh, okay. Were you? How long were you deployed, or what do you mean by deployment?
16 years.
No, how long were you deployed?
Thank you for your
I haven't
service.
deployed yet. We only been on missions. We haven't been on missions yet. We just been
You haven't been
doing
deployed.
a little
Okay.
training stuff on the water. We haven't
Gotcha.
done anything yet.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I was gonna say anyways, sorry to
Come
bring
get on
this whole
stage.
thing on the channel.
No,
This was not my intent because it wasn't like not it wasn't supposed to be serious. I don't mind having a serious conversation, but it was not supposed to be about how I feel. But again, it's just more to show Sharon and everyone here, I don't mind. Okay. I don't mind sharing how I feel. But I don't want you guys to be so concerned about it because it's something I have to deal with. My feelings are my own. You can empathize, and that's cool. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? But it's not necessary because I still, at the end of the day, have to deal with
If
it
it
on
wasn't
my own.
necessary, you wouldn't share it.
Wait, no.
I
Wait,
only shared it
listen.
because
Let this man. We got okay.
I only shared it because it
You
was a
gotta
part
let
of
him
the
speak.
conversation. It was a part of the
Yeah, but
conversation.
we know what your job is, which is stressful in itself. We know you're a young black man in the world, which is stressful again. What I am telling you is because I heard it and I visually saw something, and I want you to know that you are needed. You have children, Marvelous?
Nope. God
Not
said
yet.
you're not here for that.
No, don't say that. Hold on. No, hold on. So,
No, don't say that.
Hold on. So I want to talk to that pessimistic attitude as well too. You do have nieces and nephews that you tend to daily, or a brother that you tend to daily. So don't say just because you didn't create your own version of yourself that you are not needed by somebody that is younger than you.
Yeah, I know that. I would never say that. I'm just saying,
You
when
just
it comes to
did.
children, that's not my purpose. That's what I'm
So
saying.
what I'm saying, you just did it again.
Yes, it's not my purpose to make
It
children.
don't need to be your exact child.
I know.
For you to have that purpose is what I'm trying to
I
get.
have plenty of people underneath me. I am a mentee.
No. You're missing what I'm saying. What you just said, that God did not what?
Bless me with a child.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. That's your wrong, because just because you don't have your own DNA child doesn't mean that you wasn't blessed with children to take care of.
I never said that part though. Of course, I got people to take
Don't
care
mean you're
of.
not gonna have any neither.
She asked me if I had any children, and I said no. That's all I
You're a
said was
young
no.
man. You don't know when you're gonna have children. You might get your wife pregnant next week. You never know.
And then you got to go through your history. You could have a mystery
Well,
child.
first we need to ask him, do we want, look, y'all, we got to listen to what he's saying
Right.
too, right?
Right. That's what I'm trying to get. That's why I was trying to get him out of the whole blessing part, right? And say that it doesn't have to be a part of your DNA for you to be blessed with children. It don't need to be your DNA to be blessed with children. You still have people that love you and need you in today that is a child that you probably even consider yourself closer to a father figure, and that young child consider you a father figure. So you don't need it to be your DNA
I
to
know
have
that.
a legacy.
That's true.
You don't need it to be your
I
DNA
can
to
adopt a
pass
child. This is
down
true.
things on. So you gotta. I just want you to be mindful of those words, because you are important. Is what. That's why I wanted to stop you with this whole blessing part, and I want you to have more of an optimistic way of thinking instead of getting stuck into a negative every time you hear something positive.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I understand where you're going, but you know what? I never gave the full context of myself. I actually, and it's gonna sound contradictory because it's like, then why the hell are you here on YouTube, right? I'm not trying to have this thing of being important. I say I'm not important because it keeps me humble. I don't want to ever get ahead of myself, and I don't want to be less than myself. I look at the negative and positive things. I take them, but it's up to me to accept certain things. I accept the truth of my reality, and I'm okay with that. I don't have any discomfort with that. Things are going to come and go. I have my own desires that I want, but it's also up to me to check myself, because a lot of things that you want, you're not going to get out of life. You may say, well, that's pessimistic. Like, I guess it is, but that's the reality. Based on my choices, based on my opportunities and outcomes, I get the hand I'm dealt in life. I'm not complaining about it. Life in itself is a blessing. I'm just blessed to be here, even on your channel. You know what I'm saying? I don't look at it in a negative or necessarily a positive. I just look at it for what it is. I'm grateful for what it is.
So can something be positive?
Yeah, I just said it can be negative or positive. It's up to what I want to accept.
All right. So if what we're saying to you today, right now, is it positive?
What, my life?
What we saying to you today, right now,
I'm
within this
satisfied. I'm
conversation,
satisfied. Yeah, I'm satisfied. Satisfied is what I would use.
Is it positive?
It's satisfying.
So there we go. Right. So you said you're gonna deal with it as is, right?
Yeah, I'm content.
It's either so therefore positive means that we are trying to get production. We're trying to do something that is going to benefit everybody that's listening, not just you, right? When you say that is something positive,
I try to do that on my own channel.
I'm not asking you about your own channel. Again, see, this is
I
the
know.
problem.
So this is the problem. When you say we,
Right now, you have a cognitive dissonance right now, right? What you said you're dealing with is we are being positive, but you cannot allow yourself to say, yes, this is a positive conversation. Literally.
Sometimes it's positive, other ways it's chaos, but I don't think it's negative.
I'm talking about right now. See, again, you went to.
You can say right now in this moment. Yeah, you can say it's positive because it's positive enforcement to humble a person and to have them understand where they're at and where they need to be built up. And those around who are trying to build them up is a positive thing. You guys trying to build me up right now in the present time is a positive thing.
I mean, I guess that's the way to start. I guess that's the way to
You say you've been in 16 years?
Yes, sir.
Well, how long is this appointment supposed to be?
The next appointment is next year. It's around 9 months.
It's going to be 9 months, or it's in 9 months?
Honestly, it might be extended because we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, mission dictates about what the next
Yeah.
ship is doing.
Yeah. Okay. What grade are you, enlisted or officer?
I'm enlisted.
Oh, okay. What's your grade?
I'm an E5.
Okay. Cool. All right. Just checking. I know you said the thing about it's your emotions, so you have to deal with them. But I think we've all been, we as in veterans, have all been through a lot of, slideshows and a bunch of other meetings that said otherwise. So you've been in 16 years. I've been in 11. And, so you said that, but I kind of just want to make sure like you recognize like they have those meetings specifically for that type of thinking. And so that we, you probably mentored several different, you're in the Navy?
Yes, sir.
The seamen or whatever y'all call yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they call themselves.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, little seamen running around.
Oh, damn.
No, but yeah. But yeah, those meetings are specifically to let people know and for supervisors to make sure that they teach the people that are mentoring, that's not just them in the world, that, speak up if they need help or if they have something on the mind or whatever, because emotions don't just have to be something that they're going through. Because there's a lot of veteran deaths, self-deaths every single day. I think it's like the last statistics I remember was 22 a day. We're by far the largest demographic of self-deaths a day. So, just keep that in mind when you're thinking about, I only need to handle it myself or whatever, whether it's now or whether it's, in the future, on deployment, after deployment, whatever the situation may be. There's a lot of veterans that go through similar things, end up self-deleting, and, you see the posts on Reddit, you see at the funerals, you see their family going through it, that they just say, I wish he would have reached out to me. I had a friend that, I was at basic with that offed himself, and I didn't know anything about it. I remember I had created a group chat. It was like the 8th year anniversary or something like that. Created it with our flight and our brother flight. Then like 6 months later, he had responded and everything. We were talking about some people that brought up going to EDC or something, whatever is down in Florida. And then like 6 months later, someone was like, hey, did you hear so-and-so passed away or whatever? And so it's crazy.
It is.
Yeah, it's crazy, y'all. And when we talking about that, it happens. Like 1 minute you might be fine, and then you think, oh, you know what? I'm not even worth being here. Like he said something that sparked me in me too, because I'm not sure. I think y'all saw my note like a week ago. I literally was feeling like if I died today, I'll be good with it. I was so sick.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I do suffer from PTSD and, depression. These are things that we don't talk about a lot in our community. And so, and it's serious, right? Because in a flash, I could be like, yeah, why am I here? I'm not even, what am I good for? And if you can walk in the bathroom and grab something, or, it could be over that quick before you even think about what the hell you're really doing for real.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's very, very touching when I hear certain words and in certain conversations, especially with you, Marvelous. Like, and then you do be like a person, like she said, like me, trying to figure out, was there something else that I could have done? Why he didn't come to me? Because this is a young man. Like I said, my nephew just did it on my anniversary. Okay, so I'm still trying to cope with the fact that could I have done something better? Could he have talked to me? Because me and him talked all the time. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just like, please, if you don't ever feel misunderstood, don't ever feel like nobody cares, nobody loves you, none of that. Please, I don't want you to go down that I really don't. It scares me when I hear Black men talk that way. It's already bad enough that y'all do it. And this is a young man that did it.
And Black women too, y'all. I'm a Black woman.
Black women do too. But I'm just saying, this is a man. This is a man who had a son as well, and he felt so inadequate that he even did it in the presence of his son. You see what I'm saying? So please, please, just know you're not misunderstood. We understand exactly where you're coming from. If there's anything you need to talk about, please seek the help that you need.
And so I will say this. I want to so we get up out of here. I want Marvelous to get us up out of here. He gonna let us with some beautiful, positive, productive words. And we can see that he's holding back that smile. So that's a good thing right there. Go ahead, let it out. Let it out. There we go. Look, he can't even hold it back. So I want to ask you one question and we're going to let you end this off. Do you still think this is just entertainment or do we actually care about our people?
Do I feel that you care about your people? Yeah, I feel that you care for your people, Sharon. 1000%. That's all I can say.
So no more talking about Sharon. This is just entertainment.
It was just clarification. That's all.
And we can have fun while caring about our people too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Marvelous, I hope you nothing but best, baby. I promise you, I wasn't trying to come at you, and I have before. You know I have. But
I know you got all love for me, but I'm seriously, I'm not. I know it may seem because my tone, like I'm depressed and sad and stuff, but I'm actually. It's a good thing that I feel this way. It gives me time and clarity to actually use my words more measured, more carefully. So I'm tapping into this feeling that you're sensing because it serves me better for communication. I'm not trying to come off like I'm depressed. I'm trying to be as calm and collective as possible so I can articulate better.
Hey, before we go, look what somebody said.
He's stoic.
Right? And you didn't even know the definition of the word. So what I'm saying is that so people can have assertions about things from the way how you communicate, whether you say it or not.
I want you to know I love you. And if you need my phone number, I'll give it to you. It's on my page. If you ever need to call, I don't care. I don't know you. So you can tell me anything. You ain't got to tell me who you are. Like, just reach out, babe. Okay.
And then I believe you have my number too. God damn it. I gave my number a couple of times and we had conversations and I don't run back and say anything that we ever said. So, and you have proof of that. So if you need my number again, let me know.
I think I got your email, Sharon. I think I still do.
All right. Well, yeah, email me your number and I shoot you a text or something like that as well.
If you need the motherly hug, that's me. Sharon, the fatherly hug, or you could talk to my husband who don't know you. Just don't do nothing rash.
Okay? I am. I'm not on that spectrum on that side. I'm actually on the opposite end.
Okay.
Okay. So he answered now. You see,
I'm on the other side of the spectrum. I'm not that guy.
Yeah, come on over, man. It's nice. It's a nice club around here. Put a piano in front of him and see what he can do.
I'm not gonna say that, but I would say this: I'm not that guy who would take his own life. I promise you that much.
Hey, shout out to DB because you know that's what it is over here, right? Yeah, we are joke around. I'm gonna cook you up. I'm not gonna ever treat anybody with kid gloves. Y'all know that. I don't even treat Jalen with kid gloves, and we know where he at, right? So I'm not that person. I'm gonna be as harsh and as real as I possibly can and how I see it at the moment, and try to address the situation in real time, and so we can move forward together. Because me conversing with you, it still is improving me because there's other men out there that communicate the way how you do, and I have to tell them that in real time as well. And so I always have that balance of dealing with that. So I appreciate everybody as well. And so I think we got to just stop building this fake narrative of that I'm the one that's creating narratives and gaslighting people when I'm literally having the conversation with somebody in real time. Just because I'm able to see things with my ears doesn't mean that I'm gaslighting you. You know what I'm saying? So I can see with my ears.
Hey, Drip. Thank you for allowing me up, Sharon. It's a great conversation.
KT to go. Somebody else that always have an issue with communicating. What's your final thoughts, KT?
Great show. Thank y'all for having me up on the panel. Holy shit, my bad. Here, give me a second. I apologize. My son ran up on me. Yeah. It was beautiful to listen to. But I hope tomorrow, are you gonna proceed with this conversation that was supposed to be the topic? Because I did want to get on how you had hair with kid gloves, though. I did want to, but she was going left this whole time. So
We talked about a statue for about 4 hours.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
You see what happens? He has his title, and then you got certain individuals from certain spaces coming on and derailing, talking about what they want to talk about.
KT, you through?
Hey, yo, my son was right here too. He was throwing the football at me and stuff. It got complicated.
Silent, a man of many words. What's your final thoughts?
Well, thanks for having the show.
All right. Hey, y'all, do you got any final words?
Appreciate you having me on. Everybody have a good day and be safe.
I believe did we get you, Bomb? You got your final words out, Bomb?
Yeah.
All right, Nay, what's your final thoughts, beautiful?
Y'all have a wonderful day.
And
Happy Monday Mayhem. And until you did, peace out, y'all.
Jalen, go ahead. Send us home, Jalen. What's your final thoughts, Jalen?
No, sir. No serial deleter avatars.
Yeah, we can just go. Hey, we can just move it. Yeah, let's go to back chat.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.